Happy Friday, DMV. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for B. Mitch and Finley today. Got plenty to discuss. We'll have David Aldrich with us coming up at 11 o'clock. Going to talk about the NBA Finals last night. I know Jeff's fired up. Obviously, Tyrese Halliburton hitting the game winner last night. We got to get into the Terry contract stuff. Got plenty to discuss, but Linnell, happy Friday, brother.
Happy Friday. I'm fired up, man. Tyrese Halliburton went crazy last night. Nats looking good against the Cubbies, and then Albert Breer dropping a bomb yesterday on G&D. So we do have a hell of a lot to discuss.
Yeah, we got plenty to discuss. Real quick, though, I did want to check in with the boys in the aquarium. I'll get to Jeff in just a second. Landfill, did you notice who's pitching tonight against the Washington Nationals?
I didn't know.
Patrick Corbin makes his return to D.C. tonight.
Well, he usually pitches pretty poorly here, so I'm betting on the Nats.
He has a 3.71 ERA on the season. Can you believe that?
Him and Eric Fetty.
I can't.
Revival years.
But we got to start with the NBA Finals. How about that game last night? And we got to give our guy Jeff a second because
I'm about to say,
Tyrese Halliburton, even though he didn't have the best game, he knocks down the clutch shot to win it for the Pacers. They never go away. They make crazy comebacks seemingly every game. The most overrated player in the league, quote unquote, knocks down another game winner this playoffs. Incredible run for Tyrese Halliburton.
I love it, Toby. And the thing is, bro, I am on the Halliburton.
The Halliburton? Be careful.
Be careful
with that, pal. Oh, sheesh.
Because I'm always for the underdog. There's no way you looked at his game last year. Yeah, he had a little slide off, but, everyone has slid back sometimes. But to call him overrated, and he has done nothing but cook ever since that superlative came out, I love it, man. I love it. And he's just a pure point guard. And I just love when you understand the game, it's just like baseball, Toby. When you understand the game and you see it just executed in its purest, most sharp form, you love it. I know some of his shot looks horrible. I know that it's ugly,
but it goes in, right? That's all that matters.
You cannot take away from him that man is creating opportunities for his teammates. He can score 30. I know Linnell, we were talking off air. He said he wasn't, aggressive enough. I feel as though he's perfectly aggressive. He knows
Picks the spots.
He knows when to give the ball up to the person when they're in their hot zone and to create the better shot.
Did you
holla buckets, baby?
Did you splash some cash on this last night, or are you just somebody that are you doing the?
I'm bro. I'm just enjoy. For some reason
so
when
you didn't really believe it.
Yeah, the only time I win money, no, I believed it. The only time I win money though betting is in the casino, brother. Other than that,
well, there we go. But no, so
not my thing.
I just stole this nugget from the worldwide leader. Last night was his fourth game tying or go ahead field goal in the final 5 seconds of the fourth quarter overtime this postseason. He is having, and this is what I always say about the NBA playoffs more than any other second season in pro sports. You really get the chance to really cement your legacy
big time
because it is a series, right? It's 7 games, and the fact that they've advanced all the way to the pinnacle here. I think entering this playoffs, there was a respect for Tyrese Halliburton amongst casual basketball fans. But then when the poll comes out that he's the most overrated, and then he goes on this type of run, I think it almost makes what he's doing even better. And I wonder how the conversation kind of shifts here as we go into the offseason about where he ranks. Because for all the old heads out there that were complaining and moaning and groaning, hey, we don't want to see Indiana and Oklahoma City because they're small market team. This is why this finals is going to be absolutely fireworks. It's 2 good teams, 2 young teams that play basketball the right way, and 2 emerging stars in SGA and Tyrese Halliburton that are going to be the face of the NBA here moving forward.
Yeah, I think they've run into a good thing here as the NBA because, look, I like when there's a dynasty to root against.
For sure.
And I'm not one that cares about whether it's small markets or not, and the thing that doesn't bother me at all. But I think the way the NBA has marketed itself, they're built on the stars.
Yeah.
And I think what they're going to run into here is they didn't necessarily, even though SGA won the MVP this year, it still feels like he slept on nationally.
100%.
Right?
Even compared to Anthony Edwards. That's what I said going into the West. Yeah.
And you look at Tyrese Halliburton, someone who is voted most overrated. A lot of people get frustrated by him and all this different stuff. And yet they're kind of going to get thrust into this starlight because this is the NBA Finals. This is the biggest stage. Now, one issue that I have is I think the presentation of the NBA Finals now is criminal. It's just so regular season.
You don't feel the big game feel.
You don't. It used to feel like the NBA Finals when you turn it on was something special, whether it was the Larry O'Brien at center court, whether it was the finals script somewhere on the court, whether it was just everything.
You know what it is?
100%.
Their desk sucks. That's why Inside the NBA is coming over to save them.
It's not even fully the desk.
It sucks. It stinks.
But on the court last night.
Yeah. What do you feel about the broadcasting trio? Because there's a lot of this is Doris Burke, Richard Jefferson, and Mike Breen's first finals together. And Doris is like under the microscope in terms of will she be brought back? So do I. And I think and
I don't know that the broadcast last night was the best. Admittedly, I didn't get to watch the full thing. I watched most of the second half, but
Mike Breen is just.
Mike Breen's awesome.
He's incredible.
But then again, give me Kevin Harlan and those guys
for sure.
I think Mike Breen is fine, but give me I know Reggie Miller's not the most popular, but I didn't mind Reggie Miller and some of the guys.
I
that
love
they have.
Doris as a cover.
Grant Hill, I think, is great. Like those sorts of guys. Like the college announcers are so good. So I don't hate their broadcast crew, so to speak.
Yeah.
I just can't stand how there's no NBA Finals on the jersey. It just misses a little bit. But regardless,
game hit different.
The end of that game was incredible.
It's good basketball.
It was so good, and seeing Tyrese Halliburton come up big once again, it's an incredible run for the Pacers because you constantly count them out. And it's not even like you count them out of a series. You count them out of games.
Yes.
Because they're down by 7 or 8 or 15 or whatever it is at any point in the game. And you're like, oh, it's over. And the Thunder just couldn't put them away.
No.
They just could not put them away. And after the game, I thought it was interesting. Brian Windhorst was saying that he'd had a discussion with some guys. I don't think they were on the Pacers, but maybe on the coaching staff or some guys around Indiana, and said this was kind of the script that they laid out, saying this is a heck of a team we're going up against. They're better than us, more than likely. And I didn't say those words, so to speak, but kind of thinking look, they're going to be an incredibly tough test, but give us a chance at the end, and they're going to tighten up when we play in these kinds of games all the time.
It's the difference in coaching, right? Tom Thibodeau got canned in New York because his lack of in-game adjustments, standing, watching. Rick Carlisle and his ability to get them, like you said, to continue to keep playing no matter the circumstances. They were down 15 with 9:42 left in the fourth quarter. They had 19 first-half turnovers. That's the most first-half turnovers in a finals game since 1999. So, it doesn't happen what happened last night. It was a complete anomaly, but Indiana deserves a ton of credit. Normally, right, when you watch basketball, I think playing too, no matter what level you've played at, if you played in a regulation game, when you're down in the fourth quarter, the most difficult thing to me to do is to continue to have the same discipline in terms of getting a good shot every time down, having that understanding, that mentality that I can only get 3 points at max in a possession, 4 points at max if it's a 3-point and one. So I think the shot selection for Indy down the stretch was good. The defense continued to stay at a high level. But I don't know if I'm more impressed by Indiana or more disappointed in OKC because of how they finished. You're up 15. First of all, for the Pacers to turn the ball over 19 times in the first half and only be down 12 going into the locker room, OKC's got to be better offensively.
So my only issues with OKC, because I think sometimes you want to blame it on a team for blowing it, but I really think Indiana was forcing a lot of that, playing good defense and making sure that they were continuing to go down there and score, because OKC would have their little bit of run, down the stretch of that game, they get it back out to 8, and all of a sudden, here comes Indiana. They get a quick 2, or they'd knock down a 3, and suddenly it's back into it. My issue was second to last possession of the game. SGA tries to make a move, gives the ball up to J. Will, and there's about 6 seconds left on the shot clock.
Yeah.
And SGA just kind of like, all right, J. Will's going to go one-on-one. Sorry, bud, you're under a minute. You got to go get that ball back. You've got to find a way to get the ball back and go score. And to their credit, final possession for the Thunder, they got SGA's perfect look, and he missed it. Tyrese Halliburton knocked down his.
Yeah.
SGA did not knock down his. It's as simple as that, honestly, coming down the stretch of that game.
I agree with you. The defense from the Pacers in the first half, even at times in the fourth quarter, it's non-existent. If there's anything that I give the old guard, as I'm going to call older basketball fans that continue to hate on this era, the one thing that I'll give you all, the defensive intensity at times is just non-existent. There were stretches during this game, really in the first half, and you saw it in the second half as well. SGA gets wherever the hell he wants. As long as there's a ball screen involved, I mean, he's getting to his spot. It's like the comp I came up with last night watching the game. He's like a 6'7" Kevin Durant, talking about SGA. I was going to go Kobe, but like when you talk about just the ability to get to your spot and rise up over the defender, like it's Kevin Durant. And the irony of it is obviously KD and him going to be viewed as probably the two greatest members of that organization ever. But like his game is special. The one thing that I kind of am curious about is like the narrative surrounding the series in itself. If you were a person out there last night or throughout this playoffs that, you know, haven't been impressed and you were kind of down on an OKC Indiana finals, does game one make you change your mind? Because holy hell, like that's as good a basketball as you're going to see in terms of the ebbs and flows of the game. And there are people online that are like, well, did you watch the first 42 minutes? Chris Russell. But no, like, it's not about the first 42 minutes. It's about watching the game in its entirety. Who watches the game for one moment? Like, that's not how sports watching goes.
Yeah, and I mean, it provides so much context.
Yes,
OKC looked like they were going to dominate that game. They looked like they'd won it, and Indiana comes on a flurry, crazy comeback, a great comeback to win once again. I mean, it's been the story of Indiana in game ones in so many different spots throughout this playoffs. It's been incredible. So, look, admittedly, I didn't get to see the whole thing, but the finish was great, and it doesn't matter what two teams make it. I hate that narrative. It really does not. Like, these are two great teams, and also the best team this season is in it. OKC is in it.
Yes.
The MVP of the league is in it. I don't know what else you want out of it, but do you think winning game one changes things? Did you have OKC winning the series?
Yes.
And how many games?
6.
Did it change with the game one?
No, because I thought it would go. They both get one at home, or excuse, like they would. I thought they would both steal one at each other's spot.
Okay.
But what I think really changes for me, there was a part of me like, OKC, whether or not people want to like recognize it or not, this is one of the all-time great teams.
100%.
68 wins, 5th most during the regular season. Their point differential is the greatest of all time. SGA as the MVP has the most points regular season and playoffs going into the finals since Michael Jordan in 93. So like all of the narrative about this is not exciting. We're seeing stuff that's never happened before. So with all that being said, like that's why I think OKC was going to win. And I thought they'd win last night pretty handedly, but you know, credit to the Pacers.
I think this is where the NBA ran into an issue. The reason, because OKC is one of the great teams of all time.
They
right?
are.
Especially if they finish off this finals, one of the great teams of all time. I think the issue that the NBA has run into is they focus so much on the individual.
Right.
And it's all we talk about. And SGA hasn't even gotten the recognition that he deserves as an MVP.
Yeah.
And the two teams that made the NBA finals aren't built off just one individual.
They're teams. Yes.
They're good teams, right? Like Alex Caruso plays a huge part for OKC.
Yep.
Jalen Williams plays a huge part for OKC. Pascal Siakam plays a huge part for Indiana, right? Like these are teams that are built. Aaron Nesmith, right? Like these dudes play huge parts outside of like people know Siakam because he's won before with the Raptors. But how many casual fans know about Cason Wallace or Andrew Nembhard or all these people? I think
and Nembhard was, I know Drabby was probably geeked up watching it. He hit a move, the three that he hit late to
that was incredible.
To cut it till I think he either tied it or
he was
cut
the
it to
X factor
6.
in that game. Honestly,
he came up big, man. Because Halliburton, like he made the big shot, but offensively, this has been my issue with him at times. And you described it perfectly. I thought you described him as a true point guard. Yes,
he is.
But I also there are moments in these playoffs where the aggression's not there. I think you saw a switch turn on for him in the fourth quarter where he was like, okay, if we're gonna go down, let's go down with me, the best player, taking the shots.
Yeah, and it was the issue I had with SGA at the end there, right? Like when it final possession down by 1, everyone on Indiana knew who the ball was going to. They handed it to Tyrese Halliburton and said, "Get out the way."
Yep.
And what he goes and finishes it, right? So
big shot,
just
That's
incredible,
just a big shot,
just so good. And also, you knew as soon as it happened.
Yeah.
Did you see the picture where all the OKC fans
Looking
in the background, like, "Oh no!"
And then Mike Brink, he puts it in. He puts it in.
Yeah, so I think it was a really, really good game. I'll be interested to see how it dictates the series. I still have OKC winning it, but look, I mean, we've written off Indiana on every series they've been in this playoffs, basically, and they didn't come through.
What's the old adage? My haters wrote me off, but I ain't writing back.
Yeah, basically.
Those are the Pacers. They ain't writing back. They ain't writing back.
We're going to get back into the NBA Finals at 11 o'clock with David Aldridge. But the big news yesterday, a report from Jordan Schultz about Terry McLaurin saying that he's unhappy, frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal.
Mhm.
If you guys want to hop in, 800-636-1067 on the listener lines, I think, I was listening to JP and B Mitch talk about this yesterday and saying, look, this is probably the agent kind of drumming up some stuff to get stuff done. And that may be the case. The only thing that concerns me about this, I think you're a little bit more on edge about this than I would be. The only thing that gets me a little bit nervous about this, and I would say, what would you put a percentage chance that Terry McLaurin is in burgundy and gold
Next year, percentage chance?
This season.
This season, whether he plays, I'd give it right now about 75%, 80%.
No, he's like 99%. He's playing. But
see, that's just where I disagree with this. I think us as a fan base, we move with this premise of optimism and not reality. The reality is Terry McLaurin has set himself up and has had the perfect stroke of luck happen for him. I'm not going to call it luck because he went out there and earned it. When he signed that 3-year extension a couple of years ago, it was all geared up for him to get another big-time payday at the age of 30. And, no big deal. He just goes out and is second in the NFL in receiving touchdowns last year. He is asking for big-time money. And I feel like Adam Peters and company probably just aren't comfortable with it. The fact that last year you saw the receiver market boom the way that it did, I think Terry's looking at some of these AAVs. CeeDee Lamb's getting 34. If I'm Terry, I'm going, hey, am I not worthy of $34 million annually? DK Metcalf's the one that I really look at and go, well, if DK's getting 33 annually in 60 guaranteed, then that's where it starts for my negotiations because I've been better than him throughout the course of my career. So I'm not scared, but you mentioned Jordan Schultz. When we come back, that's the guy that Starbucks doesn't move me when it comes to National Football League reporting. Jordan Schultz is just Jordan Schultz. But Albert Breer, that got me.
Yeah, he had a little something to say on G&D. We'll play it for you next. The one thing, again, to the Jordan Schultz report that had me a little bit worried is that talks have been minimal. I don't know how much I buy of that. Regardless, I'm not all that worried. Linnell, you're a little bit more worried about this. We'll talk about it next. You want to hop in 800-636-1067. Terry McLaurin, the deal not going to get done. Doesn't seem like maybe anytime soon from reports from Jordan Schultz, from Albert Breer, saying that maybe talks aren't going as well as we think. What do you think about this Terry McLaurin contract situation? We'll continue talking about it next here on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Commissioner Adam Silver said last night that the NBA will discuss expansion at next month's Board of Governors meeting in Vegas, and that he believes the league's owners will recommend the topic be formally explored. Now, Silver has said several times in recent months that the NBA is beginning to turn its focus towards expansion, but last night marked the first time that he said he expects expansion to become a formal discussion point at the next league owners' meetings. The last time the NBA expanded was back in 2004 when Charlotte returned. Seattle and Vegas are considered the favorites to get expansion teams if the process is agreed upon. So this will definitely be in the news cycle in the next coming months. Main Street Bank is the business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. B. Mitch and Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. So big news yesterday coming from Jordan Schultz, speculating, or a couple days ago, speculating that Terry McLaurin was and is unhappy about the lack of progress, quote unquote, on a long-term deal. The thing that worried me a little bit at the end, he says McLaurin is entering the final year of his contract. We know that. But he says, quote, talks have been minimal. That got me a little bit worried. But Linnell, I don't want to put words in your mouth. The thing that had you a little bit worried was Albert Breer joined G&D yesterday. And let's play that here. Albert Breer was on G&D yesterday. Here's what Breer had to say about the McLaurin contract.
Yeah, I don't think it's in a great place right now. If you ask me, like, where this is. And I think it's just sort of I hate to say normal course of things, but I do think to some degree these things do get bumpy. And I think they've gotten bumpier as the market's exploded over the last couple of years with the cap going up as fast as it has. And so, if you're Terry McLaurin, I think you look at it and you're saying, like, you don't even come to me with anything that doesn't start with a 3, you know what I mean, per year. And I think it's fair of him to ask for something in that range just based on where the market's gone. Obviously last year Justin Jefferson gets 35 and CeeDee Lamb gets 34. But like I'd say the real comp is probably DK Metcalf, who he gets traded to Pittsburgh and he gets 33 per year on a 4-year deal. So, I think those comps are out there and, I think they will eventually get something done. Terry, and you guys know this, you don't need me to tell you, Terry's too important to what they've built there. But sometimes these things can get a little messy along the way, and that's sort of where we are right now.
So, to color me concerned at this point would be too strong of a word, but I'm past the point where I'm going to act like this is just nothing. I'm past that point. Because when Albert Breer, Jordan, like I said before the last break, Jordan Schultz, new NFL insider. Albert Breer has done this for years and is one of the most trusted, credible reporters that exists nationally in the NFL. For him to lead off yesterday saying, look, things are not in a great place. Things are probably not in a great place. I'm going to take his word for it. And that is what kind of makes me go, like, damn, I would love to pay to be behind the scenes of these negotiations because, as he said, it is going to get tricky. It is a difficult thing to do. That's why you have an agent negotiate on your behalf. But like I said before we took the last break, Terry McLaurin played this perfectly. And the way last year went for him, it couldn't have gone any better. When he signed his deal last time, he signed a 3-year deal, not a 4 or 5-year deal, because he was an older wide receiver and he wanted the chance to hit the open market again and test free agency and get another payday. When you go out and are second in the NFL in receiving touchdowns and you have the type of impact that he had last year, you put yourself right at the head of the table. I'm not saying he's got the merit to go out and ask for a Jamar Chase contract. a Justin Jefferson contract. Hell, maybe not even a CeeDee Lamb. But as Breer alleged, DK Metcalf, I don't care if he's 28. I don't care if he was 25. I've been better than him over the course of my career in a worse quarterback situation, and my injury history has been better. That's where the negotiations start. Spotrac has him projected 3 years, $100 million with $60 million guaranteed. When DK signed this offseason, he got $60 million guaranteed. I don't know if the holdup is the AAV, which is for DK was $33 million, or the fully guaranteed, which is 60 for DK. So that's what I'm kind of like curious with. What's the holdup here? Why is Adam Peters and company choosing to, in my opinion, kill the good vibes? You went to the NFC Championship game last year. Everything's peaches and roses. Like, you're the flavor of the week right now, and you're putting this like wet blanket over everything. And quite honestly, it's a distraction, because if you're going to pay him, then pay him.
Yeah, I don't think it becomes a distraction until training camp. Mandatory minicamp will give you a little bit of one if he's not there. I don't think it's a huge deal until training camp. If he's not signed by training camp and then he's not showing up, then it's a problem. And then it's something where, to me, you've got to get this done. You have to get this done, because they have done a great job of taking care of their guys and various things. And really, to me, I thought a caller on the Junkies earlier today brought up a great point, that what they've done and all that they've accomplished, if you can't sign Terry, who's so beloved by the fan base, and this isn't to say that every move that a fan base would be fully on board with is something that you should do as a general manager.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that, but he had his career year last year. He's incredible for this team. He has a chemistry with Jaden Daniels. All of that stuff plays into the fact, too, that he's the fan base's top guy. Like,
for sure.
Last year in the building against Atlanta, they're chanting Terry, and he didn't do much that game, to be fair.
Well,
but
he didn't.
They're chanting Terry when they're in the red zone, anticipating a touchdown to Terry. They chanted Terry more than they did for JD5. Not to say that Jaden's not now the face of the franchise and taking over as a quarterback, but Terry is so beloved. So if you don't get this done, so much of, like you were saying, the honeymoon period here, it's going to be kind of taken away. And I question some of what they're doing, because Deebo Samuel hasn't been as good as Terry the last couple of years. Is that your plan then? That Deebo becomes your wide receiver one? Look,
well, you spent pretty significant draft capital on wideout the last 2 years, a third and a fourth on Luke and Jalen Lane.
Well, and
so,
we got to see Luke come through.
For sure.
We got to see Jalen Lane come through. So my thing is, Terry McLaurin is your superstar. Get it done. And I think it's going to get done. I'm 99% sure that it's going to get done. But the fact that there's even a 1% is a little bit annoying. I think this is going to blow over in the next month, and it's going to be no big deal. But again, it's just, this has to get done, or I'm going to have some questions about this front office.
It's the art of business. I think, like I said, you say my percentage is too low, but I give it about an 80% chance. That other 20% is I understand that anything can happen in the National Football League. Also, look at the track record of Adam Peters. They played super duper hardball with Brandon Ayuk. I mean, they played hardball. Ayuk was in the same situation, pretty much. Like, he put up numbers. He was deserving of a new payday, and they dragged out that negotiation with Ayuk last year or 2 seasons ago. And then with Adam Peters, what was the Patriots known for? Getting rid of a guy a year too early rather than a year too late. So maybe, just maybe, like, there's that glimmer of doubt with them as an organization as to who he is and if he's worth that type of money. Now, I think that would be a little foolish on their part, but my whole premise with all of this is we got to stop acting like it's just assuming that it's going to get done, because we know nothing. What is this front office showing you since they've gotten to town? Nothing really gets leaked. They're not really telling you how they really feel. So while we think we know how they feel about Terry behind closed doors, when you're in the art of negotiation, you say some things that may hurt your spouse. It's like arguing with your husband or wife, and you're trying to make a good point. You all of a sudden point out that your wife only showers at night, and you want her to be a woman that showers in the morning and at night. So you call it out, now her feelings is hurt because she thinks that you're saying she stinks. That's how this negotiation, I think, is going.
I just think you have to get this done, because otherwise you're going to lose a little bit of some of the goodwill with the fan base. Also, when you look at a time that they can pay a receiver, this can link up perfectly where even if you have to go, say you want to say, I want to go 32. You said DK got 33. Say they're arguing for 32 is what they want to give Terry. You can go up to 35. You can go up to 36. You can go up to 37. You have cap space.
No, you do.
Cap space is not a problem. The time to haggle and all that stuff and say, hey, we got a penny pinch here a little. The reason they had to do that with Ayuk is because Purdy was coming up for a contract. Jaden ain't coming up for a contract for another 4 years. And by the way, I would bet Terry probably isn't with this team by the time that Jaden is on his second contract.
I think that's a safe assumption.
Right?
I think that's a safe assumption.
You can pay him. Like that's what I don't understand. Like,
so
what's the holdup?
Is there a philosophical thing here as well with just who they are as an offense? What did we get so frustrated with last year? This isn't, to me, an offense that warrants a receiver dominating targets.
That's fine.
Maybe there is a lack of appreciation or a lack of value with a true number one in this offense because of how they played last year. The targets were spread.
That's fine. I get that. But we've seen time and time again where offenses that lack the true playmakers come up short in big moments because when it comes down to it, you need a dude.
The quarterback's the playmaker. Look at Josh Allen and what he's dealing with right now in Buffalo. I know he's only in that situation because he got paid and they couldn't afford to keep the supporting cast. But I hear what you're saying.
Still
you're
need
not there yet. You're not
you
there
need
yet.
a dude. Like look what San Francisco ran into problems with, right? The system was great, and I get the quarterback. I understand your point there. It's a really valid one. I don't think you have to get to that point though yet with the quarterback on the rookie deal.
I agree.
But like look at where they'd run into where their system was great and they had weapons, but they had shortcomings with their weapons, right? Like the style. I think you need dudes. Like, look at even a Rams at times where the system is great. Whenever I go back to people looking at the system over
just for talking points
over people is Chip Kelly when he got to the Eagles and he said, "It's my system." And so he gets rid of LaShawn McCoy, he gets rid of Deshaun Jackson, and how'd that go for him? You need players in the National Football League, and you build your system around the players. Like your system can have some stuff where you're able to make things work without the players playing at a great level at times. But for the most part, you need your star players to play like stars. You can't get through without having at least one guy that you can really depend on.
Terry McLaurin last year, 22nd in the NFL in targets. 22nd in the NFL in targets. When you think about his contemporaries that are listed in that top 5 AAV, they're all target monsters. So maybe, I don't know. You pick up what I'm putting down when I say that? Like, we saw the way the football was spread around last year to the point where we were almost complaining about it. We were like, why won't they feature Terry? Why won't they make a concerted effort to get him the football? Because that ain't the system. But that doesn't mean that ain't the system.
That doesn't mean don't pay him.
I'm saying maybe there is less of a value on a bona fide number one wide receiver in this offense. It's more about roles that guys play. You need your over the middle guy. You need your deep ball guy. You need your contested catch guy.
You need.
I'm just trying to get into their thought process a little bit because the main thing that I'm kind of with here is like, if you're gonna pay him, then pay him. What are you waiting for? It's not like you're waiting for a new deal to come out to reset the market. No.
Yes.
You know what his value is. You know what the competition and his peers are making. If you're gonna pay him, then pay him.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. What do you make of the Terry McLaurin contract situation? Do you think it gets done? I think we both think it's going to get done.
Yeah.
You're a little less certain than I am, but I'm almost for sure certain. What do you guys think? 800-636-1067. More to come here on The Fan. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. You had mentioned at the end of the last segment, Linnell, that Terry McLaurin ranked 22nd in the league in targets with 117 last season. The guy that ranked 43rd in targets is A.J. Brown, and he's 5th highest paid receiver in the NFL. I don't think anyone has a problem with that.
Because the numbers he puts up with those targets is
he's incredibly efficient, and
Yes.
he's in an offense that wants to be run first, obviously. I think
Right.
Washington wants to be that style too. So I think there's going to be some limiting there, especially with a quarterback that's going to run quite a bit as well. So I don't know that I'm worried about that. You got to pay Terry. Like, there's no question to me, unless he's asking for something stupid, which I don't think he is. Even if he wants over Jettis, who's at 35, the only guy
he can't reset. Terry would be out his
the
damn
only
mind if
guy
he
that
thinks
he
he's about to
can't go-
reset the market.
the only guy that he can't go over is Jamar Chase, who's at 40 and a quarter.
I would say him and Jets. I look at
He
him.
can go over Jettis.
I look at him, Jets, and CD is like, I don't know if you can make the
If he wanted-
statistical argument.
If he
that-
wanted, look, I'm not going to argue he's better. That's not how this works. You're the dude that's up. You're the dude that gets the contract. You're the dude that now sets the market.
that's true.
36. If he gets 36, that's fine with me.
But with those two guys, the age is where you factor
Absolutely.
in things. I would love to know what he's asking for. I would
Yeah.
love to know what he's asking for.
800-636-1067. Let's get out to some of these phone calls.
Let's go to Kyle in Sacramento on the Odyssey app. What's going on, Kyle?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing?
Good. Hey, yeah. So I was just calling about the Terry contract. I think they're going to pay him. They have to pay him. I mean, he's just been such an integral part of the team, and he's just such a great guy. So they better pay him whatever he wants. The only thing that I'm thinking that might be holding it up is, maybe they're trying to work another trade on the back end for a guy like Trey Hendrickson or something like that. It might be another big contract that they're going to have to figure out how they're going to pay for both of those. That's like optimistic view on it. But yeah, it was a little worrying to see that report saying that Terry was actually at practice and then left. That doesn't seem like something that Terry would do unless something was actually going wrong. So
Sure. Yeah, appreciate the phone call.
Appreciate the call, man.
I don't know. Do you believe fully that report with Schultz, like you were saying, you're not necessarily fully on board? Like, you think he was there and then just like stormed out? Like, he might have
It's not that he stormed out. We had those reports. Like, that was confirmed by Nicky Javala when he first
okay,
missed.
so he was there, but like
He chose to leave. Yeah.
and that's totally fine.
I mean,
I think the way that this reads, where Jordan Schultz says McLaurin unexpectedly left voluntary workouts, it makes it sound like he threw a tantrum and left the building. It might have been as simple as like JP's laid out. Look, I've been at all these things. The media's here today. I ain't talking to the media.
I'm
Deuces.
going home. Exactly. I don't want to talk.
Like,
It could be that simple.
It could probably be that simple. And then in that case, we're making a big deal out of nothing, right? Like, look, I think at this point, we're still through the voluntary stuff. Mandatory stuff is when a little red flag starts to go up just slightly. Training camp is where the big one goes up, but I would assume it's done by then.
It better be. Because at this point,
I just don't know what the holdup is.
organizationally, I don't get it.
Correct.
Because they're gonna pay him now, unless they're really not gonna pay him and they got a number that they're not willing to budge off of. Because that's how these things go.
But hold on. Here's where I think it's interesting. What's the number? Like, if it's something where you're like, look, we're not going above 32, and he asked for 36 or 35, we're wobbling over 3 to 4 in a time when you have cap space. I don't know.
Let's get to Calvin in Waldorf. What's going on, Calvin?
Hey, fellas, how you doing this morning?
Good, man. How you doing?
Okay, and I just going back to a comment that was made that it could be that they're more of a system, right? Where you need an over the middle guy, you need a contested catch guy or a long ball guy. When you can arguably say that Terry has been all of those.
Yes.
When he's called upon to do them, and I just hope that they're not underestimating, his importance to this team. That's opinion. I mean, to me, I guess you always have a number that you can't go over. And I, like you said, from what we've seen in the past, Terry doesn't seem like that kind of guy, but we never know, right? But, hey, you need players.
Yeah.
You can have your system, but you need players to make the plays. Like
100%.
McCall, man.
Appreciate you as always.
So here's where I think it's interesting, too. If it gets to a point where you're like, man, we can't pay him, then what are you paying Debo $20 million for? Well, why would you trade?
You traded for that contract as 1 year. He's
if that becomes a problem, though, where you're trying to figure stuff out, what are we doing? Like, to me, Terry has to get paid. It has to get done,
Well, here's
or
the
there's
thing.
going to be big time question marks about this front office
What
because
if-
he had his career year. He's a top 10 receiver, in my opinion. Even if you don't want to say he's not, he's a top 15 receiver at worst, right? And he's someone that helps out this offense, has a great chemistry with Jaden Daniels. He's a team leader. What kind of message are you sending to the rest of this team if you don't pay Terry McLaurin?
See, I get that, but like the players understand this is a business. It's a business. If
It
they
is
have
a business,
number,
but you pay your players that are
Correct.
your franchise guys, especially when they perform.
we always take the side of the player when it comes to these team negotiations with guys. I'm going to play devil's advocate here. If Adam Peters and company have a number that they're not comfortable exceeding, then they're not comfortable exceeding it. And I think that's where you're stuck between a rock and a hard place here. And you have to have some really difficult conversations organizationally. And you got to think about how you have set yourselves up for the future at that position. Terry and Debo both in line for a payday pretty much at the same time, right?
Yeah, and I'm choosing Terry over Debo.
What if Debo thoroughly outplays McLaurin this year and they feel like, hey, we could rock with Debo. He does more. He's more valuable.
Please don't do that. Please,
You
don't
just
do
never
that.
know. And I'm not saying that's what they're saying. I'm just trying to look at every possible angle here because I don't get the frustration. Or not, excuse me, I don't get the timeline here. Why is it dragging out like this?
Yeah, and that's what I think is so interesting here. Is I think ultimately by the time we get to training camp, this is going to be much ado about nothing. But
I hope it is.
please get something done. Please get something done. I think you have to have this guy in the building because he's been so important to this team. He had his career year last year. He doesn't show signs of going down, obviously, like you've seen him with now a true quarterback, and he's out there with a career year. He's got a great chemistry with all the guys in the locker room. Like, if it was so important to set this culture and the commander way and all this stuff and being commanders and all this stuff,
Well, but
then
to the
please
same
make sure
point. To the same point, though,
keep Terry.
Terry, why are you not in the building? If we're preaching culture and you're such a culture
No.
guy, you're Mr. Culture, you don't have to participate in the workouts, Toby, but you could be there. You could be in the building working out, being around your teammates.
From reports, he's been around.
And he's been there. Correct.
Yeah. He just doesn't want to be around when people are asking questions. That's fine.
He didn't have to leave the building. We don't get access inside the building.
Rick in the chat said, when did Terry last sign his last 3-year deal?
June
Was in
28th. Yeah.
Was it June?
June 28th is the exact date.
Yeah, so I'm sure we'll get there before training camp. Hopefully it's nothing, but regardless, it is a little bit interesting that at this
For
point
sure.
we still haven't seen that contract come across. Coming up next, David Aldridge from The Athletic, the legendary DA, going to join us, talk about the NBA Finals. We'll get his thoughts on Terry McLaurin as well. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Some big NHL breaking news right now. Dallas Stars coach Pete DeBoer was just fired after 3 seasons with the team going to the Western Conference Final each time, but never advancing past that for a shot at the Stanley Cup. Just when we thought every single head coaching job was safe and secured now in the NHL, the Dallas Stars are in the market for a new head coach. Tyrese Halliburton and Indiana Pacers pulled off yet another last-second comeback last night. Halliburton's 21-foot jumper with 0.3 seconds left give Indiana its first and only lead of the game, but it was when it mattered. The Pacers stunned the Thunder 111-110 in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. And Aaron Rodgers agreed to terms on a 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. This news comes more than 80 days since the start of free agency and 70 days after Rodgers visited the Steelers. Adam Schefter is reporting that Rodgers plans to fly to Pittsburgh today to join the team ahead of next week's mandatory minicamp. The deal with Pittsburgh sets up a Week 1 showdown between Rodgers and his former team, the New York Jets, who will host the Steelers in their season opener. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. It's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome our guest from The Athletic, the legendary David Aldrich. You can follow him on X at David Aldrich DC. DA, what's going on, man? How you doing today?
What's up, DA?
I'm good, fellas. What's happening?
What's going on?
What an incredible game 1 last night, DA. I loved how you tweeted yesterday that if you love hoops, you're going to love this series, and last night didn't disappoint.
No, I mean, look, again, I can't waste time with idiots that are talking about this game in terms of market size. It's just, a ridiculous argument. The Pacers have been the hottest team in the league for 3 months. The OKC has been the best team in the league all season. And, it's great basketball. And last night was great playmaking down the stretch, great shot making by a number of people on the Pacers to bring them back. I mean, Obi Toppin was nuts last night, and and barely gets mentioned, right? Yeah. And that's what happens in great playoff games, is that somebody almost always has an incredible offensive night that you didn't expect. But unless they make the last shot, a lot of times they get forgotten. And so nobody's talking about Obi Toppin had a great game last night, right? Like he had 2 terrible turnovers to start the game, and then hit 5 threes. You know what I mean? Like,
it's crazy.
It was a great finish. Obviously, the Pacers, you can't kill them. They're like the Undertaker. You just can't kill them no matter what you do. He keeps coming back. Halliburton made his 4th shot with under 2 seconds left in the game in the playoffs, which is just
crazy.
It's absurd, but that's what we love about the playoffs, is that people do absurd things like that. And it was an incredible win for Indiana. They led literally 0.3 of 1 second of the game.
It's crazy.
And won it.
So the first half, DA, I think when we talk about young teams and them not being ready for the moment, and sometimes, like, I've played high school basketball, played a little college football. When you're in a big game, you get tired faster. Like, the crowd really gets on you. They turned the ball over 19 times in the first half, and we're only down 12. So I was looking at that going, if they can not shoot themselves in the foot, they'll be able to get back into it. On the flip side from OKC, did you see that from them a little bit? You turned them over 19 times, but you didn't have this insurmountable lead that I thought they could have had and should have had, quite frankly.
I think both teams showed their nerves.
Yes.
First time in the finals. Indiana certainly in the first half. That crowd, look, man, it's loud in that building. There's some people that are perpetrating, talking about they got a great fan base and they're loud in the playoffs. They ain't loud. That's loud in OKC.
For sure.
They make noise in that building, and they cheer the whole game. They're on their feet. They chant OKC the whole game, like a college team would, like a college fan base would. I mean, and I'm not saying that in a derogatory way at all. I admire the way their fans turn out. So I thought Indiana showed their nerves in the first half, and I thought OKC showed their nerves down the stretch. Because, like they've been boat racing people all year. You know what I mean? Like they're killing people, and they haven't been in many close games. And when you finally find yourself in one, sometimes you just don't react the same way that you do when you're ahead. It's kind of human nature, right? Like when you act, it's different when the other guy punches you back. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I thought both teams, because of their relative inexperience in the finals, showed it in different ways at different times.
Talking with David Aldridge here on the Rude Guest Hotline on B. Mitch and Finley, Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. What'd you make of the way that SGA played last night? It felt like at times he could kind of get whatever he wanted. He wasn't the most efficient night, obviously still scoring quite a few points as well, maybe not getting to the free throw line as much until the end of that game. What'd you make of his performance last night?
Well, the key thing you said was that he wasn't efficient. He scored 38, but he had to take 30 shots to do it. And the Pacers will take that every game in this finals, right? Well, they'll take that. What you can't have is SGA scoring 30 on 15 shots, which is what he's been doing a lot of in the postseason. And when he takes a lot of shots, that means other guys aren't. And that's just, again, kind of human nature. If a guy is just constantly taking shots and nobody else is touching it for a few minutes, it's hard to get a rhythm. And I think you saw that with some of the other guys. Now, Dort stopped playing out of his mind in these playoffs.
He's been crazy. The block he had on Jay Will last night was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing out of his mind. It's unbelievable how good he has been in these playoffs. Like, he's just flashing threes all night, But other than that, I mean, Jalen Williams did not have a great offensive game. Holmgren and Hartenstein did not really impact the game offensively all that much, which surprised me, frankly, because I thought that was one of the big advantages OKC had going into the series. They just have size that Indiana does not have.
I'm glad you brought that up, BA, because what do you think went into the decision to start Cason Wallace last night? Because I was definitely taken aback by that a little bit as well.
No, well, they've done it all year. So, I mean, I think he started 40 games this year. So It's not like he hasn't started before. So that's a regular thing with them. They change their lineups depending on matchups, and what Daigneault said afterward, which I understood. It just didn't work, right? Is that he just wanted to have a little bit smaller lineup to deal with Nembhard and to deal with Halliburton and to deal with Nesmith. Like those are three perimeter guys for Indiana that can each get it going offensively if you're not in front of them. And by downsizing a little bit, he thought he had better matchups across the board. And for the most part, he did. It's just that Nesmith in the fourth quarter, Nembhard in the fourth quarter just bowed up and played great. I think he had eight of his 14 in the fourth quarter, had that big three that kept him in the game, frankly, with a minute and a half to go. And played great down the stretch and played great defense on SGA on the last possession. So it just didn't work out, but I understood the rationale for it. I mean, Cason Wallace, look, he would start for half the teams in the league right now. Yeah. At point, including the local team, by the way, if they were able to get him.
We'll get to him, BA. Don't you worry. We'll get to him.
but on, he is, normally nominally a bench guy, but really kind of like an extra starter for them, depending on matchups.
So it's tough because I like to always have the big picture conversation, and people have gotten on me rushing to judgment about this OKC team. When you think about 68 regular season wins, DA, and then the best point differential in the regular season, if they win this finals, couple that with, I think, SGA most points in the regular season and playoffs entering the finals since Jordan in 93. Is it too premature to talk about them as like not a dynasty, but like one of the all-time great teams, this individual team?
I think if you're talking about single season, look, if they come back and win the finals, I'm trying to remember. Well, there would be 12, so they have 80 wins. I mean, 80 is kind of if you add regular season and playoffs, 80 is kind of the gold standard. If you're trying to be one of the best teams of all time, Boston went either 81-20 or 80-21 last year. I can't remember. And they were one of the top 10 teams in terms of win percentage with regular season and playoffs combined in NBA history. So certainly, if OKC finishes this off, they have to be considered one of the best single season teams of all time. Yeah. Sure. I mean, like they were tied with Boston with I think it was 73-74 Celtics, who also went 68-13. That's sixth best in the history of the league regular season. And the 5 teams that had better records for them won the title, right? The only team that didn't, weirdly, was that the best regular season team of all time, the 73-9 Warriors, right? So, they definitely are in the conversation if they win, but they have to win. Like, you have to win it to be in that discussion.
Talking with David Aldridge from The Athletic here on B. Mitch and Finley. Can you remember a team like this Indiana team where every single round it feels like someone's counting them out, that they're not going to win it? And then in individual games, DA, like, they're down 9 with 3 minutes, they're done, right? Like, and yet every single time they come back, they win the series, and then seemingly they come back and win games they shouldn't win. Do you remember a team in the playoffs with this sort of miracle-like run?
Not like this. Now you have to couch that. I mean, we're in the 3-point era, and the 3-pointer keeps you in the game. Yeah. Just keeps you in the game longer than every team, whoever was in the playoffs until about 10 years ago, right? Like you just couldn't come back if you're down 12 with 5 minutes to go. It was just really hard to come back without the 3. But now that you have the 3, if you make them, and they made a bunch of them last night. I think they shot 47 on threes last night. So, you have a chance to get back in the game, and they're never out of it. And they just have this irrational confidence that if they can stay close, they'll figure out a way to win in the end. And when you keep doing it, like, it's not luck, you know what I mean? Like they keep doing it. This was the 5th time they've come from 15 down in these playoffs this year. You know what I'm saying? In a playoff game. So, they are showing you that they can do this. And it's not just Halliburton going nuts in the fourth quarter. I mean, Nesmith hit 6 threes against the Knicks. You know what I mean? In games,
crazy stuff.
In the Garden to give him a chance to win. Siakam has gone nuts at times in the playoffs. Had monster playoff games. We talked about Toppin last night. They've had different guys do this throughout the playoffs. And it all comes back to they grind people down over 48 minutes because of the pace that they play with. And even though they didn't play with a ton of pace last night in the fourth quarter, they were nails offensively, and so they just never feel like they're out of it, man. They have supreme confidence that they are never out of a game.
It's tough because, like, OKC is theoretically like the worst type of matchup for them because they're so efficient offensively. It's tough for them to get out and run if they're consistently, taking the ball out from underneath the basket. So it'll be an interesting series. I got to get your opinion here, DA, on the Wizards.
Yeah.
Me and young Toby here have thought this up, and I think I heard you talking with JP and B about this last week. As soon as the Wizards, DA, did not win the lottery and they dropped down to 6, my mindset immediately shifted to, well, if Trey Johnson slips, you run in the card. If Edgecombe slips, you run in the card. But if not, like, think about what they've said they want their identity to be, DA. They want to be defensive. You pair Kaman Malawach with Alex Sarr, and you now have one of the better young front courts in the NBA from a defensive standpoint. Like, how likely do you think it is that they go that way? Do you think they're giving Malawach a serious look here?
I mean, I think, considering that they want to be long and switchable and be able to guard multiple positions, I mean, Malawach isn't going to get in the stance and, flatten out SGA up top. Nobody's expecting him to do that. But certainly, at least at the start of his career, I'm sure he could play drop coverage pretty well defensively. I'm sure he'd be fine doing that as he learns the league and learns and gets stronger and gets more in tune with the NBA game. It's not a bad play at 6. I wouldn't take him at 2, but at 6, not a bad play. Look, I thought they should have, gone for a center. I thought they should have taken Klingon last year at 2. I still think they should have taken Klingon last year at 2, but they didn't. But now, like, if you're thinking long term, Sarg is probably better suited to play the 4 than he is the 5 in the NBA. That's going to depend obviously on his development offensively. He certainly showed flashes of being able to hit the 3 with consistency. But again, if you move him to the 4 now, he's guarding, there's different guys guarding him, quicker guys, better defensive guys, many occasions stepping out into coverage. So you have to take that into consideration too. And so, what you're saying makes sense. Get as big as you can,
right?
Be as disruptive as you can at the rim, and see if that enables your guys out front to be more aggressive offensively. I don't mind that at 6 if that's the way they go. Conversely, I don't mind if they take Trey Johnson if he's there at 6 because they need somebody who can score. Like, you're one of the worst offensive teams in the league. They need somebody to put the ball in the basket consistently, and that dude is a bucket. He's a bucket. And so either way they go, I would be fine with either way they go. I don't know that Trey Johnson's going to be there at 6. They may have to move up a spot or 2 to get, if that's the guy they want. I think there's a better chance Malawach is there at 6. And I don't mind that from where they're picking. Either one of those picks would be fine with me.
Staying local here, DA, what do you make of this McLaurin contract situation that he's getting a little bit frustrated? What do you make of those reports?
I'm sorry. Who are we talking about? I didn't hear you.
Terry McLaurin with the OTA stuff.
I don't think I would be very surprised if this becomes a thing. If I remember correctly, I think Terry missed some of OTAs a couple, before he signed his last extension.
Mm-hmm.
He missed at least some of it. So I'm not going to make a big deal out of that. Knowing Terry and knowing what Dan Quinn and Adam Peters have said about Terry, I think this is a negotiation. They are keeping it behind closed doors for the most part. I would be surprised if this became a thing. I really would. I'm not saying it's not possible because it's money and it does happen. But both parties are. It would create many more problems for each party if this became a protracted negotiation holdout situation going into camp. It just doesn't. I'm a big proponent of guys should get paid what they earn. Terry's earned it.
He played.
You know what I mean? Like this isn't even debatable. You know what I mean?
Completely agree. Completely agree.
So and I don't think this organization, this group with Josh Harris in charge and Adam Peters running the front office, I think they will pay guys they consider core commanders. And if Terry McLaurin's not a core commander, I don't know what is. So I suspect this gets done sooner rather than later, and certainly in time for camp.
He's got leverage, DA. He played it perfectly when you think about why he signed the 3-year deal last time. He then goes out in his contract year essentially and has the best year of his career. So they're going to have to pay him. That's the best way to put it.
Yes, and he's earned it. Pay him. He's earned it.
DA, appreciate the time, man. Always
appreciate
great.
You, brother.
Okay, guys. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
That's the great David Aldrich. You can follow him on X at David Aldrich DC. Want to get into the big news of yesterday in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers going to be joining the black and gold out in Pittsburgh. We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
This sports update was brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Dallas Stars head coach Pete DeBoer was just fired after 3 seasons with the team, getting to the Western Conference Final every single season, but they've never advanced past that for a shot at the Stanley Cup. Now, this move came less than a week since the Stars ended their season in a 6-3 loss at home to Edmonton in Game 5 of the Western Conference Final. The Stars owners said the day after the season finale that they didn't see firing DeBoer being on anybody's agenda, but clearly something has changed since then. Dallas Stars in the market for a new head coach. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. B. Mitch and Finley show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. Also, it's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. So, yesterday, the biggest news in the NFL outside of the DMV area was Aaron Rodgers is going to be signing with the Steelers. He's flying into Pittsburgh today. Everything's basically been agreed on. It's just about putting pen to paper and passing a physical. And Aaron Rodgers is going to be the Steelers quarterback this season. Initial thoughts, Linnell?
Well, I feel like I've always been in the minority camp when it comes to like the dialogue surrounding Aaron Rodgers. This media-driven, made-up narrative, that's what I'm going to call it, that he is some locker room cancer, that he is the reason the Jets were bad last year. Like, give me a break. Give me a break. The New York Jets regressed significantly on defense. What the hell does Aaron Rodgers have to do with that? You know what the Jets are? The Jets are just a bad organization. You know what all bad organizations have in common? Bad owners. And Woody Johnson is amongst the worst in all of the National Football League. So to try and blame Aaron Rodgers for what happened, I don't necessarily agree with it. I think as media members, we have let our opinion of Aaron Rodgers, the person, influence how we analyze Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback. And that's frustrating. Big picture, him signing in Pittsburgh is great for the Steelers. And according to the reports, Pelissero and Rap Sheet were on this hard yesterday, as well as Shefty. This was a Mike Tomlin-driven move. Mike Tomlin stood on the table for Aaron Rodgers. So this is not him going to the New York Jets where Robert Saleh doesn't even have his own stones under him, if you pick up what I'm putting down. Like, this is a coach-centric organization in Pittsburgh that's got leadership from the top down, that understands how to handle personalities. And I think Rodgers would not have signed this deal. I don't think Mike Tomlin would have pursued it if they weren't on the same page. They met for 6 hours back during the start of free agency. So I figured the deal would come. It was just a matter of time. And yesterday, we saw the final domino fall here.
So here's the thing. He is a problem, in my opinion. And I'm a Rodgers guy. He's one of my favorite quarterbacks I've ever watched growing up. I covered him for a little bit while I was in Milwaukee. I like Aaron Rodgers, but he is a problem. He always wants his same guys. He wants to run his offense. He wants to do stuff his way. He wants to do everything Aaron Rodgers' way. And if he could fit in to a system, if he could fit in to an organization, I think he can still be a successful quarterback.
Yes.
I think the best situation for him to do that is a Mike Tomlin-led team where there's no question who the leader is. There's no question who's in charge. If he runs Arthur Smith's offense and he's able to let the OC do his job and call the plays, and he designs the offense, and he doesn't make their general manager go out and trade for Alan Lazard and bring Randall Cobb out of retirement and just bring in all his boys, then yeah, I think Aaron Rodgers can be successful. I think Rodgers can still play a little bit. He's not the same Rodgers that won an MVP couple of years ago. He's not that guy anymore, but I think he can still play a little bit. I just don't understand why the Steelers put themselves in this situation. They can consistently do this, and I think that the Steelers need to look themselves in the mirror and be honest about where they're at. Not to say that there are ways that you can find a quarterback without having to tank, essentially, and get that first or second overall pick without having to, quote-unquote, rebuild. But they're going to consistently, year after year, go after this veteran quarterback route so that Mike Tomlin can do his thing where he wins 9, 10 games, gets in the playoffs, gets spanked. And when did the standard in Pittsburgh become finishing above 500? I don't understand that. And so I don't get how they put themselves in this spot. I like Will Howard. I like that pickup. I think he kind of fits what Pittsburgh's going to do. But is he the franchise quarterback? Aaron Rodgers is there for, at max, 2 years, probably just one. What is the direction of that franchise? I think they'll be better with Aaron Rodgers than they would have been without him, but that's because Mason Rudolph is their other option. I don't quite understand what Pittsburgh's doing. Year after year, it's just about finding a way to sneak into the playoffs and lose. Why is that their standard?
What I think they've tried to do this past couple of years is when you look at their roster and where they're at, it's not a super young roster. They feel like they're in their championship window and that they've been a quarterback away for several seasons. And I think you can make the argument based off of how piss poor the quarterback play has been for them that they are. And I think at this point, Rodgers is not the MVP level that he was, obviously. But I think in this offense, if you're looking at schematically what Arthur Smith and company want to do, it's a play action pass game where the ball's getting out of his hands quick. And that's what he still does extremely well at this
Here's
point.
my issue. Is he going to run Arthur Smith's offense? He better, because if he does, it's fine.
You don't meet with you don't meet with him for 6 hours,
but
and do this song and dance for him to come in and go AWOL.
When he was in Green Bay, he ran a variation of Matt LaFleur's offense that was Aaron Rodgers' style. In New York, he ran Aaron Rodgers' offense because they hired Nathaniel Hackett to be his offensive coordinator. We saw how that went. Just basically brought in there just to be his boy. And Aaron Rodgers ran his offense. I'm telling you, when you watch the Jets, you watch the end of the time of the Packers, it's the same offense. They're running the same stuff. It was so difficult. Aaron Rodgers has everything depend on him, and 26-year-old Aaron Rodgers can probably do all that stuff. 41, 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers cannot. And so if he goes in there and runs Arthur Smith's offense, I think he can be fine. I'm not fully sold that Aaron Rodgers isn't going to hijack some of that offense and make it more Arthur Smith's offense run by Aaron Rodgers.
If they
called by Aaron Rodgers in some cases.
If they allow that to happen, it's more of an indictment on the Steelers than it is an indictment on Aaron Rodgers. Point blank.
But that's why I don't understand why they decided to go the Rodgers route.
Because they know that they're going to get him in there and he's going to do what the hell they say. There's no negotiating with Mike Tomlin. This ain't Robert Saleh, who has no footing within the organization. Mike Tomlin is the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I have all the confidence that he'll be able to come in there.
I think part of that, there's your problem too, by the way. That Mike Tomlin is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
See, I don't necessarily like
winning 9-10 games is you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. Not winning Super Bowls is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Why have they been a 9-10 win team? They haven't been able to find an answer at quarterback. They forced the Kenny Pickett selection a couple of years ago, and they're never bad enough to where they bottom out. Whenever we have this quarterback conversation surrounding the Steelers, and we're choosing to divvy out blame in terms of why they haven't found a long-term answer, why is it always Mike Tomlin and the general manager Colbert and Omar Khan never foot any of the blame here?
They all deserve blame. But like you said, it's a coach-centric approach. The same reason that when you go with Ron Rivera time, we didn't talk about Mayhew always being the problem, the Marty Party being the problem. It was Ron. Mike Tomlin's in charge there.
You know what's sad about that? Martin Mayhew and Marty Herney were two reputable front office guys that had their legacy tarnished by Ron Rivera.
Yeah, 100%. But my thing is, Tomlin's very in charge. I don't know if he's making all the personnel decisions, but like you said, he's the one standing on the table for Aaron Rodgers. I just don't quite understand what their plan is. At some point, you've got to find a quarterback and develop him. To me, and I know he's the polarizing name, I still don't understand why you don't give a shot on like a Shedeur. Be honest. I think he could have been a starting quarterback. And I know people don't love him sometimes as the prospect. I think he could have been a starting quarterback for this team. Regardless, I don't think they have a plan at the quarterback position, and it's frustrating because at least if I were a Pittsburgh fan, I'd be annoyed that it's seemingly become now about let's keep the streak going of not finishing below 500 versus.
I mean, but Toby, I think that's more of a media-driven thing. You think they're really caring about that inside the walls of the organization?
Linnell, you're not getting over the top. You're not beating Patrick Mahomes. You're not beating Lamar Jackson. You're not beating Joe Burrow. A couple of those guys in your own division, you're not beating those dudes. So when's the last time you felt the Steelers were a legitimate threat in the AFC? And it's a stacked conference.
I think they are now.
They're not.
And I thought last year outside of the quarterback position, they were legit. They have Baltimore's numbers.
Outside of the quarterback position, Linnell, it's the most important position on the field.
Correct, but you look at the rest of their roster defensively at all three levels, they've got a blue chipper. On the offensive side, they have a pretty damn good offensive line. We know Steeler football. They're going to run it. I just think they are a quarterback away. It's hard when you don't have – they've gotten bottom feeder production out of the position and still won 9-10 games. That's a testament to the rest of the roster and how good it is.
But at some point, you got to make a decision on what you're doing here.
Right, but you also have to – it's not like it's easy to go mortgage 3 first-round picks to go trade up for.
Why not?
You have to love – first of all, you got to love a guy. Who knows if they got to that point?
You've got to find a way. Or you've got to develop guys. You got to find a way.
I mean, it's hard to develop a late-round quarterback. It just is. It doesn't happen throughout the National Football League.
Yeah, and I get, like, you know, they got short stick with Kenny Pickett. Like, I get – but I still think they could have made something out of Kenny Pickett.
I mean, Kenny Pickett's terrible. Let's be honest.
I still think they could have found something. I also thought that Najee Harris wasn't that good, and they ran him way too much when they could have given Jalen Warren the ball a little bit more. Regardless, to me, they've got to figure something out where if you want to be up there with the top teams in the AFC, you got to have a quarterback, and Rodgers ain't it.
See, I disagree. I think in the right system, in the right fit, if there's a good team around him, he could be a championship-winning quarterback. 100% think he's still got that ability. What the other guys around him are going to do is the big thing. Joe and Manassas wants to chime in. Joe, what's going on?
What's up, Joe?
What's up, guys? Love the show as always. And Leno, how do you say like he's not a cancer in the locker room, bro? That's like the craziest talk I ever heard. Let's talk about this for a second. Hey, common denominator. It's him with his parents, his girlfriend, the franchises, everything. you come on, man.
You cut deep because it does go. It does go that deep with him.
You know, it does. I mean, just the type of guy you are speaks volumes, and a quarterback needs to be a leader of men. Don't you agree with that?
Correct. So the thing that came out of the Jets locker room last year, you talk to anybody, any national reporter, any local reporter, they loved Rodgers in the locker room. Loved Rodgers. So like that's why I'm not buying that. They're just a bad organization to me. I don't think
they love Rodgers for what he's done in the NFL, man. Like the players, they love the players that have done it. You know what I mean? Like, let's get real. Like when management and coaches and stuff, and he's rubbing them the wrong way. And like Toby said, like if he's willing to run the offense, then run the offense. Don't do your own thing. Like you know what I'm saying? Like don't go rogue. That's all I'm saying. Don't go rogue. Don't be Aaron Rodgers. Stay in your lane and do what the coaches say. And let's see what happens.
Yeah,
100%.
Appreciate you as always, Joe.
Because I actually think he could have been a little more successful at the end of his tenure with the Packers if he would have just let Matt LaFleur run his offense. But instead, he wanted to run Aaron Rodgers' offense with a little bit of Matt LaFleur mixed in. And so he won some MVPs under LaFleur.
Yeah.
But you saw some different elements that if you could have mixed him in with MVP-level Rodgers.
But that's the thing, Toby. Like, how can we say that he changed the offense completely when it doesn't work? When instead of looking at the ancillary pieces around, you were in Milwaukee and Green Bay.
He didn't have the pieces around him.
Offensive line stunk. Devontae Adams was your only wide receiver, and your defense was old.
Their old line was okay. But to me, the issue is, and the reason that really opened my eyes, watching the last season he had in Green Bay, which I was still there for, and then watching the Jets offense, it was the same crap. The exact same stuff, where it was just monotonous. Everything depended on Rodgers, and Rodgers wasn't the same guy anymore. Yeah. So it was just so hard. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, you watch some teams in the NFL, picking up 4 yards is a breeze. With the Jets, it was a slog to pick up 2. Yeah. Like, everything was hard. Aaron Rodgers is going to be joining the Pittsburgh Steelers. You want to hop in, talk about it, 800-636-1067. Listener lines are open. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. B. Mitch and Finley brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment, celebrating a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday here on The Fan.
Does Landfill know that? Does Landfill know this is Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday?
Yeah, he knows.
I can't tell.
He knows.
Maybe is it afternoon?
It'll start
Okay.
afternoon. It's
Afternoon.
still a little early for him. Still a little early.
It's according to Commandante Tequila, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Damn it, all the time.
Yeah, of course. Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers.
Brilliant.
I can't say brilliant. I don't love how they backed themselves into a corner.
They didn't.
They did. They have to get Aaron Rodgers. They had to. And they probably planned on it all along.
Right.
But I do not like that it feels like they're going year to year and doing this time and time and time again. And I don't know. If I were a Steelers fan, I'd be done. I'd be done with this song and dance year after year after year. Because what fun is it, Linnell, to just eke your way into the playoffs and lose every year?
I just don't view them with Rodgers under center as that team. I don't.
So,
I
where do they rank in the AFC?
Let's look at the teams. The Buffalo, I would put clearly, definitively ahead of them.
That's 1.
Kansas City.
2. Baltimore.
I'm not putting the Ravens definitively ahead of Pittsburgh.
They are.
Pittsburgh has their number every time they play.
Well, in the division, fine.
Pittsburgh can beat them. They're just as good of a team as them.
Baltimore's better.
If I'll give you the Ravens, cool, but it's not like there are a bunch of teams in the AFC that are just better than Pittsburgh. You can't say that. You can't.
There are.
I'm not taking Cincy over Pittsburgh. No,
I'll take Cincy
with no defense.
Yeah,
you're crazy.
I'll take Houston.
No,
I'll take the Chargers. I'll probably take the Broncos. I mean, we're getting to the stage now where they're probably not making the playoffs.
I just don't see it playing out that way. I think they're better as a team than you're giving them credit for.
They're well coached.
Their
they
defense
play well.
I still think they're one of the elite defenses, and they had a damn good draft. Like adding Derek Harmon, putting him up front with Keanu Benton and TJ Watt and Cam Hayward, that'll cause problems. They brought in Darius Slay, who I think will give them, serviceable play. They brought in Juan Thorhill. It's not like the cupboard is bare of talent.
I'm not even saying that
Jack
it is.
Sawyer's there.
They have a solid team. The problem is they're kind of just spinning their wheels and doing the same thing. They're running the hamster wheel where it's just constantly, let's get into the playoffs, let's lose in the playoffs and get embarrassed, and then let's go find another quarterback and let's do the same thing over again. And then next year, who's it going to be? Which veteran quarterback? Remember when the Colts did this for a while? It was Matt Ryan, and then it was Carson Wentz. It was Phillip Rivers. That's kind of what they're doing right now. It's let's see which veteran quarterback we're going to bring in next year.
Those guys were legitimately on their last leg, though.
So is Rodgers.
Rodgers is better right now than what Matt Ryan was in Indy.
Okay, fine. I can give you that. But Rodgers is on his last leg.
I think this is the perfect system and offense for him to be in because they're going to be a run-first team. What he did well last year in Pittsburgh, with the Jets, was getting the ball out of his hands. He still got
screw the team
quick
over?
trigger. Oh, man. I just don't – that narrative it's just old and tired to me because,
it's true, though, Linnell.
Their defense stunk last year. Sauce Gardner regressed. Quentin Williams wasn't impactful. That's not Aaron Rodgers' fault. And I think if Pittsburgh is going to feature the quick game and the play action stuff, all the traditional, staples that you see in an Arthur Smith offense, I think he can execute that at a super high level.
I think you're sleeping on the fact of how much he hijacks the offense and says, we're going to do things my way.
For sure.
And look, hopefully going to Pittsburgh, he understands Mike Tomlin's going to be in his ear. Hey, man, you're not running Aaron Rodgers' offense here. You're going to run Arthur Smith's offense. If that gets through, I think they can work together just fine.
So how does that change it? Because that's a big if in this, obviously. But I think we can assume that it happens because of how he got to New York. Mike Tomlin stood on the table for Aaron Rodgers, according to Shefty. And we know Shefty's hold water for just about everybody. If he says it, it's damn near as good as true. If Mike Tomlin stood on the table for Aaron Rodgers, then I would have to say that his future with the organization should be tied to Aaron Rodgers' success.
I wouldn't want to tie myself to that.
Because if you're Tomlin, here's how I look at Mike Tomlin. I feel kind of the same about Kyle Shanahan as well. I think their time may have run up. Their time in Pittsburgh may have run its course. he may need to have his Andy Reid second act, going to a
I've
different
felt that
organization
for a couple of years now.
and hitting the reset button. I think he may need to do it. I think Rodgers is his saving grace. I do. I really do like the fit.
I don't think Rodgers is anyone's saving grace. At this
You're
point
telling me he can't? That stretch a good play that you got from Russell Wilson. You don't think Rodgers is capable of that over the course of 17 weeks? He's just a better quarterback.
Yeah, I think I'm not saying that they can't be decent next year. I think they're probably about the same. That's the problem, though.
You're just not willing to guarantee them one of the 7 playoff spots in the conference.
Yeah, I mean, they're just the same. 9-10 wins. They'll finish above 500. We know that. Because God forbid they finish below 500. That's their Super Bowl now. That's all that matters. I don't know.
It's a media-driven thing.
It's true, and it seems to be their only focus. I don't know. If I were a Pittsburgh fan, I'd be done with it.
If was the 5th.
But
I'd
thankfully,
toe up from the floor.
Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that because we're Washington fans. Commanders look like they're on the way up. We have a quarterback. We have a quarterback. We don't have to worry about this stuff anymore, at least for the next decade, hopefully.
Yeah.
Let's get back into the Commanders next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Dallas Stars head coach Pete DeBoer was just fired after 3 seasons with the team. Dallas became the first team to reach the conference finals 3 seasons in a row without winning at least one cup title under that playoff format that began in 1994. So he was getting them very close, just couldn't get them to the Stanley Cup final to even get a chance to compete. DeBoer also made a really much discussed and curious decision to bench Jake Ottinger, the goalie, after he gave up 2 goals on 2 shots in the first 7 minutes of play. 2 days later, the coach still hadn't acknowledged Ottinger about it to talk him through his decision. It was a PR nightmare. The Stars owner said the day after the season finale that they didn't see firing DeBoer on the agenda, but clearly something's changed. Speaking of, tonight is Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final, 8 p.m. puck drop. Oilers got the win in Game 1 in overtime. So are the Panthers going to find themselves down 2-0 after tonight's game in Edmonton? Or are they going to even up the score in this best-of-7 matchup? From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. The B. Mitch and Finley show is brought to you by Ruud HVAC Equipment. Head over to Ruud.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. RUUD. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. It's also a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. So OTAs wrapping up today. Mandatory minicamp getting underway next week. You were able to go out to OTAs on Wednesday, Linnell. Yeah. What were some of the things that you saw from the guys out there?
Can I just preface this? First of all, I have notes. I was that geeked up about it. I want to preface it by saying it's really hard to have any meaningful, concrete takeaways from an OTA practice because it's helmets, jersey, and shorts. But there were a couple of things that stood out. Random. I have random notes here, and I'll just spill out the notebook here, and you ask me questions, and you all call in with questions as you have them based off of what I said. First of all, I think big picture, I've continued to say this is going to be one of the harder teams to make. This is the best roster, Toby, that the Commanders have had in a while, right? From top to bottom, I think.
Big time.
The floor has been significantly raised. There's going to be competition everywhere. On the interior of the offensive line, I think there will be major competition there. My money right now on the 2 starting guards, week 1, is Brandon Coleman on the right side, sitting in for Sam Cosmi, and then Nate Herbig on the left side.
Over Allegretti.
Over Nick Allegretti, yes. So that's – I felt that way when he was signed, that like Allegretti could potentially be in trouble. They're going to compete. The big picture takeaway for me, this offensive line is a long ways away from being solidified. I think the messaging that they've signaled is true. Laramie Tunsil is really the only guy guaranteed a starting job. I think they're going to let dudes compete. I know Biotish probably wins the starting job at center. But the rest is kind of TBD here. Brandon Coleman's been working inside at guard primarily from what I was able to see. Trent Scott was getting some work at left tackle. Andrew Wiley was getting some work at right tackle. I think going into next year, this offensive line's in a much better spot. I'm just curious to see how the final 5 is solidified. But Nate Herbig is a guy that I kind of want to introduce to the fans. And if they're sleep on him, don't be, because I think he's got a real shot to beat out Nick Allegretti for that left guard spot.
How good do you think Coleman's going to be as a guard? I think he's going to be really, really good.
I think he's got. I don't want to. It's hard here whenever you ask the hypothetical, because I want to hyperbolize. I think he's got all pro potential at guard. When you think about why he struggled to tackle and what he struggled with, it was the movement. It was the quick, skilled guys. When he latches onto you, his hands are like vice grips. Mm-hmm. So on the interior, when you're playing inside of a phone booth and you don't have to work super hard to get your hands on dudes, I think he's going to be a problem. One thing that also stood out, too, the screen game is going to be It may be the best in football next year.
Yeah, they have guys that can get out and move.
They ran the most wide receiver screens last year in the NFL. I wouldn't be surprised if they double that number. You know who was getting featured early and often and moved around to a bunch of different spots from what I saw?
Jalen Lane.
Deebo Samuel. They did. Jalen Lane did get, it was a little quirky play they ran for Jalen Lane. Like they motioned him across the backfield from one side of the formation to another. And they threw like a tunnel screen to him.
I think they're going to do a bunch of that. But yeah, Deebo is going to be very versatile.
Oh, dude.
Like they're going to use him all over the place. The other question I'd have for you off this, what is your timeline you're thinking of Cosmi coming back? Because I've told people all along, I want to look exactly what date I'd picked out, but like I'm looking like week 10 because people are thinking he's just suddenly going to be back a lot sooner. And I just don't see that because you're looking at an injury that is significant that you're looking at a 9-month time frame, which I think kind of lines up. So he had surgery. If I went back and looked on social media correctly, he had surgery on January 28th. So if you line that up and you go 9 months from that date, obviously you get to October. The next game after that would be week 9, November 2nd. Like I think anything before week 10 is great. I wouldn't expect him until the second half of the year, though.
I think he's on the flight with them going. But I think maybe you wait till after the bye week and you bring him out November 30th versus Denver. I was gonna say, do you send him on the trip to Madrid? But it's like, do you want him flying, dealing with extra swelling that comes from flying? Like, I don't know if you want to do that. Then you have a bye week on top of it. So do you just let him make his debut against Denver and have him ready for the stretch run?
I'm not sure.
I think it all depends on how the group plays without him. You'd be a fool to think that doesn't play a part into the thought.
He's your best five. Process. If they're playing really well together, then maybe you can give him a couple more weeks.
Yeah.
But either way, you don't rush him.
No.
You don't rush him. And that's my point. Like, I think so many people just assume that, he'll be back pretty soon into the season. I don't think so. I think you're looking at back half of the season that he'll show back up, which hopefully this team is a playoff team once again, and that's ultimately all that matters. He should be available for the playoffs. But I think that's going to be something to monitor as well. I wouldn't expect him any earlier than week 9 or week 10.
Yeah, I think his return will be welcomed, but I do think this is why I just think they knocked free agency in the offseason as a whole out of the park. Even if Sam Cosmi doesn't play a snap next year, I like this offensive line.
I agree.
I like Brandon Coleman. To me, here's a take. Lou D. Pantry, clip this off. I think Brandon Coleman will end up being a better guard than Sam Cosmi. I think he will end up being a better guard than Sam Cosmi is. He's got better traits. He's longer. He's bigger. And he's more than or just as athletic.
I think when you have Sam Cosmi on this offensive line, you have pluses at every single position of the offensive line. And that's something this team hasn't had since at least Trent Williams was here. When you think about Tunsil being a franchise left tackle, you think about Coleman eventually at left guard being a plus. You think about Biotish as a plus. You think about Cosmi as being a really good right guard. And you think about Connerly growing into that right tackle role. I think that's 5 pluses. That's something that you can build around. So I love what they've done to address the offensive line this offseason.
For sure. And I like the thought process of, hey, we'll let the fans panic about defense and defensive end and pass rush and stopping the run. We're going to put our heads down and go, sure up the most important position group on this team. Talking about that front five. And I think they've done that from a depth standpoint and an immediate starter standpoint. Defense, though, listening to Joe Witt talk pre-practice, you really begin to understand, like, they're very cognizant of the fact that, hey, we didn't play the run well enough last year.
You think?
And it was a big point of emphasis with them. I loved how detailed Joe Witt was, and we'll let you hear from Joe Witt coming up here momentarily. But I loved how detailed he was in terms of providing a solution, right? Like, they went out and attracted and sought after, rather, bigger body types. They're focused on length and play strength and being better at the point of attack. And I think that's the issue. The other part is this, that we didn't realize. The injury to Jordan McGee screwed them last year. They had plans of him starting week 1. They were going to run 3 linebackers off the rip week 1. He said as much in the presser.
But you can't let one injury screw over your entire defense.
It changes your personnel.
That's fine.
It changes how
one person can't change, especially a 5th-round rookie.
It goes from playing in your base more primarily to now playing nickel a whole lot, which they lived in. I think they want the philosophy that they have at linebackers. They've got 2 out of 3 dudes because Bobby's really can't run. that have speed that can go out and cover tight ends and running backs and play the flat
Yeah,
with
I
McGee
get
and
that,
Luvu.
But injuries are a
And
part
they're
of football.
bigger.
Injuries are part of football. Just because
They
one
didn't
guy
have a replacement.
one guy gets hurt, specifically on the defensive side.
Yeah.
It's different if we're talking quarterback. I get that. But on the defensive side of the football, you got to have other plans if a guy goes down. That happens. The other point about this too is they brought in bigger bodies. There's no question. But Javon Kinlaw has not been good against the run in his career. So I'm curious with the guys that they brought in. I think Dietrich Wise is a good run defender, but some of the other guys that they brought in have not been historically good against the run, and that's how they're solving the run, by bringing in bigger bodies that sucked at the run wherever they were previously. So they must have a plan, like you said, which is great. They need to have a plan, but I'm still a little bit skeptical of some of the moves they made defensively this offseason.
I think it's fair if anybody feels that way, but I look at, and you saw it toward the end of the year, the Tampa Bay playoff game, they come out and base to start, and they actually played the run really well in that game, but Jordan McGee got hurt again. They want to play, allowing them to play in their base more and actually playing 3 traditional linebackers. You're bigger. You fit the run better with bigger guys, faster guys that can take on blocks and also cover at the same time. I think that was huge. The other thing is kicking Mikey Sanger still back inside, I think helps your run defense
100%
immensely as well, because he's the alley force player.
That's why I thought getting Amos in the second round was so big.
Yeah.
Because without him, Jonathan Jones could play out there, but you didn't have another size-wise like boundary corner. Now you do. We'll see how early he can get on the field and be an impact player for this team. But I think having him and Lattimore be your boundary corners, at least, second half of the year, hopefully. Sammer's still back inside. Jonathan Jones kind of as a swing piece there. I think that's going to be huge for this team.
For sure. And they love Trey Amos, by the way.
They should.
Just hearing Joe Witt
stuck.
talk about him, watching them light up when they speak of him. They love the young man, and I think they have every reason to. He is going to be a big piece of this thing. Like you alluded to, if he can hold down that outside corner spot and Marshawn Lattimore comes in and is in good shape, then I think they'll be fine. Here's something, I think we said this last time we were together, the last time I was sitting in on the show. I think the moves they made this offseason at corner speak to their uncertainty about Marshawn Lattimore. It speaks to them trying to have a contingency plan in the case and scenario of he's not ready, he's not reliable, he's not trustworthy. Because you brought back Noah Igbenogany. Jonathan Jones is a pretty seasoned corner that's got plenty of starting experience as a Super Bowl champion, would start on every team in the NFL pretty much. And then you also spent pretty significant draft capital on Trey Amos. So all of that to me speaks to, Lattimore is under contract, but can we count on him? Can we rely on him?
I think that was part of the rationale on why they made some of the moves. But I think a majority of it is they didn't love how much they were going to have to spend to get an edge rusher and free agency of a big time pass rusher, or they didn't love going there at 29 over a Connerly. And so in turn, they decided that the best way to make sure that they could still get a pass rush is by improving the secondary so that they can actually send more resources in terms of blitzing guys, 5 and 6 guys at the quarterback and not feel as bad because you've got corners that you feel like you can trust on the back end.
For sure. And I think, and I wish the mic didn't make his way around to me, Toby. But what I wanted to ask Joe Witt Jr. when I got the chance to be out there is, last year they blitzed at a pretty high rate.
Exactly.
I pulled the number up here. They had the 6th highest blitz percentage in the National Football League. Was that by design, or is it a byproduct of you not being able to generate pressure with your front four? Because it changes the dynamic completely if you can have the latter, right?
100%. I think this defense is naturally aggressive. I think that's how they want to play. I think they want to force the issue.
Yeah.
That's how you're going to force turnovers. You don't force turnovers generally by just rushing for that can't get home and just sitting back in coverage and waiting. You got to force the issue, get the ball out. He misses, he overthrows, whatever it may be, and you force the issue some. That was kind of my issue with JDR's defense. Was JDR would kind of sit back.
Yes,
he's going to rush for
vanilla.
Just very, very. We'll just chill and let. I like that they're forcing the issue. Part of the reason too. Look, Linnell, when you sign a guy like a Frankie Louvu, if you're just going to rush 4, then you're wasting Frankie Louvu.
Right.
That's how you got to use him, as that 5th defender who's either blitzing. And I think the interesting part about this that you brought up, going back to the run game, are they going to have some of these blitzes brought up more just to help out in the run game as well? Having some of these run blitzes called. So I think that's something that's going to be huge. And I think they looked at it and said, "What if you gave them the option?" Maybe I'm wrong here, but you even think back to Dan Quinn's days in Seattle. What did they have? They had a secondary, right? They had a nasty secondary. And in turn, you had some solid guys up front. You can think of Michael Bennett, but you don't remember as many guys. It's not like they had 4 dudes like the Eagles across the front. They were more so built from the back to the front and manufactured a pass rush versus having the pass rush and then hoping that their corners don't get left out to dry.
I think it plays hand in hand. But to your point, the secondary improving should help out. I still have questions about the safety spot in terms of the secondary. And Joe Witt Jr., it always is, in our business, it's always like very reassuring when a professional that actually knows what he's doing, confirms one of your thoughts and beliefs. He singled out Jeremy Reaves in the presser the other day, saying that he's our special teams ace, but we need to find him a role on the defense because he does nothing but make plays. I am of the belief that safety spot opposite Quan Martin is wide open. Wide open. And I think it comes down to Percy. It comes down to Will Harris. I think it comes down to Jeremy Reaves. People are going to say, you're counting out Tyler Owens. He brought up Tyler Owens as well. I think for Tyler, if he can bang and is physical, I think they want to use him as a nickel and play him in the box. But, they're going to be good football players that get cut.
What are you looking for in this second safety? Because you're replacing Jeremy Chin.
Yeah, I want him to be able to do that.
So you're going to be playing more of that strong safety down in the box. You got to be able to play the run well, covering more of the tight ends.
But here's the thing, though. If you can play in your base defense more often and play through linebackers, I think the role of that second safety changes. I think you can play more too high looks if you want to, and things of that nature. But I think in that second safety, like you said, you got to be able to come down and fit the run first. I think that's your most important job, is your ability to fit the run, because if one guy's out of their gap, we know how consequential that can be for a run defense. But the one thing that Jeremy Chin struggled with a little bit last year, and it's ironic because I think the game he struggled the most was playing against the Titans, and Will Levis, he's awful. Chika Okonkwo gave him the blues. He struggled to cover tight ends. I think we struggled as a team last year to cover the tight end. Who fills that role? He singled out Kane Madrano, and it was crazy. He asked, is he Chin or is he Luvu? I think they wanted to be a hybrid of both. He's the other X factor of this defense.
Well,
because if he can carve out a role, woof.
To your point, though, about the linebackers, they're in an interesting spot where if they have one of those guys go down, they are small at linebacker. Very small. Like if Bobby Wagner were to go down, or if Luvu or something were to happen, they are very small at their reinforcements at linebacker. So that's going to be intriguing to see exactly what they do. I like some of the speed that they have at that linebacker position. I think it's interesting, though, that you keep talking about them playing so much base. Yeah. Most teams nowadays just play nickel as their base because of how much passing there is, how many 3 wide receiver sets there are. Do you think that they're going to try to still deploy? I mean, you think about Philadelphia, they'll run 3 wide receivers, but that third wide receiver is like Jahan, and they never throw him the ball. So sometimes you can get away sticking with 3 linebackers on the field.
I think ideally you want to have as much size and speed on the field at one time. I think when you play base, people have the thought process that you're giving up speed. You're not going to be, as successful covering the pass. I think in today's modern NFL, the ideal defense, look at what San Francisco had, their linebacking trio and what they were able to do. I think that's how you want to do it. And it may be what Washington's trying to replicate here. The key is going to be the guys up front, though. Like, does their roles change, right? Your ability to move. And I understand, he's got a lot of pressure on him because I think fans kind of it was the first signing of the offseason. So it's like, oh, we're on board. We're geeked up. Kinlaw.
Yeah.
He got paid a pretty considerable contract considering what he hasn't done in this league. So we talk about Lattimore being one of the quote-unquote linchpins of the defense will determine success and variance of success. I think Kinlaw as well. If he can be a freak show and game wreck and penetrate and get upfield, I think it makes them better as a unit.
Yeah, you certainly hope so. I mean, that's what they signed him to do.
Yeah.
I think he's ultimately going to be the Payne replacement as well after next season.
That's an interesting dynamic.
I do think that he's going to have to be they paid him more than I would have paid him. So he's going to be someone I'm monitoring for sure. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. I want to hear from Joe Witt Jr. next as well. He talked earlier this week. Linnell's got some stuff from him that he wants to hear about as well. If you want to hop in again, 800-636-1067. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka Lemonade. There's concern that Oregon star wide receiver Evan Stewart could miss the entire 2025 season after suffering a knee injury this week. It's believed that he's torn his patellar tendon. Stewart bypassed the 2025 NFL draft to return to school for his senior season earlier this year, and he was the most experienced player at the position, returning this fall for the Ducks. The former five-star prospect transferred from Texas A&M to Oregon last offseason, where he caught 48 passes for 613 yards and a career-high 5 touchdown receptions. So now it looks like that senior season may not happen this year. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. B. Mitch and Finley brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment here on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Joe Witt talked out at practice the other day ahead of OTAs, had some interesting stuff to say. I think this defense is going to be huge for this team to take that next step, Linnell. Like if they want to take the next step where, they're in the NFC Championship game last year. They were driven there by the offensive side. If they want to get to that next level where they're one of the top teams in the league in terms of expectations, in terms of going out there and delivering and getting to a Super Bowl, the defense has to play much better.
They have to. And the moves they made this offseason, on paper, they're not sexy. But if they can maintain relatively good health and then build off of some of what they were able to do last year, I think they'll be fine. But I guess going into this, right, we knew the big issue, the big Achilles heel with the defense was stopping the run. And I think the big thing that they did this offseason to address that was getting beefier amongst the defensive line. Here's Joe Witt talking about this revamped defensive line group.
We're really excited about the guys that we have, that we added. We wanted to get bigger and longer. We definitely did that up front. We did it in the back end also with Trey. So the vision of how we want to play and how we want to be and how we want to look is more. You're seeing more of it right now from a size and length and speed standpoint. So
they have a vision of who they want to be. And I think last year you got to look at it. It's their first year on the job. From a personnel standpoint, it's difficult in one offseason to kind of revamp who you want to be and set your foundation of who you are. I was saying it I had a real pleasant conversation with a guy, Bram Weinstein, voice of the Washington Commanders, out there at practice the other day. Talked to him for a while. And one thing that stood out to me as well, like excuse my French, like it's a big-ass football team. Like they look like, what a commander looks like now. Like Javon Kinlaw, that's a commander. Brandon Coleman, that's a commander, right? In the secondary, Trey Amos, that's a commander. There is a body type that they want at each position. And I think more so now than last year, they've achieved that pretty much everywhere.
Well, and I think it's important because when you think about the team in your division that is the class of the NFL right now, the Eagles, how do they play football? They're just bigger than everybody and bully everybody, right? Like that's how they want to play football. So if you're going to match up with them, let's not get bullied anymore. Right. Let's have guys that can go toe-to-toe. Maybe not as skilled, but let's at least have guys that can't just be easily moved around. So I don't mind that idea of improving by just getting some more size. I'm just still questioning whether some of these guys are skilled enough to be able to stop the run against the Philadelphia.
It's going to be tough. And look, like I continue to say, as soon as the schedule came out, that's the first thing I circled. I know everyone was geeked up about the Chiefs game, but you got murderers row of running backs right out of the chute. Now, you get lucky, right? I'd rather see Ashton Genty in week 3 before he gets his sea legs under him in week 11, per se, right? But we know what the Giants' run game was last year. Pretty formidable group. You add Cam Scatterboo to Tyrone Tracy, and that ain't no easy sledding. Then off of a short week, You've got the bruising physical run style of Green Bay and Josh Jacobs. Then you've got Ashton Genty. Then you've got the combo of Bijan Robinson and Algier, who gave you fits last year. And then you got Amarion Hampton behind that Chargers offensive line that made J.K. Dobbins look like he wasn't on one leg. So you're going to find out right away whether or not you can stop the run. Something else Joe Witt talked about, and he got right into it, and I loved this answer. What he wanted to see the defense improve on from last year.
We didn't produce the ball like I wanted to, that I envisioned us to. Now, the reason being, we dropped 16 of them. Literally just balls that touched our hands that we felt that should have been caught. If we catch half of those, that puts us in a different ring. We didn't play the run well enough, and I thought that we would have. And so if we can, and then the third thing, closing games out, it wasn't the way that I was anticipating. And so when we get into the offseason, we look at it in three different things. Okay, all right, was it schematics? Was it the player, or or sometimes we just get beat, So and then we went from a change, adjust, emphasis. Did we need to change some things? Are we adjusting? Are we going to emphasize some areas? And so the turnovers we're going to emphasize because we just have to catch the ball. Some of the things we're doing with the front for the run game, we have changed, and some we have adjusted. And so and then winning time moments in 2 minutes. We're going to competition every day to get those things better.
I just love the transparency from him. Ever since he's got here, his intro presser, I stack it up against anybody that's ever come through this football organization. In terms of him winning over the fan base right away, he's just super honest at the podium. Their run defense, he went into detail about, didn't go into great detail, but there were schematic changes that they've made. They're going to align differently. The rules are changing. It seems like, based off of that, and I don't want to read too far into it, they self-scouted, did a deep dive on their issues against the run, and they kind of recrafted their mentality and their philosophy in terms of how they're going to stop it. Do you have confidence, though, that they'll be able to do it? Because, that to me is the difference. If they can't stop the run next year, they're going to have the same problems. And they may not make the playoffs this time around.
The offense is going to have to carry him again, I feel like. So a lot of it's still going to be contingent on the offensive side of the ball. But they have to be able to stop the run. Yeah. They have to be able to do something. Because last year, that was their issue. It's they couldn't stop the run, and they weren't extremely effective against the pass. So what do you do here? What exactly is your plan? So I hope that with the self-scouts that they were able to find some things, whether it was tweaking the scheme, whether it was obviously they brought in bigger bodies like we were just talking about. I hope so, because old school philosophy still stands true to me. If you can't stop the run, you can't do anything.
You ask any defensive coordinator around the country, little league, middle school, high school, college, pro, what's the first thing your first principle as a defense? Got to stop the run. And the fact that they struggled so much last year to do it, I think it screwed up the entirety of their defense. You got to think about how often, and I'm surprised they were as good as they were on third down. It felt like they were consistently having to defend third and fourth or shorter because of their inability to stop the run on first and second down. So that's the big thing for me they got to improve.
This is where you need, I don't know who needs to do it. I don't know who's his guy. I have no idea. Someone needs to get in Daron Payne's ear.
Yeah.
Come on, dog. This is your spot. He has done it. We've seen him take over games at times and drives. You need that Daron Payne, the animal, to come back. And then I think he solves a lot of these issues because he's still got it in there.
Yeah.
It's just about getting it out of him.
For sure. And when they're healthy, and when I say healthy, I'm talking about the front four as well as, the three linebackers as well. I just wonder how it changes things. Because I know they have super high hopes for Jordan McGee and what he could be. Actually, if we got it ready, let's go to cut 7 real quick. Here is Joe Witt Jr. on Jordan McGee and, what he meant to this group.
We really had a package in last year for Jordan, and then he got hurt. And so it sort of took that package away versus 12 personnel. I'm really hopefully that he can stay healthy. And there's some other guys at the linebacker position that we want to have some 3 linebacker defenses that we can get a little bit bigger versus 12, not play as much nickel to shore up on some of the run on that aspect as well. So I'm excited to see he's been showing great call command, being a linebacker. I believe linebackers, control the huddle and control the defense, and he's learned from Bobby and Oos how to do that.
I'm excited for him. I'm super excited for him. Him, couple of second-year guys I'm excited for. Him, Javonte Jean-Baptiste actually had a pretty funny exchange with him and Dorrance Armstrong walking down to the practice field. But I'm not shy about it. I saw those two walking together. First of all, they're freaking frack. You see one, you see the other. Anytime Commander's social post Dorrance Armstrong, who's right next to him, it is Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Said, man, I need 25 combined from y'all next year. And they got that same reaction out of them. They got the chuckling, but then Dorrance was like, yeah, man, hell yeah, we can do it. We can, man. I should have had 10 last year. And I said, you got hurt. And I'm mooching up a little bit. But no, I have high hopes for Javonte. And then I think Dorrance, he led the team in pressures last year, despite not leading them in sacks. So I think he's got the ability to
he's steady Eddie
be better as well.
He's solid. He's not great. He's not bad. He's steady Eddie. You get what you pay for with him. He's just going to go out there and give you a solid force. At times he's going to make mistakes. At times he's going to make plays. But over the course of the year, he's just kind of there. Like, you know what you're getting with the baseline. He's one of those guys that we talked about with this team raising the floor. Mm-hmm. He's a floor guy for me. That's why you need someone on the other side to be the difference maker, but he helps raise that floor.
Yeah, I want to see him. It's a big year for him. I really do feel that way. You can think about last year when he was brought in. One of the few multi-year deals that was given out by this front office in year one was to him. Plenty of familiarity with DQ. I like the temperament that he plays, but if you watch too in between plays, like, he's part of their heartbeat. Like, in terms of like toughness, physicality, attitude, I think he embodies all of that. Another key piece of this defense we keep referencing, Marshawn Lattimore, not out at OTAs, and was kind of a problem for me. I heard Grant talk about it yesterday. It was a little bit, or the other day, was a little bit of a problem for him. Was it a problem for Joe Witt Jr.?
Okay, Marshawn hasn't been here. We've been in communication with him. So when he gets here, we'll see exactly where he is from a conditioning standpoint. From a mental standpoint, the coaches that have been meeting with him, talking with him. And so he's a smart young man, but we'll see exactly where he is when he gets here.
So mixed bag from him last year. You traded for damaged goods. Let's just be real about that. Took him about a month to even get on the field after the trade happened. Played well in spurts. I don't think he was all the way healthy. I want to go to the phones on this too, Toby, and get your thoughts as well at 1-800-636-1067. What do you think you can count on next year? What's more likely to happen? The run defense taking a step forward, or Marshawn Lattimore being as advertised? I want to take calls on that at 1-800-636-1067, because those are two very integral parts of this defense, both of which, if they both happen,
you're looking at you're looking at a top 15 defense.
100%.
If both those things happen. If neither of them happen, you're probably in the same boat. If one of them happens, you probably are approaching middle of the pack. So I think those two things are massive. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Which one do you believe is going to happen, or which one do you have more confidence happening? Marshawn Lattimore bouncing back, or the run defense improving? Again, 800-636-1067. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. What do you have more confidence in? The run defense improving or Marshawn Lattimore getting back to his form? Real quick, I'll give you my answer before we get out to the phone lines here, Linnell. I actually think that Lattimore is going to get back to not the Pro Bowl level that we've seen before, but I think he'll be playable. I don't have any faith in this run defense, frankly. I just don't. The guys that they brought in, I don't buy the Kinlaw stuff. I don't love that signing. I think they'll be about the same. Maybe they'll slightly improve, but I don't think they're going to be a plus run defending team this year. I just don't see it.
It's tough for me with Lattimore because I feel like it's just been we're so far removed from him being the Pro Bowl caliber player, it feels like.
He needs to be healthy, and that's a huge part of it. And I'm not bullish on Lattimore.
I'm not either.
That's how down I am on the run defense, to be 100% honest.
Yeah, like I feel like with the run defense, there's more than one issue as to why they couldn't stop the run, first and foremost. Second of all, I think with Lattimore, like, he could play. We've seen him at his peak be a good player. To your point, like, we haven't seen the run defense be good. They had spot moments last year. Like that Tampa Bay playoff game, I thought they were excellent stopping the run. Because that was our peak and primary concern going into it. Could they stop Tampa from running the football? Could they stop Tampa from running the football? I thought they did well. But then you fast forward to Detroit. I mean, I could have ran for $150 if they would have given me 20 touches. You know? So I still believe this to be true. And fans are going to get annoyed at this. David Montgomery coming back was the worst thing that happened for Detroit in that game. Because if he doesn't come back, I think Jahmyr Gibbs touched it 30
100%.
times, and we lose.
Yeah, well, boy wonder, Ben Johnson did a great job making sure that Jahmyr Gibbs didn't win that football game for him.
Let's go to Shane in Switzerland. What's chime in? What's going on, Shane?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, you guys are doing a great job. Hey, Toby, man, those haters in the glass back there, man, Valdez, you guys are just jealous of you, man, because you're going to have your own show one day. You keep doing what you're doing, brother.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Look, here's the thing. I have no trust in neither one of them, dude. Lattimore's been 3 years. Hey, look at the decline in the last 3 years. Mike Evans, Tampa Bay Buccaneer game, he got 8 up alive. The run defense has been a disaster since Ron Rivera's days were here because he went out and spent all those draft picks on the most overrated front four in NFL history. Let's call it what it is. And Daron Payne's still part of that.
Yeah.
Daron Payne, what has he done since he got his bag? He played for 1 year, got his bag, and now what's he done? Nothing. Look, here's the thing. Don't mention Daron Payne to me at all. I think we need to move his sorry ass and get him out of here. He got what he wanted. That's it.
Bringing it strong, Shane, on
Appreciate
a Friday.
it, Shane.
Enjoy your weekend, man. Daron Payne catches a lot of shrapnel for, notice my execution of the word. You know, I've struggled with that word.
Scrapnel?
Shrapnel, however the hell you say it. Daron Payne's caught a lot of heat over the past calendar year.
And rightfully so.
Rightfully so. I think
you can't get paid what he's getting paid. The combo of him and John Allen were getting paid top of the market, and we're not getting production.
He's the top cap hit on the team.
Look, man,
that's tough.
I can't get the football hardos to tell me they're getting paid a lot, and then, well, if you really knew football, you'd see the impact they're having. Miss me with that. When I pay someone a lot of money, I need to be able to see the impact.
Make tackles.
My grandma who doesn't understand football needs to see that. Who's that 94 guy? He's pretty good.
Right.
Right? Like, come on.
Do the thing that we paid you for, Daron. That's it.
Please.
That's it. 1-800-636-1067. Taking your calls on what is more likely next year. This Commanders defense bouncing back to be a respectable unit, or Marshawn Lattimore getting back to Pro Bowl form. Drew is in D.C. Wants to tap in. What's going on, Drew?
What's going on, fellas, man? Keep up the great work, man. Much love for the show.
Appreciate you.
I'm gonna have to rebuttal. You know, I got a rebuttal to your last caller, man.
Okay.
I think Daron Payne gonna show up this year because sometimes when you in a losing environment for so many years, you develop that type of habit, man. I understand he got that bag, but I'm gonna tell you, man, dude, I'm glad they kept him. And with the guy they picked up from San Francisco, watch what I tell you, man. They're going to do some damage on their line. And like I told the guy, told your engineer, man, I'm going to tell you, that dude that was just interviewing, man, he sounds like a coach. I mean, I've been waiting for somebody to talk like that on the mic for the past 10 years. For him to talk about what they're going to do for the defense or how they're going to make a little adjustments, you can see he understands the X's and O's. And Lattimore, man, I give him a bounce back year. The only thing he got to do is use his experience because the speed ain't there. But one thing they need to do, they need to check him when he get in his feelings about these guys who want to have these personal conflicts.
Totally agree.
They need to sit his ass down and be like, look, man, it's not a one-man game. This is a team game. So I'm just saying, man, I'm proud of that defensive coordinator, Joe Wick, to get up there and say what he said, man. I got season tickets, and I'm excited. Normally, I'd be trying to
Drew, where do you sit at? Where do you sit at over at Northwest?
Oh, I'm up in section 320, man. I got the club suite seats.
Yes, sir.
I'm up at 320 on the 45 yard
I'm about to
line.
say, look, you may have to host me one weekend, man. We got 8 dates next year. You get with my people, and we'll make it happen.
Look, I'm all for that, man. I appreciate you, man, and you
For
keep
sure.
doing what you're doing, man. I got much love for you.
Yes,
show.
sir.
Y'all stay
Appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
1-800-636-1067. Let's read some of the chat here real quick. The real Garnett says Lattimore, big question mark. The run defense will be better. With Lattimore, how much do you blame last year? Like, how much of a pass does he get because of the injury?
None. You traded for him with an injury.
So you knew what you were signing. Yeah.
Yeah, none. You traded for a guy that has been injured, and he was injured. You can't pretend to be shocked. Like, if that's what you traded for, it's more so it's not even on Lattimore. That's on Adam Peters, if that's the case.
For sure.
So I don't even blame Lattimore for being hurt last year. He was hurt when you traded for him. His performance on the field, some of that stuff, that's Lattimore related. If it was all injury stuff, then that's on Adam Peters. But look, he's got a chance to bounce back this year. I don't love that he's not at OTAs. I get they're voluntary, whatever. Volunteer to show up, as Danny Rouillet would say. I don't love that he's not there, but regardless, I don't blame. I can't give a guy a pass.
Okay.
For being injured when he's been injured throughout his career.
That's fair. And that's my whole thing with him not showing up. I want my doctors laying an eye on you. I don't care what
and that's
trainer X says out of Exos.
That's what I don't love about Joe Witt saying, when we get to see him, we'll figure out how he's looking. He should have been there then. You can figure out where he's at then. I don't get it.
Matthew is in Ashburn. What's going on, Matthew?
Hey, guys. How you doing, man?
Good.
I'm saying this Lattimore is more important because if our offense balls out with Jaden and the new weapons, we ain't going to be worried about the run defense too much because people are going to be passing and try to catch back up.
That's true. That's true. I also think that you're looking at a situation where if they can run the football and they can stop the run, you end up in a better spot because, look, like he's saying, they're going to have to throw to catch up. But I also think teams are going to look at this offense and they're going to say, we're going to need to limit possessions for Washington's offense, right? So they might try to start games running the football, limiting possessions. So I think down the stretch for sure, but you need to be able to stop the run as well.
Get a quick turnover. Get ahead before every drive. No punts.
The no punts offense. Yeah, I agree. I love that. Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I think that's the main thing there. Like, if they can run the ball and stop the run, I know it's the old cliche, but it's an old cliche for a reason, Linnell. Like, I think they can be really, really effective where they can help out Jaden. Because to me, this is where you see some of these guys take off when they don't have to be Superman all the time. But then they can be Superman when you need them to be. That's when you're able to kind of have them go to that next level. And I think that's what they need next season, to be able to run the football more effectively and to be able to stop the run on the other side. And then I think you'll see this team take that next step. And they were in an NFC championship game last year. So that next step is a Super Bowl, which is crazy to think about. 800-636-1067. If you'd like to stay on the line if you're on hold right now. We're going to take a break. When we come back, though, if you'd like to hop in on this topic, feel free. Also, B-Mitch ain't in today. Usually we do Ask B-Mitch Anything. But instead, with Toby and Linnell in today, we'll do Ask Toby and Linnell Anything. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to your phone calls next. You're listening to B-Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
The New York Knicks made the somewhat surprising move to fire head coach Tom Thibodeau after losing the Eastern Conference Finals. The Knicks made it clear that anything short of a title is going to be a failure, setting an extremely high expectation on whoever takes over next. Well, two coaches have quickly moved to the top of the Knicks' public wish list. The Rockets' Ime Udoka and Mavericks' Jason Kidd are reportedly highly coveted by the Knicks, but they still need permission to interview them. Now, by all accounts, Houston's probably not going to allow New York to speak with Udoka, but Mark Stein, who has deep ties in Dallas, is reporting that the Knicks plan to make a formal request to interview Kidd in the coming days. And Dallas Stars head coach Pete DeBoer was fired after 3 seasons with the team, getting to the Western Conference Final each time, but never advancing past that for a shot of the Stanley Cup. This move comes less than a week since the Stars ended their season in a loss at home to Edmonton in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals, and just a few days removed from their GM and owner, both stating that Pete DeBoer wasn't going anywhere, so clearly something's changed. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Final hour on a Friday. B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. B. Mitch and Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it's not right.
It ain't right.
It ain't right.
Come on, Linnell. It's also a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. 800-636-1067. If you'd like to hop in, you can ask me or Linnell a question. You can also chime in on the topic we were talking about, wrapping up last hour, about which do you trust more to happen, or which one do you think is going to happen or is more likely to happen? Marshawn Lattimore gets back to playing at a reasonable level, or the run defense improves and plays at a reasonable level? Neither one was good last year.
No.
Which one do you say? Let's get out to the phones, Linnell.
1-800-636-1067. Let's go to Garnett in North Carolina. What's going on, brother?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good,
hey,
man.
First of all, congratulations to you and Toby. I like you guys. You guys are the next JP and B Mitch. You guys are a perfect tandem. So you guys are pushed for our next season, whenever the contracts are up. Get your own show.
Appreciate
y'all
it.
Gonna be fun. Y'all gonna be fun. On the topic on Marshawn Lattimore, yesterday's talent is not today's talent. I think we're gonna miss on that one. But I hope the guy comes back healthy. At least get in there and help the young boys out, and let's do a little bit of dance with him. But I just don't think he's gonna be healthy for us. But that run defense, I think, is going to be much improved because we have bigger linemen, and Payne won't be double teamed the whole game, where he has the opportunity to be disruptive, make tackles behind the line of scrimmage, and just be a force of nature, just like he's getting paid. So I think he'd be a top D lineman with performance this year, with the help of some of the other acquisitions that we had. Now, I do think Newton's going to be strong, but those other bigger bodies on the lines, I think, is going to be the big key for us stopping the run, getting in the gaps, controlling those lanes, sitting the edges or whatever. We didn't have that last year. Right. Allen was too small. The other side of the edge, people just knocking people over. They were just running that wheel on the outside runs and things. So I think a big improvement going to be this year for us. So watch out for us.
Appreciate you, Garnet.
Yeah. Another guy that we haven't really mentioned, Eddie Goldman, 6'3", 325. I don't know that he's a skilled run defender. He's just huge. Right? He's just going to stand there. He may not move bodies, but he's also not going to move. Right?
So I'm looking at Marshawn Lattimore's PFF grades.
Yeah, he was solid last year.
Why are his grades so low? He's got some low grades in here throughout time. But obviously PFF isn't the gospel when it comes to player performance. But with Lattimore, is it a case where maybe he's just long in the tooth? I feel like at corner, when you see signs of regression, it's normally pretty spot on. But I think what we're trying to divvy out and parse through here is the regression a byproduct of age or injury? I think that's the dilemma we've got here.
I think it's a combo of both. I don't think you're getting the same guy but if he's fully healthy, I think he can still play. Yeah. He was fine early last year, He wasn't great, but he was fine early last year with the Saints. Then he got hurt, and he wasn't the same dude anymore. So you hope it's just injury, but I think it's a combo of things.
1-800-636-1067. Let's go to Dave in Raleigh. Wants to chime in. What's going on, Dave?
What's up, Dave?
Hey guys. I wanted to give you guys some encouragement. I actually think that the fact that they haven't moved on McLaurin is actually positive, and I'm encouraged by it.
Okay.
It's certainly too early to get worried, but furthermore, I personally think the position of wide receiver is the most overrated in the NFL and maybe all of sports. I think it's been shown that teams can win without a proven number one or a stud wide receiver. It's been done many times, and even when a team has that wide receiver, it's rare that player goes off. Just because some teams have played wide receivers 35, 40 million doesn't mean that everybody's going to do it. Obviously, the Browns paid a guaranteed contract to Deshaun Watson a few years ago. Nobody else did it. Even Lamar didn't get it. So, if one team wants to go and spend $15 million for a place kicker, doesn't mean everybody else needs to do that. So, fine, some teams are going to pay a guy that much. I'm so glad that the Skins are not paying this guy 35, 30 million. If he wants to get paid 25, 26, 27, that's great. But I'm totally encouraged that they have their money situation in order.
So you're saying you wouldn't pay him the 30 plus that he's inevitably going to get either here or somewhere?
I don't. I don't think. Obviously, I don't know. Obviously, we don't know yet, but it looks like they maybe don't want to overvalue that position. How many teams have won without a stud guy? Look, Kansas City. Look at the Patriots. I mean, you don't have to do that.
You do, okay, but I get your point, and you are correct. You can get it done, but you have the quarterback on the rookie deal. Now's when you can spend that money. Like, now's not the time to penny pinch. That comes in a couple of years when Jaden's getting paid. I mean, this is going to be crazy, but Jaden's going to be getting like 70, 80 a year. Like, that's what he's going to be getting. But now's not the time to penny pinch. When Jaden gets paid, sure, but now's not the time to penny pinch.
Guys, but just think. Okay, so let's say you say $8 million. Let's say you get him at 27 instead of 35. Let's just use that number. So that's $7 million more you can use on another position. Like, you can become like the Niners of the yesteryear, where you just have juggernaut teams year after year.
You're not going to get him for anything less than 30, in my opinion. And this,
so we get somebody else.
Who are you going to go get?
Come on, man. You drafted him. You can draft other players.
I hear that. You're just of the mindset. And I think we appreciate the call. I think some teams are going to start moving this way because of the explosion in 7-on-7 at the high school level. The college passing game is becoming more advanced and nuanced and pro style. In turn, the receiver position's kind of becoming like a dime a dozen. That's why it's currently the deepest position group in the NFL.
I just struggle to think that. Look, like I'm saying, $7-8 million is always great,
right?
But you need the players on your team, and Terry's here. He means so much, and he's a top 15 receiver. In my mind, he's a top 10. I'm just saying, low end. He's top 15. He deserves to be paid as such. And also, I'm not holding Terry to the standard if he really wants to win, he needs to take the hometown discount. No. Screw that. He's going to get $30 to $35 million, somewhere in there probably.
He took the discount last time around.
Yeah, I have no issue with paying him that money, and I don't think either that it's going to be something where at the end of that contract you're looking at it and saying, doggone, he's just dead weight getting $30 million. No, it's not. I don't think so.
I don't think he is at all. The one thing that I continue to go back to with this discussion, I wonder what he's asking for. Because like I said to start the show, he set himself up perfectly in terms of what he needed to do this year in order to maximize and get the best deal possible. I think he did that. The ball is now in Washington's court. And you don't think it's a distraction right now. I wouldn't call it a distraction either, but at some point, man, get the damn deal done.
I don't think it becomes a distraction until training camp. Yeah. Mandatory minicamp it'll be on the radar then, but training camp is when it actually starts to be a little bit worrisome and bothersome.
1-800-636-1067. You can ask me or Toby anything. Plus, we're discussing what is more likely to happen next year. What do you have more confidence in for 2025? The run defense getting back on track. We know how much maligned that group was. Or Marshawn Lattimore bouncing back to that Pro Bowl / All-Pro form. Let's go to Jim in Virginia. What's chiming? What's going on, Jim?
Linnell, Toby, Aquarium Boys, how y'all doing today?
Good.
Doing great, man.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you representing us younger listeners and toning down the fort today. To answer the question, I definitely bet more on Lattimore getting healthier than the run defense. I'm still a little skeptical on what they did this offseason. I know we got Kinlaw. We'll see if Newton develops. We'll see if contract season Deron Payne comes back. But I'm just not sure about all of that.
Yeah.
I'm trusting last year's struggles for Lattimore were more due to the hamstring. So we'll see about that. But in the spirit of actually miss anything, I wanted to ask Toby a couple questions in succession. So Toby, did you actually go to Virginia Tech? I know you work with the Hokies.
No, I did not go to Virginia Tech. No, I didn't.
Okay, I got you. But nonetheless, do you have a favorite college sports memory from the school you went to?
The school I went to, college sports memory. I mean, I went to a small school, Maranatha Baptist University in Wisconsin, and we were an 8 seed that got into a national tournament down in South Carolina, and we upset the 1 seed in basketball, our men's basketball team, and it was the craziest game ever where we were not supposed to win, and we were up by 30 at halftime, and then it was just holding on for dear life the entire second half. Thankfully, they built up a big enough lead. That would probably be that. My favorite Virginia Tech memory is watching Tyrod Taylor and watching him in that Nebraska game specifically. So those sorts of things. Hopefully that answers your question.
All right. Well, wahoo go who's.
Oh no!
Taking my call.
No,
man.
No,
you gotcha.
No, I saw something the other day. Somebody had a UVA and Virginia Tech stickers and license plate. No, those two things don't mix. What are we doing?
I stand for the Terps, so I'm not here for the discussion of the other DMV college teams. It's only one football program that matters in the DMV. That's Maryland.
No, I mean, fine, whatever. I
It's just
disagree
my
with that.
thought.
Virginia Tech matters.
Commandante
They need to be good again.
Tequila.
Commandante, what's up?
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
I'm good, man. How are you doing? Is the better question.
I am awesome, man. It's already 5:00, 10 a.m. my time. So so check this out. I really think Lattimore could do great this year because he went through what he went last year with his hamstring. But I could see at least 5 to 6 interceptions he catching. That's what I'm looking at. And then for our defense, I could see Payne or I could see Luvu get at least 7 to 10 sacks easily this year.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
what I'm looking at.
I think I think I've had enough. I think I've had enough tequila.
No, I mean, I think he's right though. I think we've at least seen it with Lattimore before in his career. You hope that he can get back to that. And I think, he's talking. I don't know that I'm going to see that many sacks from Deron Payne.
Yeah.
You saw that amount of sacks from Luvu. So that's not really going out on much of a limb with Luvu there. But
right.
I think those three right there are your impact players that you need to see step up in a big way. You need to see Lattimore get back to, because we were talking about it earlier. If Lattimore plays well and you have a legit number one corner and you have Sandra still as a legit nickel corner and you have someone step up on the other side, whether that's Amos down the line or whether it's Jonathan Jones right away, I mean, suddenly you're looking at a totally different defense because then you feel even more confident sending a pass rush, sending an extra guy against the run.
Yeah.
And then that's maybe how you improve the run defense by having a better pass defense. You don't have to have as many guys back there. You can trust your guys more one-on-one.
I think that's the case. I just hope, first of all, if both of them are better, I think all is better. But to answer the question here, I really don't know. I'm still hedging. I want to hear more calls. Scott in College Park. What's chiming? Scott, what do you think?
What's up, Scott?
Real quick, just 2 points to make on that absolute wacko call you just took about Terry McLaurin. He deserves every bit of $30 million, and here's 2 reasons why. One, he can only be as good of a receiver as he had, or he can only be as good of a receiver as he is with the right quarterback. Now that he has it, he's worth every penny of it.
Mm-hmm.
Second point is he mentioned that other teams like the Chiefs and blah, blah, blah have won without great wide receivers. Yeah, well, that's also because they had other great players on the team like Travis Kelce and other position players, which we didn't have and still don't currently have as good as they do. So he's worth every bit of $30 million. That guy, I don't understand anything he just said. I agree with you guys. That's just my take on Terry. He's going to get it. We'll probably get it next week.
Scott, appreciate you, man. Have a good weekend, bro.
Yeah, I think the thing is that's interesting that he brought up there is Travis Kelce's still there in Kansas City. And Travis Kelce, up until the last year or so, has been one of the best receiving tight ends of all time, right? So,
but before Patty's contract kicked in, they had Tyreek Hill.
Exactly.
Top of the market.
So he's worth the contract.
100%.
Terry is. And this is now the time when you go spend in excess, right? When you have that extra bit of cash, now's when you say, look, really, I only want to pay him, say, 32, and he's asking for 36. Pay him the 36, pay him the 35, whatever it is. Now's the time when you can do that. As much as I didn't love the Kinlaw contract, if that's who they deemed as their top guy that they wanted to go get, then now's the time when you can go make those sorts of moves. You have to be a lot more frugal when Jaden gets paid, but Jaden's not there yet. So you can actually go out and make moves like that right now. And I think it times up perfectly, too, even if you're, quote-unquote, overpaying for Terry.
Yeah.
He's going to kind of run out as Jaden's now up for a contract.
You keep talking about, and I think it's spot on here, and it should be the mentality of the organization. This is the time. The time is now. And look at all of the other elite quarterbacks throughout the NFL. Like, what did Buffalo do for Josh Allen as soon as they realized, oh, we've got a dude, and he's on a rookie contract? Bring me, Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, immediately traded for him. And by the way, last year, you look at him as an MVP candidate or the MVP winner, right? And I thought the beginning of the season was great for him. I thought he played really well. But what do they do when they notice, like, maybe we need a legit number one? Yeah. Didn't work out, but they traded for Amari Cooper.
Right.
Like, it's not as if you don't need that guy. And to pretend as if, like, well, they can still make it work. I understand you can make it work, but, you can't just be... Michael Jordan went and scored 63 against the Celtics. If they would have stuck with that, he would have never won a championship. They still needed to go get Scottie Pippen, right? Like, you need to have some help. And keeping Terry around, paying Terry, especially while Jaden is on the rookie contract, just makes all the sense in the world.
1-800-636-1067. Let's go to my main man, Pitt, out in Texas. Going on, Toothpick.
Hey, what's good, man? Hey, listen, I'm right there with you, okay? However, Toby, I have to disagree with what you said. You said with the passing camps and all that, wide receivers are like a dime a dozen now.
Well, I said that,
absolutely incorrect. Oh, yeah, well, Liddell, you said it. But that's absolutely incorrect. I'm going to tell you why. Because some of those guys that with these passing camps, they get flipped around the corners, and corners get paid too, just as much as wide receivers do.
Great point.
Plus, Terry does not have a number 2 wide receiver. I made this point earlier to Kevin, and he totally disagreed. He totally agreed with me, is that if you look at the tight wide receivers right now, they have a solid running mate. I'm going to wait for this. I'm going to wait for your answer, but who's Terry's solid running mate? I mean, you could say Noah Brown, but Noah Brown was only there for half of the season, and plus he only caught one touchdown. A solid running mate has more than 5 touchdowns.
It's Debo.
Don't give me Zach Ertz.
It's Debo.
We just got Debo, so we don't know what Debo's going to do. Plus, Debo has been declining, and Terry has been on the ascent.
Yeah, I mean,
that's fair.
I understand that. I'm not the big Debo guy. That was our whole last time we were hosting. Everybody thought I was like,
it was this
Debo.
guy.
But to his point of the dime a dozen, like you were saying, I can see both sides of this. I think you're right, and that it is a dime a dozen, but there's still a clear tier.
Oh,
and you can make the argument that Terry's not in that tier. I would pay Terry. It kind of where's your cutoff? Because, yeah, if you get to like that middle of the road, like somewhere outside that top 20, then, yeah, you can probably find guys where am I better off with the one dude, or am I better off with a couple of guys that in the aggregate make it up? But when you have a top tier number 1 receiver, like a Terry, that's where it's different. Like a Jettis is different. A Jamar Chase is different. A Tyreek Hill is different. Devontae Adams, those kinds of guys are different. You can argue with me whether Terry belongs in that tier or not. I think he showed you last year he deserves to be in there. He's maybe not on the same level. He's not like way up top. He's not a top 3 receiver. But I think he's in that tier where he's different enough that you have to pay him.
100%. And it just goes back to like their philosophical approach toward the position and then this offense in particular. Like, I think that's the other part of it as well. But we'll see, because I think a deal gets done, but who knows? 1-800-636-1067. We'll take a quick timeout when we come back. More of your calls, plus we'll get into some off-season make-or-break transactions. This is from Bill Barnwell, I believe, of ESPN. We'll chime in on that as well next here on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The New York Knicks are reportedly looking to reunite star Jalen Brunson with the first coach that put him in a starting role. New York is expected to ask the Dallas Mavericks for permission to interview Jason Kidd for the Knicks' open head coaching position. Now, it is unclear how the Mavericks are going to respond to this request. Dallas does have the ability to turn down the Knicks, leaving New York to find other options if the team isn't allowed to speak with Kidd. However, he was hired to coach Luka, and with him gone, maybe this ends up being a win for everybody. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. 800-636-1067. You'd like to hop in, ask us a question, or hop in on a Commanders convo we're having about Marshon Lattimore and the potential of improvement of him or the Commanders' run defense. Let's get back out to the phones.
Get at us. 1-800-636-1067 at NELL_BTP at Toby_Altizer. Let's go out. Garefax? Is that Gary in Fairfax?
Yeah, it's Garefax.
What's up, Garefax?
Garefax, what's up?
You can't have a nickname, Garefax, and be AWOL when it's your turn. Back in the day, you'd be shunned for a call like this, but I'm PC.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to throw Garefax back on hold.
Throw
Let's
him
get
back
somebody
on
else.
hold. I mean, asleep at the wheel. I hope not actually. Oscar is in Silver Spring. What's going on, Oscar?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
Good.
Yeah, so I think so with Marshon Lattimore and the run defense, I think it's gonna go hand in hand. As far as the run defense, it's gonna take like a unit effort to improve that. But with Javon Kinlaw, the upcoming rise of Johnny Newton, who's probably gonna end up starting this season, I hope to see some good things because we're gonna have to go through Philly and we're gonna have to stop Saquon if we want to have a chance, to win the division and even go back to the championship game. And and I hope Lattimore can improve, and we'll find out because in the division we have very good wide receivers. I mean, George Pickens just joined in in the Cowboys, so we'll see.
We'll see. Appreciate the call as always, man. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, I think when you look at if they can improve the run defense, you're looking at a totally different team because of the point that, I think that teams are going to want to. I actually think the secondary is improved. I think the secondary is fine.
Yeah.
So you're looking at a good secondary potentially and a good run defense. Now you're looking at a top 15 unit, and you combine that with the offense last year that was so efficient. And I think maybe you'll see some regression in some cases, but I think Jaden is going to take a step forward, even if he doesn't take a step forward. Frankly, the way he was playing at the end of last season was top 5 level. So I don't even know how you could take a step forward from some of the way that he was playing last season.
That's why the convo with him is like, I didn't even talk about him in terms of emptying the OTA notebooks. He's just perfection personified.
He's just good.
Like, he's just really good. He hooked up with the catch of the day the other day was actually Noah Brown in the back of the end zone. Really good job.
Was he rolling around all the time and Tyreek Stevenson was taunting the crowd and he's got a bad rib, so we didn't know if he could throw it 65 yards.
It actually was a game-winning Hail Mary practice touchdown. I was surprised you just now asked. But no, it was kind of scary because he ran into the goalpost. That's always the worst bit.
Yes.
But his ability to drag his toes on the back end line was huge. And then Jayton, he just fits some balls in some tight windows in the red zone. John Bates had a big red zone touchdown. It was awesome to watch him just throw the football again. But
I'm excited to see him. By the way, Jeff stood up. Pause for something you just said. But I think I'm excited to see him improve and how much. Because last year in training camp, remember, his ball placement was immaculate.
It was ridiculous.
I'm excited to see now that processing has sped up and see how much
he
better.
knows it.
Yes.
And think about how quickly he processed last year, just getting his feet wet in the system. Imagine how he processes now after having an entire season of offseason of learning the offense. So as long as he continues to fit balls in the tight windows, I think we'll be fine. Athens is Indianapolis. What's going on, Athens?
I got a question two questions for you guys. Who would you like to see them add from on the free agent market before the season starts that you think would make an impact? Because I hear everybody talk about Lattimore and run defense, but Lattimore plays corner, not defensive line. And my second question is, if this Terry thing goes sideways, which I don't think it will, what do you think is a fair trade compensation if they have to end up trading him because he wants too much money?
So to answer the first one, what was the first question?
Who are some guys that you'd be interested in signing in free agency?
Oh, there's one guy out there on the market. Von Miller. Bring me Von Miller or Zadarius Smith.
There's a guy out there that could play safety if you're wondering. Justin Simmons is still out there.
I said that too.
That's
okay.
I wouldn't be opposed to one of these veteran corners like Gilmore is still out there. Rasul Douglas is still out there. Wouldn't be opposed to something like that. The Terry thing, trade-wise,
I think it's the framework of the DK deal. I think it's a similar. It's a similar trade. He's 2 years younger, but
the tough part is you can't get to a point where you trade Terry away and not get something that can help you this year, because that's kind of the point, right?
Well, I think if a trade was to happen,
well,
it
and
wouldn't happen
that's
until
where
the offseason, because they can still negotiate all the way up until through camp.
Well, but is Terry going to play on the last year of his deal? Then we get to that stuff.
It ain't like he's on his rookie contract no more. See, that was the thing about his last holdout. I had more sympathy for him holding out because he was playing on a rookie deal. He's a third rounder. He was making something like $900K.
Marcus Williams,
dude, you've gotten paid, brother. It ain't like you're making $20-something million this year. Go play, man.
Marcus Williams is still out there. If you're looking at safety, Zadarius Smith is still available.
Yeah.
Jadeveon Clowney out there. So I mean, there's some names that you could look at.
That was good by Athens to bring up the free agent market, because I don't think if they do make a move at defensive end, I think it is an indictment on the current group they have, and they saw them enough in camp to say, we're kind of cool off of them. That's how I would look at it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. I think when you look at the Terry thing, though, I'm like 99% sure it gets done.
Me too.
If it doesn't get done, I don't think there's any trade happening either. Like I have a hard time even coming up with
the trade is like last case scenario or worst case scenario, because you've got two franchise tags.
But when you get to worst case scenario, that's when you end up with these trades that is like, here's a fifth.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you can get to that point.
Elijah's in DC. What's chiming? What's going on, Elijah?
What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas? I want to start with this with the defense, and I want to say now, if the Commanders are able to put up and get a comfortable lead, that is a layer in itself to deter teams from wanting to run all over them.
Yeah.
Because Washington, I think they're going to want teams to have to throw themselves out of games. So you go get Amos. You try to maybe if you can get Jair Alexander. I'm just throwing that out there. You know, we don't know what Marshawn Lattimore. You got to stay hot on that side of the ball. So if they can kind of help offensively, be like, okay, we can get you some points, y'all, to protect you so you can kind of stay in an advantageous situation. I think we may see a side of the defense that we just didn't necessarily always get an opportunity to see.
Yeah.
And we have to understand, if you're going to run, if you're going to have guys who have good pass rushing moves on the inside, you have to pair them with guys who can take on double teams. So you can't ask a guy, I want you to take on two guys, and I also want you to give me moves on the way. You got to start picking so guys can have an opportunity. So and Jerzon Newton, don't make him take on a double team. You get him put Goldman, or you put Wise, you put somebody around these guys to allow them to have an opportunity. And we didn't allow to see our linebackers didn't allow get a chance to stay clean all the time. So
that's the other part. That's the other part, Elijah, that everyone's kind of scared to talk about. At times, Bobby Wagner was a liability playing the run because of his inability to get over. Luvu too,
from UCLA,
for sure.
Because when you think of that kid from UCLA, when you think about those Jahmyr Gibbs and some of those plays where guys were just running around our defense, they didn't necessarily mean you was out of place, even if he was in place, you wasn't going to catch the guy because it almost seemed like we just didn't have the leg speed to kind of get from the short side of the field to the long side of the field. So teams was just baiting us.
And look, Elijah, that ain't getting better
Chris,
anytime soon. Hopefully, he
you know what I'm saying? So we're gonna have to we're gonna have to put them smaller linebackers in, like that kid from UCLA. No, he can't, but he got that 4.3 speed for a reason. Because Bobby Wagner, he gonna be like, "Hey, look, kid, I can't get over that edge that fast, bro. It's all love. I need you to get there fast." So Joe Witt, he just need to circle on a piece of paper with certain guys. I want you to get to this spot on the field as fast as you possibly can, and the rest of our guys to show up to help you out.
I think that's the mentality. We appreciate the call as always.
Well, and I think that's where he's talking about K. Madrano. I don't know that he gets those snaps. I think that's where they want Jordan McGee to play. What he's talking about, that versatile linebacker, because to me, when you look at Luvu, he's the guy that's kind of the X factor. He's the whatever you want to call, like a rover type. Well,
maybe if Kane accelerates his development.
I mean, maybe, but I mean,
you can just play Luvu primarily on the edge.
But you're still trying to figure out. I think you're missing like part of Luvu's. I don't know that he excels at the edge. I don't know that he excels at linebacker, but he's like good at both, right?
I see him going forward. Yeah,
I think though, if you can have McGee as that guy that he's kind of laying out, right, a little bit bigger body as well to help out there. I think with Madrano, they still got to figure out exactly what he is. Like you heard Witt talking about that. Is he Chin? Yeah. Is he Luvu? They're still trying to figure that out. But I think they have big plans, like you were talking about for Jordan McGee. I think he kind of fits what Elijah was laying out there.
1-800-636-1067. Let's go to Daryl in Columbia real fast. What's going on, Daryl?
What's up, man?
Hey, Linnell, thank you. Hey, Toby, thank you.
Appreciate you,
man. Yeah, I tell you, man, I hope that Terry McLaurin gets everything that he deserves, that he thinks that he deserves. But let's not fool ourselves. We've had Terry McLaurin for, 6 years? I don't think we've made a playoff game at all. And it's not his fault. But when you look at this past year, it all comes down to the quarterback. It's the quarterback. We got the potential of having a Mahomes and a Brady. Brady never had only good wide receiver he had was Randy Moss. Mahomes, only one he had was Tyreek Hill. Jaden Daniels, he went to the championship with Jamison Crowder, De'Ami Brown, who he got a big contract for. They were calling De'Ami a bust. And Jaden gives him the ball, and he signs a $10 million contract. Terry McLaurin, again, he's been with us for 6 years. We haven't made the playoffs at all. It comes down to the quarterback. This quarterback had a mediocre offensive line, no running game. He had more yards than everybody. No second, no number 2 wide receiver. Our wide receiver got hurt with kidney issues. Noah Brown. It comes down to the quarterback. If Terry doesn't want to accept what we offer, he can be replaced because we got a Jaden McDaniels.
Well, Jaden McDaniels, and I appreciate the call. I do agree with the last sentiment. At the end of the day, I got 5 on it.
Correct.
So Terry does, and look, I think the deal gets done. But if Terry plays hardball, I have no problem moving on. It wouldn't kill me. It would hurt. I love Terry as a dude. I think he's great and embodies everything the organization wants to be, but you go find another receiver.
I'm not going to let myself get there. I don't even want to think about that scenario, frankly. But
if you had to.
I think it's crazy to think that, we don't even worry about it because look at these other – don't help out your quarterback. They did by going and addressing the offensive line. Keep the weapons around him as well. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. We'll wrap things up next. You're on B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham with you. Brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment here on the Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. 800-636-1067. We'll get to the last year guys' phone calls before we turn it over to G and D. So let's get back out to the phone lines.
I would help if I turn my mic on. Humor in Sterling. What's going on, Humor?
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy
How you
Friday.
doing?
Thanks for taking my call. So I got number one, I think, in regards to the rush defense, I have a feeling the rush defense is going to be a lot better this year. I think about some of the bodies that they've added. I think they're going to attack the position with more bodies rather than like having that elite, stud pass rusher. Second, I think a lot of us like fans I think we're being a little too hard on Marshawn Lattimore. Because you think about it last year when we traded for him, we knew just hear me out. I think we're being a little too harsh on him, right? We knew coming into the trade last year that he had the hamstring injury. I imagine he might have came back a little bit early in that New Orleans game. He wasn't targeted, and the very next week he faced off against one of the more physical, imposing wide receivers in all the game in A.J. Brown. And I don't think he was at any point when he joined our team last year, was he 100%? Maybe not even close to it. But I'm not going to, forget the fact that for however long Marshawn Lattimore has been in the NFL now, he's been a lockdown corner through and through each year. And I'm very confident that we're going to see that again next year when he's healthy. Would I have liked to see him at OTAs? Sure. But again, it's voluntary. It's the middle of June. I think we're blowing out of proportion a little bit too much. And then my last little bit is on Terry McLaurin. Just like you guys think, I'm 99.9% sure the deal gets done. I'd like to see them roll out his contract extension with the new alternate jersey helmet that they're going to introduce. Because if you think about it like this, right, Terry McLaurin is the last wide receiver to play for the Redskins that's still on this roster. He's one of only, him and Deron Payne when the team was called the Redskins. So, imagine that, playing Tressway, but just think about it from a marketing standpoint. I think it would just be awesome that when the new jerseys get unveiled, it comes with a promotion of Terry McLaurin wearing it with his new contract extension.
Yeah, I like that.
Thanks for taking my call.
I like that.
Appreciate you.
Yeah,
Have a good weekend.
Again, I think the indictment on Marshawn Lattimore with the injury thing, I think that's fair to say that he was hurt. Then it's more so on Adam Peters, if that's the case. But we'll see if he can bounce back this year.
Kelvin is in Clinton. What's going on, Kelvin?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, doing good, man.
Hey, I want to make a statement. I know it's going to upset a lot of people in the area about Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin, one, everybody speaks of speed. The guy is not fast. Okay?
Hold on, Kelvin. I'm gonna let you go because I'm gonna let you continue. Hold on. What? If there's one thing that I know he is fast. Sorry, Kelvin, but go ahead.
Terry is always getting caught, man. He's on deep patterns. He's always getting caught. Somebody's always around his feet and tripping him up before he gets to the end zone. If you put Terry McLaurin on the Cincinnati Bengals team, Terry McLaurin is a 3. He's
Kelvin,
not.
Kelvin, let me. It's 5:00 somewhere. Are you with Commandante right now? Are y'all throwing back Terramana already? What the hell are you talking about? He's not better than T. Higgins, Kelvin. Come on, brother.
Terry McLaurin is a good receiver, and good is it. He's a good receiver.
I hear you.
He's not a superior receiver. He's not the top 5.
Well, wait.
I don't disagree.
That wasn't me.
That wasn't me. I don't disagree.
That wasn't me.
Jeff wanted to respond. So, Jeffrey.
That was not me.
What do you got to say?
He must have just dropped, but that is insane. The only time Terry has been caught from behind is when he's tracking the ball in the air to make the catch.
Up, and it's hung,
that's it. He has something called breakaway speed.
He is fast.
Did he not see what this man did on that screen in Detroit?
That moment, is gonna go down for me. Is it's already in my top 5.
Kelvin, hit us
moments,
back,
bro.
Yeah, I mean that playoff game was sick. That was so much fun to watch. See the team play like that.
He's got it.
Is it crazy that he started talking like that about Terry and the phone cut him off? This is the only time that it's happened today.
You know who I like to, give responsibility for when stuff like that happens?
It wasn't Landini either.
Football gods, baby.
Yeah, they know better.
They
know better. It's always been fun. You got any big plans for the weekend, Linnell?
I'm making my debut at Nats Park tonight, baby.
I love it.
I'm going to go see big game Michael Soroka.
No,
We'll see
you're
what he's
over there
got.
to see Patty Corbs,
Well,
Landfield's
yes,
boy,
it is
and you're over
return.
there to see Natasha Bedingfield. Don't even lie.
What's her most famous song?
What Unwritten? I think is the name of
It's a
the
good
song.
poll.
Yeah.
The theme song to The Hills.
Yeah.
How
do you not know Natasha Bedingfield?
I know nothing that doesn't have to do anything with sports.
You can.
I'm a loser. So there's that.
It's always been fun, Linnell.
Yes, sir. You guys can
Chat
catch
again
me
sometime?
tomorrow. Back tomorrow with you. Noon to 3:35 ahead of Nats baseball.
There you
So
go.
The
Tune
party
in-
continues.
Tune in right here to the fan. Noon o'clock tomorrow to hear Linnell. Appreciate DA for joining us a little bit earlier today. For Linnell Willingham, I'm Toby Altizer. Grant and Danny coming up next.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Nationals host the Rangers tonight, and Texas is currently riding a 3-game road losing streak. They'll open up a series with the Rangers tonight with a very familiar face on the mound. That's right, Patrick Corbin back in D.C. And if you haven't been keeping up with him this season, you're probably going to be shocked to know that he has his lowest ERA since 2019. That's a 3.71 ERA for Patrick Corbin. Michael Soroka on the mound for Washington tonight. You can tune in live and listen here, 106.7 The Fan, 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Also happening tonight, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final between the Oilers and the Panthers. Now, Edmonton took Game 1 in overtime, reversing the score from last year's Stanley Cup. So are they going to go up 2-0, or will Florida even up the score there? And some NHL surprising news. Dallas Stars coach Pete DeBoer was fired after 3 seasons with the team, getting to the Western Conference Final each time, but never advancing past that for a shot at the Stanley Cup. The Stars owner said the day after the season finale that he didn't see firing DeBoer on anyone's agenda, but clearly something has changed since then. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in, and good afternoon to you. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan, and to Grant and Danny from our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard. Danny holds down the fort. I'm out and about. I am in Locust Grove out in Orange, Virginia at Meadows Farm, where I'm enjoying a little golf tournament today. My buddy Jermon Bushrod, former Saint, longtime NFL player, and the pride of King George County, a local young man done very well, is putting on an awesome charity event today. So I'm happy to be out here supporting that. Daniel, how are you?
I'm very well, my friend. Field day number 2 in the books for old Fannie Mouillet. I had the first graders boot and a boot today. A little bit less well-behaved, I would say, than the 5th graders that I had yesterday. There was, I think of the 20 kids in the class, I think we had 13 rounds of tears for different reasons. There was somebody got hit in the head with a water bottle, all accidents. Somebody didn't like that somebody was cheering for the other team. Just a little bit more of a mess, but still a lot of fun was had by everybody. People are sunburned and soaking wet from all the water events.
Double dip volunteering for you at field day?
I mean, you don't just win Dad of the Year by sitting on your ass.
That's
you know what I mean? Point. You get out there and you drink coffee and you sort of tell the kids, I think you go over there. That's how you win it. You know what I mean? That's what I did today.
You don't need to write an acceptance speech. You could just walk up when you accept the award for Dad of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
Go up to the mic and you say to everybody, a lot of people wanted to know what I would say if I didn't win Dad of the Year. I guess we'll never know.
We won't find out.
And then you just walk off, exit stage left.
Mm-hmm. Pick up that mic and drop it.
Well, good. I'm glad the boys had a good day, though. It is hot, man.
Yeah, it's steamy out.
I will say, I'm not much of a golfer. I kind of hate not being inside. Just generally anything that isn't in air conditioning is slightly bothersome, but it's for a good cause, so I'll fight the good fight. Golf's a weird sport. I say this every year. You come out here, or game, I guess you don't call it a sport, but it's a weird activity. You come out here, and even the terrible golfers like me that golf once a year, you'll hit 1 or 2 balls just clean enough that you go, that's kind of fun.
I should probably do this every day.
This would be kind of cool to get good at. But that's all it is. It's
right.
The great drive, and everyone's clapping you up, and it's best ball, so we're going to use your ball, and you really got a hold of that one. That was awesome. And you go, yeah, I'm so good at this. Then you go up and you stand over the ball. You get your, next club out, and you're ready to chip up toward the green, and all hell breaks loose. There's no consistency. But I would say if I took, it was a long round of golf. I didn't finish 18 before I came in for radio duties. But if I took 75 shots or something today, I'd say 5 to 7 of them were respectable. That's probably my ratio.
That's all it takes to get people coming back.
I'm leaving here with way fewer golf balls than I came with. I will tell you that right now.
Now, are you going to do the thing where you over talk about your round and the different shots you hit to people that weren't there? Like where you just casually go, I was on 13 and I'm about 135. 9 flop. Like, and then everyone's like, oh God, that's the most boring thing ever. Are you gonna do that at all?
I don't have enough knowledge to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like even in breaking down what I did when I had my really good shot, it was a struggle. Everyone's excited. I go up to take my next shot. I just grabbed the club out of the bag that looked like it was something that could be used to chip. That was kind of the extent of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't give you any more insider knowledge than that, but I don't think anybody needs it. Just know, not particularly good at golf. Had a little bit of fun. The beer cart came through a couple of times. And I ate myself some delicious snacks along the way. So everybody was happy.
Love that. I'm trying to think of what I would rather hear. Is it like the details of how you ended up losing your fantasy matchup that was really close when you thought you were going to win, or elements of a round of golf that you played that time?
Oh, that's a good question, because you're not talking about me specifically as much as what is the more annoying thing that people do in society over talk about their golf round or tell you all about the fantasy matchup that you weren't involved in, and then because of that, you don't care about it.
Yeah, because like regaling others that were playing golf with you, that's fun to reminisce about moments that happened. That shot you hit on 12 was really fun, or like that drive you smoked was awesome. You just live those memories. But then sharing up elements of your golf round to someone that wasn't with you, didn't see the hole, doesn't know anything about the golf course, to me is probably one of the 7 or 8 most boring things you could possibly talk about. That versus, so dude, I was up by 7. 8. No, 7. Yeah, like 7.5 points going to Monday Night Football. All I need is for Brandon Ayuk not to have 4 catches. He has 1 catch going to the fourth quarter. Final drive. Guess what happens? 3 catches for 21 yards, and I lose by half a point. Can you believe that? Yes, I can.
I'll give
Fantasy
you another
football.
one.
It happens all the time.
I'll give you another one. As someone who's never, ever, ever golfs, that I'm not a culprit of the talking about my golf game. Fantasy football, I'm just well-schooled in the fact that nobody cares. The one that has gotten bad for me sometimes can be my bets. Telling people about the bets that you hit or missed.
Yeah.
For me, it's mostly just bad beats and or the thing that I thought I was going to hit that I didn't. I'm pretty bad about that. And I don't do it on the air because we're broadcasting, not narrowcasting, and I'm trying not to bore as many people as possible, as often as possible.
Mm-hmm.
But in life, I do this constantly.
But yeah, so the 4 of us, 5 of us in a room, collegially, as friends, talking about sports and things that we did in our lives, like I'll introduce a story to you and go, dude, you're not going to care at all about this. I mean, I cannot wait. I cannot express to you how little interest you're going to have, but here's something that I'm going to share, and we'll sit through those for each other. So yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot about those, and I never have a good response. I'm always like, yeah, that sucks. Sounds like you almost won and then didn't. Pretty terrible.
Like I'm the Oklahoma City Thunder, you mean?
Good transition, sir.
How about the NBA Finals last night?
Hello there.
Game 1, all we heard for days, and I mean days, by the way, felt more like weeks, but it was days, leading up to the start of the NBA Finals was that Oklahoma City was way better than Indiana, and that this would be at the longest a 5-game series, but there was a good chance the Thunder would sweep. You look at the markets on futures for the series pricing for this set. It was all Oklahoma City all the time. And with 1 game down, the Pacers are up 1-0. Danny, they did not lead all night. They had no business winning that game, but they did what they've done throughout the postseason. They have come back from large deficits. They have out-executed at the end of games. They have been ultra efficient in the biggest moments, and it seems to always be Tyrese Halliburton, who didn't score 20 points, who wasn't a factor offensively shooting the ball most of the night. But when the game was on the line, as he's done throughout these playoffs in a way that maybe I've never seen before in terms of one heater in succession, round after round, a guy that's this hot in the clutch for this long in a postseason, he's now hit 4 game-tying or go-ahead shots in the final 5 seconds of a game in these playoffs. And last night, he gives the Pacers their first lead and a win with 0.3 seconds to go.
Gilgeous-Alexander spins, pulls up, jumper. Off the mark, won't go. Rebound, Neesmith. The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good with 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again. Their first lead of the game.
It's not very often as you're watching live sport, particularly at the championship level, that you cannot believe what just happened. Darius and I were getting ready to record with Toby for Bustin' Loose Baseball, our Nats pod. We put out a new episode today. And we're sitting there on a Zoom, and Darius is like 15 seconds ahead of me. And Darius like grabs the top of his head. He tried to be nice. He tried not to say anything. But I knew something was up.
Yeah, something's afoot.
His mouth just falls onto the floor, and he didn't say a word. He just kind of kept staring with his eyes as big as the pond that I'm looking at here at Meadow Farms Golf Course. And sure enough, 10 seconds later, I'm going, no way. Is SGA going to miss this? Okay, check. Are the Pacers going to get the rebound? Oh, my God, they did. All right, there's 6 seconds left. They're coming across the timeline. Wait, this isn't going to be Halliburton. Unfathomable.
Yeah.
Like, this is why we sport. What an insane month this guy's having. Has anybody ever had a stretch like this in the clutch, ever?
I can't think of it like, I mean, this is Jordan level. I'm not saying that he's Jordan, but like when you're tied in a half-court game down the stretch, there's a limited number of seconds left. You give it to 23, he buries a bucket, and then you go home. I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about. Indiana, you already said it very well, but I want to hammer this home. Had no business winning that basketball game. Probably same was true in one of those Knicks games where they came back from double-digit points down with like 90 seconds to go, 9 down here with under 3 minutes to go. Just kept chipping away, finished the game on a 9-0 run. But they turned it over 25 times. Oklahoma City turned it over 7 times in the game last night. I already know who won. You know, don't bother me with anything else. Oklahoma City did the Oklahoma City thing. They turned them over a bunch,
by the way,
ran out. They won. They won by double digits, right? Right?
19 of those turnovers were in one half. They turned the ball over 19 times in the first half.
Insane.
Somehow, I don't know how, the Thunder only scored 9 points off those 19 turnovers. But, yeah, I mean, everything you look at, Danny, it's like an NFL game where the box score says you turned it over 0, the opponent turned it over 5 times.
Like that Washington-Philadelphia game where they turned it over 5 times and won. You go, That's not possible. Well, we saw it.
Here's what the Pacers have done the whole playoffs, though. I wish I had a compilation of all of these stats because I know after so many of these come from behind, Halliburton crazy wins, we've had numbers like this that I've thrown out there. But the one from last night is that prior to last night, teams in the NBA Finals that were trailing by 7 or more points with 3 minutes left in the game. All right, so pretty simple math there. 3 to go, down by 7 or more. Teams were 0-122. Enter the Pacers, who are 1-122 in this situation now on behalf of everybody else in basketball.
Just insane.
With their win. But like,
so much
how many
credit to
stats
them.
like that have we
Yeah.
seen where it's like teams were 1-673 in this situation?
And now
if you
they're
add
2,
all those things up when it's done, like what are the odds of this run for them? I mean, any one of these odds happens once in a lifetime. I mean, we're going to be able to look at one of those crazy numbers where based on the comeback to win that game and that game, the likeliness of winning all these games was, and it's going to be like 1 in a million or something crazy. I mean, this is a just surreal stretch.
It shouldn't be happening, and yet it is. Sports undefeated. Thank goodness for them. Now, I don't know what that means for this series. Again, Oklahoma City is still the better team as far as I'm concerned. But I am done, and I'm the egg on my face. I said, Toby asked me yesterday off air. We were in the press box last night at Nats Park, just chatting about it, and I was like, I still think it's Oklahoma City in 5, just because they're so good, they're so talented, they can beat you in so many different ways. Defensively, they're excellent. They're going to turn you over. It's just going to happen. They feel inevitable to me, and sure enough, well, you got to win 4 straight now to make that come true. I have underestimated Indiana in every single series. Maybe not the one against the Knicks. I thought they were going to win that series, but I thought it would go 7 and it might take something miraculous. I didn't think they'd beat the Cavaliers. I wasn't sure they'd get out of the first round. And yet here they are up 1-0 in the finals because even in game, I think people kind of go, okay, they're done, right? Just like The Undertaker, they keep getting up. Whatever, Jason from Friday the 13th, you cannot bury that group. It's somebody's making the big shot to cut it to 5. Someone's making the big shot or the big stop, the big defensive play on a rotation. Somebody does something every time to give Halliburton a chance to make that clutch bucket. I mean, last night, Halliburton, you touched on it, wasn't really the offensive focus. They moved him off the ball a little bit. Oklahoma City wasn't really sure what to do about that. Other guys were getting really good looks, and they were pretty efficient for Obi Toppin and Miles Turner, and Neesmith had a couple of buckets too. All of a sudden, then at the end, though, all right, it's one-on-one time. It's Halliburton time, right? As he's going to do something heroic, and you already knew it. What a group. So impressive to be able to overcome that. Again, I still think Oklahoma City wins it, but I'm done telling you that it's just a matter of time, because the Pacers are the cardiac kids, man.
So respectfully, and I think what you're doing is probably smarter by saying you're done counting out the Pacers. I will continue to. If they win again in the next two and they go up 2-1, then I'll join you. But I think this could still end in 5. I now think it goes 6. I had a ticket for the Thunder in 5 that's probably cooked, because I think they get one at home, because I think the atmosphere is going to be unbelievable. And it's going to be probably 2-2 through 4, and then maybe the Thunder roll after that. But Oklahoma City, just as an example, Danny, is an 11-point favorite in game 2.
Mm-hmm.
That is a massive line. 11 points. And you would say, well, that's insane. That's ridiculous. That the Pacers are plus 430 on the money line. I mean, that is a long odds game. That's like a 13 beating a 4, basically, in the NCAA tournament or something. You're going, well, what are they thinking? Well, they watched the game. I mean, the Thunder were decidedly better. They were up by enough with 3 minutes to go that it could have easily been a 16, 17-point win if they executed in the final couple of minutes, and instead they lost. So I'm not betting that game, but I actually would lean toward them winning by 11 or more, because the other thing is, in addition to the Thunder having the best margin of victory this season and throughout the playoffs, they've beaten teams by 40 and 30, and their games don't link one to the next. There's no real, oh, well, this game was tight. Like, they'll blow someone out by 34, and then the next game comes down to the wire. So I could definitely just see Chet Holmgren, who's poured in 20-plus in the last round 3 times and didn't particularly shoot it well in game 1, having 25 points and being the number 3 guy in the rotation, and SGA going for 37 again, and they win by 16 or something. I think they roll still. I'm going to count out the Pacers, but my goodness, I mean, have they made me and everybody else look so foolish every step of the way. Speaking of fools, though, I don't know if you saw this. This is crazy. Imagine being a Pacers fan in Indiana.
Yes.
Watching the NBA Finals on your local network's coverage, right? The equivalent of ABC there. And you're watching the finals, and your beloved Pacers are hard charging and coming back, Danny. They're giving you everything they got. They've got the basketball off of a rebound. They're coming across the timeline down a point. If they hit a basket, they win the game. And then the local affiliate cuts to a commercial. That happened last night in Fort Wayne, Indiana, game 1 of the finals, and the audience missed the Tyrese Halliburton shot. Listen to this audio of this TV station.
Thunder clinging to this 3-point lead. SGA the drive inside, shot blocked. Siakam throws it back.
Next on 21 Alive News, the man who was brutally beaten at Pike's Pub last week has come forward. Hear what he wants to have happen now. Also tonight, a big night for Pacer fans as Indiana is in the NBA Finals. We'll show you a local business who has seen a boost from the Yes Sirs.
And we could see a little fog overnight tonight. We'll have the very latest forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Thanks for staying up with us. I'm Amr Abbas. Fort Wayne's most watched news start.
SGA guarded by Nembhard.
Oh, my God.
Is it a big night for Pacer fans?
Oh, my goodness.
Now, I'm not laughing at the terrible story about the guy, because the timing of my laugh wasn't great. Like, it sounds like someone was beaten, and that's not funny. But
You
what
mean
is
the man
funny,
that was beaten in Pike's Pub?
in Pike's Pub, the fact that I know about Pike's Pub with 30 seconds left in the NBA championship round game.
The amount of anger.
Insane.
There's no measure. I would have wanted heads on platters, bro.
Like, can you imagine the Washington Wizards? Don't laugh. Don't laugh. The Washington Wizards are playing game 1 of the NBA Finals. It's not funny. Just imagine that. And WJLA coming up at News 7.
Right. Scott Abraham will have more on the Wizards' unlikely run to the final.
Big night for Wizards fans. We'll break it all down for people at watch parties. And there's a traffic violation from speed cameras, which suck. More after the game.
my guy is Jim Loke. Jim Loke comes on to start telling me what he's going to be talking about on the Final Five or whatever, while I'm trying to watch Alex Sarr and the boys take game 1 in Oklahoma City. We're going to have big issues.
We'll have a problem. Yeah.
I mean, get away from me right now. The man at Pike's Pub who got beaten down, and I feel bad for him.
It sucks for that guy.
Wait till you hear what he's asking for. Probably money in a lawsuit. Next story. Back to the game. Pacers fans are excited to watch the game, not you. Put the game back on immediately.
The game.
And they're teasing the Pacers game. Like, how does that happen?
Oh,
does
big
someone
night for Pacer fans.
Does someone hit the wrong button?
It has
Does
to be that.
someone plug the wrong wire in? Like, what leads to that?
Got to be a button. So I don't know. I want to be so clear. I know nothing. Just to be so crystal clear, I know zero. I feel like there are things in our automated system, our board or whatever, that are like, this thing plays at 2:58 unless you do something about it. Right? I think it's one of those situations where I don't know what time of night it was, at 10:54 to tease the 11 o'clock news, this is going to air on the station unless someone just sits there and goes, no, don't do that, or don't play. Right? Instead of automatically, instead of feeding something in manually, reel to reel, I think someone just fell asleep at the wheel and the game doesn't go according to normal schedule, right? The game goes as the game goes, right? The commercial breaks at a certain time and it went longer than maybe you thought, whatever. I think someone just fell asleep at the wheel and put on that trailer that they recorded for the dumb news that night.
So the automated nature is a possibility, but I wouldn't think something would be automated to just take over the station no matter what. You know what I mean? I don't think there's anything on our radio station where something just plays regardless of what is on at any given moment. That one's tough for me. Some person somewhere sitting in a truck had to have screwed that up. And I want to know what that conversation's like. Is there a bigger mess up? I mean, it's not like that happened, by the way, in DC, which was still a big deal. You know, people are watching the finals. They care about it. It happened in the Pacers media market.
Yeah.
What share were they getting at that moment? What were the ratings? How many thousands of people were shoulder to shoulder in bars and at watch parties? One of the stories they were teasing was a watch party where that station is on. And now the game, as Halliburton's ready to hoist to win the game, is no longer being viewed because the local news guy in a suit is telling you what's coming up at the top of the hour. I get that mistakes happen. That one can't. Easy for me to say, that one can't. I just need you to get the finals across the finish line for me. This is not a wrestling match. This is not a NASCAR race. We don't break during the action. We need to see every second of the game, and you can work on everything else otherwise.
Back in the 60s, Grant, that's when stuff like this was still absurd, but more, I don't want to say commonplace, but you could understand it. In the 1960s, more than 60 years ago, if you're doing your math at home, there was a game between the Jets and the Raiders, a massive game in November. The Jets are up late in the game, and the time went past a certain point, and NBC just switched it over to a movie called Heidi. Now, I don't know what Heidi is. It's not about Mrs. Clary, but it was a movie, and NBC just aired the movie instead of the game. And that was the end of it. No one saw how the game finished. There's no cable. There's no get it on your phone. There's no figure it out.
There owe some people some apologies, I would say.
That was in the 60s. This is 2025 in the year of our Lord. You can't do that. And my follow-up question is, why was that bird so angry at you?
Well, I was going to ask. I mean, there's no way you guys could, that wasn't loud.
It sounded like you handed the microphone to the bird.
Right. So there are just nothing but ducks around me. Ever. I mean, they are to my left, to my right. So I got Dan Fouts 6 feet away. I look at Norm Van Brocklin's about 10 feet away. I got a Dave Wilcox sighting here. He was the one making all the noise, I think. Haloti Ngata is just around the bend here. I just saw him waddling.
You sent
probably
a picture.
800 ducks.
You sent a picture. It looked like Panay Sewell. Did you see him?
No, he was a big duck. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
And Lake Seastrunk I saw earlier, which was good to see him.
Mm-hmm.
I know everyone wanted him to make the roster, but there could be ducks on this broadcast from time to time. That particular guy was just sitting right here for a while, and I wanted to throw something at him to just get him to leave, but he did it on his own. All worked out. Speaking of Ducks, the Commanders have a new one in Josh Connerly Jr. on their offensive line. He's going to be leading the way for this running back room, which seems like maybe it's set. You and I were of the belief that Washington was still going to sign a veteran running back. J.K. Dobbins is visiting the Broncos. It seems like there's no urgency for the Commanders to go get a vet in the backfield. If this running back room is set, are we okay with that? Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Last night, NBA Finals, a thriller. The Pacers winning 111-110, leading for just 0.3 seconds of the game to take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 going to be tomorrow. Stanley Cup Finals, Game 2 tonight. Panthers and Oilers in Edmonton. The Oilers lead that series 1-0. In baseball, the Nationals fell in the rubber match to the Cubs yesterday, 7-1. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Rangers tonight, 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Pocket full of sunshine. Patrick Corbin back on the hill for the Nationals, 3-4 on the year with a 3.71 ERA. Or he's for the Rangers. Michael Soroka on the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-3 with a 5.81 ERA. Also news for the Nationals today, Jacob Young has been reinstated from the 10-day injured list. Dalen Lyle has been optioned back to AAA Rochester. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny live on the Fan. Danny's in our Navy Yard studios in D.C. I am in Locust Grove in Orange, Virginia at Meadow Farms Golf Course. Beautiful 18-hole location. Me and the Ducks are hanging out on the back patio, ponds and trees and flowers. It's really, really nice. I'm in the shade. I will say, Danny, just based on going out golfing, having been in the sun since probably 7:45 this morning, the fountain diet soda that I just luckboxed my way into during that break hit like Mike Tyson. You know how sometimes you get a drink,
yes,
and it's just different than any other drink you've ever had.
And I begrudge young people for a million reasons, and for a million different circumstances. One turn of phrase that they have where I actually go, you know what? I get that one. Most of the time, I don't know what they're saying or what they're talking about, and I find it irritating. I think you just danced around it, or even maybe said it yourself. Were they talking about something hitting different? I get that one. That one I get because of what you're talking about right now.
The only time I can remember feeling this good about a soft drink, touching my lips and then going down the chute, is like right after I cut the grass or something on the hottest day possible, and you come back in your house, you're just dying for water. You get a little water, and then you pour yourself a nice cold. I mean, there was a time where it was a Coca-Cola Classic. Now it's going to have to be a Coke Zero for your boy. But my God, man. When is the best time to have the perfect chilled beverage?
Here's mine.
I think it's right after cutting the grass.
That's a great one. I get in the argument there. I mean, to me, like I associate so much with sports and having like the right flavor of Gatorade that I wanted in that exact moment. But going pure soda here for a second, let me take you back to King's Dominion. You've been on the rides all day. You've got a little funnel cake, powdered sugar residue around your lips. You've been waiting in line for the Shockwave or the Anaconda. You've gone on the Rebel Yell so many times your bones hurt. You went on the Grizzly. Right. And you've been there for 7, 8, 9 hours. You know, it's not going to make you less thirsty. You know, it's like a dehydrating agent. You need water. Doesn't matter. I need that soda. I want that crush. I want that ice. And I want that soda at King's Dominion on a 110-degree day.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I went to King's Dominion, took the kids last year, and they do a thing now for the soft drinks there where you have to buy a cup at the beginning of the day, basically, and then it's refillable all day long.
Like the Disney model. That's what they do, or something like that, right?
Do they do something
I
like
think
that?
it's like that, yeah.
But, I mean, the cups are $22. So if you're going to have soft drinks, like essentially anything other than water, and I don't even know, maybe water is included with the cup, but they used to do the free waters because I'm sure you could get sued if somebody walks up to you on a hot day and says they need a water and you say no. But I remember at King's Dominion specifically, you just walk up, ask for water, they'd hand you the paper cup of water. But as of last summer, the giant, big orange and yellow, like looks like if you could wear them at night and no one would hit you by a car, like really bright colors. And they're these like see-through cups, and they've got a handle, but they're $22. And then you go fill them up all day long as you see fit at these vending places all over the park. Is that better or worse? I mean, I guess the unlimited nature of it is good. God, that's just a lot of money to pay for soda,
Yep.
or just to drink something.
Yeah,
but if you're
going
to
lose money, I'll tell you that.
Well, good point.
Yeah.
But I guess if you're going to have two of them, make 2.5 and you're there. It's just a matter of what's your plan for the day.
Well, I remember talking to somebody for a project in college. Now we're way off the beaten path here. Where they were explaining to me, they were like a marketing and money person, and they'd worked with a bunch of fast food chains and other spots like that. The one thing that places can make money on is soda. A big old cup of soda, just at that point, this is 20 some years ago, one old big cup of soda would cost the establishment probably a total of 30 cents. This was back then. So when you pay $1.75, that's the best margin in the house. They don't care if you get 2 or 3, they're still winning by so far, right? So if you charge $22 for a cup, I guarantee you that's where they're winning. They're probably not winning on a ticket. They're probably not winning on the teddy bear that you might win for knocking down or winning at Papa Shot or one of the carnival games. They're not winning on the pizza. They're winning on those beverages. And that upfront charge, you can't possibly make a big enough dent. You'd have to drink 100 sodas to almost break even, is my guess.
What was your 1-seed ride at Kings Dominion growing up?
My favorite was the Grizzly. That was
Wooden
my favorite.
Coaster, rickety as heck.
Yeah.
Bounced you all over the place. The Grizzly would hurt your teeth, I think.
You'd
if you
rattle
were
a little bit.
If you're one of those like older people, your back and everything gets jarred.
The reason
As a kid, I loved it,
yeah.
but I would hate it now.
The reason I probably couldn't even get into it. The reason I loved it the most was we'd get there for the park's opening, obviously, it's not amateur hour, and everybody would funnel towards stuff that was closer. That was towards the back of the park. So we would sprint there and just ride the Grizzly 15 times before anybody else, had the even wherewithal to cross like the midway point of the park. So we basically had the run of the place for the morning, and you'd get all your Grizzly rides in, and you'd be good. Fondest memories of starting my day at the Grizzly.
For me, that was Hurler. We would do kind of a similar thing in Wayne's World,
Mhm.
where you would go all the way to the back of the park there, past the Stan Mikita sign and all that. You get to the Hurler, and we would rip off 7-8 before anybody knew what had hit them. We once rode 17 consecutive times on the Hurler.
On the Hurler.
And I remember just feeling like I was going to keel over, me and my buddy Ben. But that was probably our highlight. But my favorite ride was always the Volcano, and it was front row Volcano. You shot up out probably at like 50 miles an hour or whatever, top of the Volcano. Now you couldn't pay me enough to do that ride. You could you're hanging, your feet are dangling, you're going up in the air and flipping over, and no thank you. I mean, it just sounds jarring and awful and terrible on my body. But as a teenager, that's why you went to Kings Dominion, was to wait in the longest possible line so you could sit in the very front, nobody in front of you impeding your view, and you could shoot out of the mountain on Volcano. I really liked Rubble Yell Backwards, too, because at that time in my life, I didn't know there was a single other coaster. There can't be. You could go backwards and do just
that was a huge deal.
Reverse. It was a smashola.
Because I remember the time before it could go backwards. It's just a Ford roller coaster. Good roller coaster. Perfectly fine.
See, that was before my time.
And then when they said, now you're going to do it backwards also, okay, amazing. What an innovation. Whoever thought of that, he did like one of those things where he pushed the envelope. At first, they probably said, no, you can't do that. But he said, but why? Why can't we do that? And then they did it, Grant.
Here's a wacky story that you've never heard about me. It's very rare that that's the case.
All right.
There was this guy named Tony who was a singer and a performer on stage at Kings Dominion. You remember all the shows they would have?
Yeah.
Like really over-the-top dancey shows.
The
You know what I'm talking about?
Jabberjaw Saltwater Circus, things like that back in my day.
It's just a bunch of like dance shows, like any kind of, Paramount production kind of stuff. Well, for some reason, I don't know why, but a young version of your boy was super into dancing along with the shows. That was a thing I did. You believe this?
Okay.
So I would stand in front of the stage and I would like mimic the dance moves. I was a, toddler, maybe
Just a little
older.
fella. You're a little guy.
But this guy, Tony, took a liking to me. And I'm a, 6-7-year-old kid. He's a muscular, muscle-bound, like a 35-year-old African-American guy. And he was just like blown away that I would just like keep up with him and do all these dance moves. This is a true story now. Do you realize, different time, that Tony one day, and he was like hanging out at King's Dominion with me and my mom and my dad and my brothers and whatever, just riding the rides. And like me and Tony were just going on rides together. And my parents were like, all right, meet us here in 10 minutes. This guy we didn't know that was just a dancer at King's Dominion.
What a different time that was.
Like, what a weird, when I look
imagine?
back at that, I'm like, what in the hell were you guys thinking? Like me letting Truman just go with some guy named Tony who's a dancer at King's Dominion? But it was just a different world.
Where's Truman? You mean right now? You'll never guess. He's with Tony.
Who's Tony?
Exactly.
The guy that we met last week when he was teaching Truman how to dance on stage at King's Dominion. I mean, that's a tough story.
What are DP and Janine doing right there? What is going on?
I mean, the judgment.
What kind of decisions are being made at this point?
I don't know. Now, it all worked out. Tony was my guy. You know, we just, spent an afternoon riding rides together. But, yeah, I mean, that's a time that happened, bro.
Man.
Me and Tony.
Different world. And not the spinoff of the Cosby Show either. I'm talking about a different world.
Yeah,
dude.
very different. All right, J.K. Dobbins. Could he be a Denver Bronco? And if he is, are the Commanders out on veteran running backs? That's the question on G&D. Hey guys, it's GP. FanDuel's the best place to get in on all of the Major League Baseball action, from hits to total bases to home runs. They've got lineup filled up with players that you can bet on all your favorite wagers right now, including the opportunities you got on Friday's special MLB bets right now on FanDuel. Pitching, that's your thing. Strikeout props, how pitchers are going to fare, how many outs they're going to get into a game, how many shutout innings they're going to throw. These are all things you can bet on. Either way, don't get caught looking. Join today. New customers get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's a $5 bet. If it hits, you get $200 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/GP to step up to the plate. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP for your chance to score $200 in bonus bets. You've got to be 21. Present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan on June 6th here, 2025. We are steamrolling toward training camp next month. Believe it or not, end of the month, the players will be back in Ashburn. We're starting to get a feel for what the roster is going to look like. One of the big questions for the Commanders is, are they done adding at running back? And I know we've both been on record saying we're hoping that they'd go out and get a veteran that can push Brian Robinson and maybe take some of the workload away from him on first and second down. Well, one of the guys that's come up a lot because he's had some success the last couple of years is J.K. Dobbins. When Dobbins is healthy, he runs the football well. He averaged 4.6 a pop last year. For his career, he averages 5.2 per carry, and he's only 26 years old. So hearing that, you'd say that's a guy you should be interested in. Add in the fact that he was drafted in the second round, 55th overall. I mean, this is a really intriguing profile. The problem is he gets hurt all of the time. And so he's still a free agent. That baggage has kept him on the market. He just visited the Denver Broncos, does not yet have a deal. But Danny, because he's visiting the Broncos and because it doesn't seem like there's much urgency from Washington to talk to him, he's not visiting Ashburn, to our knowledge. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of interest in Dobbins. And if there's not interest in Dobbins, it would tell me they're not that active at running back right now.
It doesn't feel like it. Again, I think this is an unforced error. I think this is an own goal here. They think differently about the running back position than I do. The same was true for Rivera and company. Now, again, they're qualified football experts. I'm just me, but I don't like it. I don't know what I don't know here. I think maybe the thought is the reason the running game was so poor last year, especially in the second half of the season, say the Tennessee game for whatever reason where they dominated Tennessee on the ground. But the reason it was so poor was our offensive line. You'll see. Maybe that's the solve. I don't know. To me, when I see Brian Robinson, I see a thumper. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. He's got a place on my roster. He's a great dude. I see a guy that doesn't have great vision. See a guy that didn't have great agility. I see Austin Eckler, whom I love, but we saw the injuries last year. We saw a guy that maybe you can't give 200 plus touches to over the course of a year. You got to use him judiciously. And again, I like him. I want more Austin Ecklers. They've got guys that are like Brian Robinson waiting in the wings. They don't seem to have any urgency to go out and upgrade a position that wouldn't cost you an arm and a leg. I understand not wanting to go out and win a bidding war for the next Saquon Barkley or whatever. The history of giving running backs big contracts hasn't worked out great. That said, man, I just think this is an easily upgradable position. Maybe they found something in the seventh rounder, across Merritt, but I don't know, man. I mean, to me, this is one of those, it wouldn't cost you much. You could really enhance that room, and they don't seem to have any urgency.
No, they're not aggressive to do it. I certainly think that they're way more content with this being the group than I would be. If you look at Brian Robinson's numbers last year, quantifiable numbers that are easy, right? 800 yards per attempt, everybody looks at pretty quickly, and he's pretty consistently been down around 4 per carry in his career. I think he was at a career high 4.3 last year. But I look at some of the advanced stuff with running backs like rushing yards over expected. So we can now determine, based on some of the chip data, where defenders are, where the ball is, where you are, and should they have been able to be blocked if you set people up, or were you able to run away from them, and what did you get more than basically the average back would have, or what was expected on the play. As an example, Derrick Henry per carry last year, Danny, per attempt, got 1.77 yards more on an attempt than anybody else, in terms of over expected, right? Saquon Barkley, 1.62 yards over expected per run. Guys like Jordan Mason of San Francisco, Chuba Hubbard of Carolina. It wasn't all superstars. Jerome Ford of the Cleveland Browns. On average, per attempt last year, 1.1 yards over expected. Brian Robinson got 0.08 yards, which was down around 20th. I would even say like 25th as I'm looking at this in the NFL. So the data continues to suggest there's a lot of meat left on the bone. The way I describe Robinson, I have no problem going into the season with him. It's a perfectly fine fallback solution. I would just like to do better. And I think at that position, you probably could have done it on the cheap. It would have been more of a priority for me in the draft. They ended up with a limited allotment of picks. And because of that, they didn't take one until the 7th round with Krosky Merritt. It would have been more of a priority for me in free agency. It hasn't been for them. So at this moment, Robinson, Eckler, McNichols, Rodriguez, maybe Krosky Merritt, that's the group. They just didn't add to it. They didn't do anything. And I don't think there's any reason to believe a year older that Eckler is going to be less injury prone or more durable. I love what he gives you, but I think he's going to miss some time here and there. He's going to get banged up. And there's no reason for me to believe now that Brian Robinson is suddenly going to figure it out. This is not year 2 or even year 3. He's going into his 4th year. He's coming up on 50 games in the NFL. I think we got a pretty good beat on what he is, which is not a bad football player. I'm just looking for a home run hitter, and he's a singles hitter. So maybe to your point, it's just a paradigm issue where they like singles, and they're fine with this guy, and I want home runs, and it's not what they're looking for.
Yeah, I would say for me, I by the way, I totally understand your point about home runs. I mean, you're talking about speed, the game-breaking ability, et cetera. I would love that too. I'm not anti that, but I'm more realistically, I'd say looking for doubles, right? I want that wiggle. I want that you turn 4 into 7, not just by bruising through people, but by vision, cutbacks, catching the ball to the backfield. I just don't see that. And again, they think of it differently. It seems like they want that battering ram as kind of their primary. So did Rivera and company. Just not the way that I would do it. But yeah, they don't seem to have much urgency in changing things.
There's another data point that I've got on Brian Robinson I want to pass along statistically from last year that I think is interesting we can react to. But let's open up the phones on this as well at 800-636-1067. If they don't do anything else at running back, can you be content and excited about this group if they bring the same cavalry back? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Last night, a thriller in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. The Pacers beating the Thunder 111-110. Tyrese Halliburton hitting the go-ahead jumper with 0.3 seconds left in the game. The only 0.3 seconds that the Pacers led all game long. They take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 going to be tomorrow night. Stanley Cup Finals Game 2 tonight. The Panthers and the Oilers in Edmonton. The Oilers won the first game 4-3 in overtime. They hold the 1-0 series lead. Game 2 tonight. Dallas Stars fired their head coach Pete DeBoer. In baseball, Jacob Young's been reinstated from the 10-day injured list. Dalen Lyle optioned back to AAA Rochester. Nationals looking to bounce back after they lost to the Cubs at 2-3, losing the rubber match yesterday 7-1. They begin a 3-game series against the Rangers. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan tonight. Michael Soroka takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-3 with a 5.81 ERA. He'll take on a familiar foe, Patrick Corbin. He takes the hill for the Rangers. He's 3-4 with a 3.71 ERA this season. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny live on the Fan. It's Friday. It's early June. It is a warm summer day all over D.C. Final day of school in the Paulson household for our kindergartner. So summer's for real now. We are into the summer. I know you guys are getting there too this week, Danny, with these field days that you've been having. So is this it? Is this the end of the road?
Down the stretch, I think there's a few more days. I actually forget what the actual day is, if it's Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday or something next week. But like this is the final where they're like, hey, don't forget to put $4 in your kid's backpack for the pizza party. You know what I mean? They're not doing that in November. Like it's time, dude. They're talking about summer reading lists and things. Yeah.
You start watching a movie every day in school. It's like the teachers are done too. Mm-hmm. The Giant Barbecue Battle in D.C., June 20th and 21st. We've got your tickets. I got a 4-pack for you today with Danny. We're giving out. You can win those in 1 hour right at 4 o'clock ahead of our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Defenders. We're playing a conference championship game on Sunday, the NBA and the Wiz, and then the Nationals all coming up on our Blitz. The show's brought to you today by the law firm Kondori & Murad. They'll help you draft your last will and testament. They'll set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. KMLawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, and you'll get a discount. That's KMLawyers.com. Hey, Danny, before we get back into the running back Commanders combo we were having, we'll hit the phones at 800-636-1067 if you guys want to chime in on that. Did you see these numbers for the Women's College World Series compared to the Stanley Cup Final?
I did, yes.
So as a hockey guy, this pained me a little bit, I will say, but I am very much happy for the WCWS in softball. ESPN has done a really good job, I will say, in building up softball to the point where now former Marlins GM Kim Ng is running this national women's college softball barnstorming league.
I didn't even know that. That is interesting.
They're going market to market with pros and the best stars of the college game over the last few years. But the Women's College World Series is on right now. So this is the softball version of the CWS that's at Rosenblatt Stadium in Omaha in baseball. And game 1 of the series was just played between, I think it's Texas Tech.
It is, yes.
And that game drew an average of 2.1 million viewers, which is a lot.
Yes, it is.
That's a gigantic number for women's college softball, but it is the College World Series. I bring that up to juxtapose it because this was the story that everyone's been writing, that it almost did the numbers of the Stanley Cup Final. The Stanley Cup Final did 2.42 million viewers on average, and the peaks of the two is a little bigger gap. Obviously, the Stanley Cup at the Apex, did a little better. But the idea that on average, we're talking about 0.3 is a difference here, 2.1 to 2.4 million between the Women's College World Series of softball and the Stanley Cup final with the best player on the planet, Connor McDavid, playing, and, oh, by the way, scoring the game-winning goal in overtime in a rematch of last year's final. That is stunning that those two were so close, in my opinion.
It is wild. And that's without kind of I don't know how to say this in a different way, a sort of one of these cross-sport transcendent stars like Caitlin Clark. Right? Like we did the topic while you were out. You're on vacation. I watch this thing every year. I was obsessed with this, a little bit too strong. I get into it every year right around this time. It kind of fills the gap when things are slowing down for, there's not a Capitals game anymore. The NBA playoffs are a little bit more irregular. It's on way more often. So these regionals, the College World Series, to pare it down to one of the final couple of teams, I watch this thing and get into it and find out some of the stories and find out some of the teams and players, and I'm mesmerized by it. So I watch it every year, and I marvel at that fact. There's no Caitlin Clark. There's no I got to see this. I would hazard a guess. None of our listeners can name any players on either Texas Tech or Texas, and yet it's doing major sport numbers. It's pretty incredible.
Well, here's what I would say though is, and this is maybe a problem for the NHL, but a very small percentage of our listeners can probably name many players on Edmonton that aren't Connor McDavid, right? And that's not to knock anybody. I mean, there are hockey fans that are listening that can tell you some of the lines for sure. But the NHL is not the National Football League. It's not Major League Baseball. It's not the NBA. And I get that, and I know that. And we can dive into why that is and how we got here. But I don't know. Discouraging might be too strong, but when I heard that, that was a bummer to me. That the Women's College World Series basically gets the numbers right now of the Stanley Cup, which the ratings were down for game one of this rematch. And hopefully it was a one-night thing. Maybe it's based on, midweek, or I don't know. It's ESPN versus TNT, and it's sports, so maybe that has something to do with it. I'm not sure if the Women's College World Series had some type of ESPN in addition to like an ABC part of the telecast. I don't really know. But I think it was just cable. I think it was ESPN, TNT, and it was 1.1 to 1.4. But it sounds like you're a good person to ask if you're enjoying it so much. What I would say is I always watch it for sure. It's ubiquitous on television for a few weeks.
Yep.
Like you cannot turn on TV. And for me, all my, locked in channels, when the TV pops on or on YouTube TV, the first thing that says, do you want to watch this? It's ESPN. So those games, like you have to almost avoid them not to see them.
Right.
So I end up watching a lot of it, and it is super entertaining. But what appeals about it to you so much, because it sounds like you're even more into it than you would be like the College World Series with hardball.
Yes,
which is the thing that I get super into. But I don't know that that's going to do 1.2 million in viewership.
Yeah, who knows if it does? Yeah, I mean, I watched the Men's College World Series. I have since I was a kid. I've always really, really liked it. But I don't know what it is specifically about the game. I find it just close enough to baseball, but also there are these crazy differences where everything happens so fast. In other words, like the fielders, because the base paths are so short, the fielders are so close to the batter that every play has to be made bang, bang. There's no take your time, 2 hops, flick it sidearm like you can do in the bigs on a routine room service 2.5 hopper, right? Like everything has to be fast. And you know what else is fast is the pitching. These women are like, there was a girl from Tennessee. I don't know how anybody hit her that I brought into the show who threw 80 miles an hour underhand, the equivalent of 111 miles an hour on a fastball. Going from, they start at 44, 46, whatever it is. And as you hop forward to stay in the circle, she's releasing the ball 39 feet from your face, throwing at 80 miles an hour with rise and dip and dive and everything in between. It's just so ungodly nasty. But yet there are enough stars that can hit it, and there are enough plays to be made. For whatever reason, it has really caught my attention over the last handful of years, and I watch it every year.
Sounds like you're not alone. I watch it and enjoy it, but what you like about it sounds like I would change. Like it's the part that while I watch it, maybe in spite of, I don't like the bases being so close, or, the fact that it almost feels like a little league field in a sense, like with the speed of the game. And they're so good that
they're so good.
I think they've outgrown it. And the pitchers especially have outgrown it. They need to probably move the mound back so that it's not the velocity of 107 coming at you.
Seriously.
To your point. But I don't like the idea that a pop-up in the infield might go over the fence. Doesn't appeal to me. I don't like that. If it makes it feel more amateur watching it. when it's just like, okay, off the bat, is that going to be right behind second base or a home run to center field? But it's a lot of like drag bunts and good, clean, small ball. That part I love. I just want it played on bigger dimensions because I just feel like the girls have gotten too good for the basically playing on the field that I don't know. It looked like maybe you or I would have played on dimensions wise when it's 14, 15. What is it? It's like 60 feet in Major League Baseball. And I want to say it's 45 feet in softball. Is that right?
Something to that effect. Yeah. But again, you don't have to have your foot on the rubber when you throw. That you hop forward and you're still in the circle.
Well, I'm just talking about the bases.
Oh, okay.
The mound even more so is crazy.
Major League Base is 90 feet. I think these are 60.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. 60 feet, 60 from home plate. Major League bases are 90, and then softball 60, right?
I think so.
So I would move those back to like 75. And, I mean, there's experts that probably know a lot more about this than I do that can come up with a better plan. But just watching it, you don't get that sense like they're too good for that dimension of field. It feels like they just got off their buses at a youth field, and it's like, no. You guys are a level up. Texas Tech, you guys are better than this field.
Yeah, you're a little bit higher than that. Yeah, I don't know. I see your point. It's not as if, like, because there's I'm trying to phrase this. Like, every once in a while, like, for example, there was this girl that her team got eliminated, but I couldn't get over this, that she got $1 million of NIL to transfer from Stanford to Arkansas and had Arkansas got upset in their regional final, but she had 30 bombs, hit 500 with 30 bombs over one of the great offensive seasons in the history of the sport. So for her, the dimensions are too small. But for like 90% of the players, it's not as if they're, like Pete Cavilla, like a hulking mass of humanity that gets jammed that hits it 400 feet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So for the most part, it plays right. But every once in a while, you get someone that's so, like, that girl is so good that if she didn't see a strike in the entire 3-game series in the regional final, they walked her every time. And once they tried to pitch to her and they hit her, like, they're like, not you, right? So for her, the field's too small. You can move it back 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet for her. She still would have hit bombs. But for a lot of that, I don't know. I mean, it does feel too fast on the bases, though, right? To going home to first. But stealing, the timing works right. It's the same percentage as it would be in baseball. But you're right
but
about
I'm
home
thinking
to first.
Like a tapper to the mound is like a bang,
really
bang
close
play.
Yeah.
It's kind of, that to me is a little ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But the sport itself is ultra entertaining. I think the energy is really cool. They're chanting. They're on the top step. They're celebrating. It's all made for television in a sense. I mean, more so than just a game or a sport. I think it's actually very, very entertaining product. And I would say the same thing, by the way, about college baseball, which I love, and the College World Series, which is coming up. But those numbers, I mean, what a win. Women's sports is certainly rising in popularity. It seems like all the time. We talk about it with the WNBA and Caitlin Clark and what she's meant to that association, and just how much the television numbers and the attendance numbers have changed in the last 2-3 years. But it seems like it might be bigger than that and larger than that. In our own backyard here with the Washington Spirit for soccer, you look at, I've always found the women's national soccer team to be ultra entertaining to watch. I mean, since Brandy Chastain ripped off her jersey to celebrate in 99 when I was 10 years old, I was watching that game. I've always thought women's soccer at the international level was a really good, entertaining return on investment as a sports fan. But it just seems like, if Women's College World Series softball now, where the University of Florida is playing UCLA in a championship game, and that's basically getting Stanley Cup numbers, something's afoot here with women's sports. So I think that's definitely a win for ESPN as they've been trying to give them better time slots and pushing those along. All right, the phones are open for you on the Commanders running back situation. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's sneak in a couple people who wanted to chat, I guess, about the WCWS. Mo's in D.C. What's up, Mo? How are you? Mo, you're on Grant and Danny. What's good?
Hey, buddy.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you
Got
hear
you,
me?
pal.
All right, hey, listen, I'm going to make it quick. So the Women's College World Series, it's like you said with the U.S. Olympic team. It's very entertaining. I watch it more than I watch Major League Baseball. Now, playoff baseball is different, but that is a playoff atmosphere. And it's the best out of 3. And they really talking trash to each other. Like, they really talking trash. And the thing that you don't like about it, like the bang bang play about the dribbler or whatever, yeah, that makes it faster and funner for me. So I really enjoy it. When we talk about the running back room, right? No, I would have to be content with it, but I wouldn't be excited about it. Unless Brian Robinson channels his inner Earl Campbell or like some great Alabama running back, then him being the lead back is not exciting to me. Now,
So here's my question for our guys. Thanks for the call.
Appreciate you, dude.
We got a research team back in the studio. I'll put on this. Find me running backs that became something different than they were in year 4. 3-year sample, and then in their 4th year, they just took off. I'm not saying it's never happened. I'm saying I can't think of anyone who's done it, and I'd like an example of that. We'll get back into the running backs in a second, but I think this is kind of an interesting conversation we're having. That's you and him both like the thing that bothers me, which is like the smallness of the field. Maybe that is more of a positive than a negative for a lot of people.
It's different for sure. It's different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it adds to the pace, and it adds to, how would I say it? Every single play is close. Every single play is tight. And it doesn't matter how, like a tapper is possibly a base hit. And if the MLB is chasing offense and runners on base and true outcomes that aren't home runs, then maybe they're onto something. Maybe that action is appealing. Just athletes running. Dave's in Woodbridge on Grant and Danny. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. So I was always big into the men's College World Series, but I have to say, so I play ball. My son, he plays baseball. My household, the last 2 or 3 years, we have done a total shift to the women's game. It's so exciting. They're so fundamentally sound. I rarely see an error. They're making these diving plays. I like the dimensions. I like the short porch. It's not like we're having 15 to 14 games. I would be open for them, having some kind of women's semi-pro league in there. They play in some of these minor league, stadiums. It is enjoyable to watch, though. I definitely on board. Thanks.
Well, check out the new league that Kim Ng's gotten started here, the former Marlins GM. She's going to be running a barnstorming league. She's the commissioner. It's called the AUSL, I believe. And she's just taking this thing over. They're just getting started. But it's going to be a big deal. I really believe that.
Yeah, they tried to do something like this before, Jeeps, where they're because it's the same thing happened, frankly, with men's lacrosse, where the highest level is college lacrosse. They've tried to put these pro leagues together, have tried a couple different iterations of this Major League Lacrosse and this Pro League Lacrosse and this and that, and it hasn't really been unified. I know one of the Junkies buddies, I'm blanking on his name, has tried to put together, Paul Rabel, has tried to have something that's more serious and working now. But they've done this with women's softball, where it's like there's got to be a place for these stars who are great at this sport at the highest level to go after college. And they haven't really had it stick yet, kind of sort of non-Olympic division, right? Some of the people that now, if you've watched softball in the Olympics, the Kat Ostermans, Lisa Fernandez back in the day, Jenny Finch went to Arizona. Some of these names are celebrities, but they couldn't really find a league that stuck. So maybe this model of like that barnstorming type deal, Savannah Banana style, might be the way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. And all of the stars, the celebrity superstars over the years that you just referenced, are on the board with Ng from what I've read. But it's the Athletes Unlimited Softball League. 4 teams, 10 cities, 24-game tour, going to serve as a test run for its move next year to 6 teams in permanent locations. So they want to get to a point kind of like the UFL where it's a 6-team league. But right now, this is how they're kind of getting it off the ground. Let's go to Brian in Herndon on Grant and Daniel. Brian, what's up?
Hey, Brian.
Grant, Daniel, happy Friday, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Thanks.
Yeah, so again, diehard baseball family here with the boys and my wife. My wife, I can't get her to watch any baseball unless we're at Nats Park, but nothing much to watch on TV on Wednesday. Found the World Series. Honestly, the first time I've watched the Girls World Series, and my family instantly got hooked to the point where last night, I told the boys that Game 1 was on for the basketball NBA Finals, and they also knew that Game 2 was on. They wanted to watch the Game 2 of the World Series.
Man,
we sat there as a family, pop popcorn, watch the game. Dude, this pitcher for Texas Tech, correct me if I'm wrong, I think she's thrown back-to-back games.
Yeah.
Like, that's
well, yeah, because the
all
underhand
everyday innings,
motion
dude.
is
Yeah.
your shoulder doesn't fall off. So
unbelievable.
Yeah, I think she's throwing
restrictions are
every
different.
inning of their postseason or close to it, something like that.
Guess what my family's doing tonight? We're watching Game 3 of the World Series. Like,
Hey,
what's
can I
going
ask
on
you
right now? Like,
how
man.
old are your boys?
They're 9 and 11, and they are. I mean, they're knee deep into baseball. Like, we're in All-Star baseball right now. We're playing 30 days of baseball right now. It's like we are a baseball family, and now completely obsessed with this World Series. Like,
That's so cool.
This is awesome. I love it. Yeah,
That's
it's awesome.
neat. Danny, what do you think's the difference in numbers between people who play pickup hockey? So, not just ice skating, right? But like roller hockey, because I know I have a lot of buddies that are in leagues, or softball, just in America. I'm just thinking about, because hockey, to me, people don't grow up with it.
Right.
It's different now in DC, thanks to Ovi and the Rock the Red era effect here. But I don't know about you. I mean, did you ever play in an ice hockey game growing up?
Never once. I played
Same.
street hockey, because honestly, right after Wayne's World came out, where they're doing Game On. My neighbors, Casey and Kurt, we all got rollerblades and hockey sticks. Two of the 3 hockey sticks we used were giveaways at Capitals games, by the way, back in the day. You sleep. When it was stick night, we'd always go, and you would get a full, honest-to-God wooden stick. They had to change that for cost, and then you get a plastic plate
I was
on
going
it.
to say, you must have hit your sister with it or something and ruined it for me, because they weren't still doing that.
Yeah, there were too many incidents, I think. But that's where we got some of these sticks from. So we were playing with like a roller puck and stuff like that on blacktops in places.
We would do the same thing on Ward Road. You remember Ward Road in King
Yes,
George
right
County
it's
there?
the road, yeah.
Right in front of 12104 Ward Road. We would yell in Peppermill Estates, car! You'd have to get to the side. Game on!
Game on!
Based on Wayne's World, exactly right. Same shtick. But I do wonder, I would imagine, and I'm making this up out of my tuchus, I imagine that there are tons more people that are in softball leagues than that are playing in hockey leagues. Now, maybe that's not the case, but I just know in my adult life, like I've been invited to play way more times to go play softball than to play in a roller hockey.
Yeah, I've never once been invited to play hockey. Not one time.
There is good hockey being played.
Sure.
My boys, Norwich and Elliott, are on a team, and like they're always talking about their games, and it's super competitive. Carl Alsner does pick up games with former college hockey players. I mean, it's out there. I just think maybe there's definitely a connection with baseball and softball, which get linked together. It's just a different natural sport that a lot of people came up with. If you learn to swim, when you were 3 or 4 years old, as opposed to someone who'd never been in a pool until they're 9, it's just something naturally that you're more adept at. John's in Rockville. What's up, John? You're on Grant and Danny.
All right. First, Grant, I want to ask you, with the smaller fields, how many home runs do you think you could hit?
In a softball field?
Yeah.
0.
Okay. My daughter just got, I played minor league baseball, and my daughter just got a scholarship to East Carolina. She's a pitcher.
Oh, amazing. That's awesome.
I will tell you that she took me out on the field, and I thought I could hit off her. I could not even come close, man.
No, listen, I'm not doing the bit where I...
No, but what I'm saying is I think what you're seeing, and I noticed the same thing, I think what you're seeing is that the talent of these young women has just phenomenally grown, where what you're seeing is it looking easy, but I don't think the average even girl or the average high school softball player plays those fields like that, to Danny's point. I think it's just like, I mean, my daughter talked about that pitcher that Danny likes, the 80 mile an hour. My daughter throws 63, which is fast.
Yeah, 63 is firm. That's a good fastball.
Yeah. No, and she's a freshman, or she's going into her freshman year next year. So, I mean, when I look at that, I'm just shocked of how far the women's game has evolved. And I think
this is my point, actually. It's a good phone call. Thank you. And congrats to her. That's going to be great. I'm glad she got the scholarship. No. Let me be clear. Barack Obama style.
Do a full thing.
Clear.
There you go.
2 parts here. One, this is not tough guy man on the radio going, I'd hit a home run off any of those pitchers.
I'd take him deep.
No, I couldn't hit anything. I think I would maybe make contact and hit some dribblers if I got lucky. That's kind of the extent of what I would hope to do. That's not what I'm doing here. My point is actually the opposite. I think these girls are way too good for that, for that dimension.
Mhm.
Now, your point is we're seeing the best of the best. By the time they're on ESPN and the championship, I'm watching Florida and UCLA and whatever, and the average player at Oral Roberts or, I don't know, pick your, Old Dominion or whatever, maybe the surface and the dimensions suit them just fine. But when I'm watching, it just feels very small. I'm saying, let's explore the space. Let's give them a bigger field and show off the athleticism even more. But it seems like it resonates with people. The pace of it works. I know this. I don't turn the game off when it's on. Yep. I am entertained by it. So maybe they got nothing to fix. By the way, they're doing Stanley Cup numbers.
Yeah.
So maybe don't tweak a whole lot. Maybe just keep saying, have fun, ladies, and posting it on as many of your channels as you can.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing, man.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Good conversation there. All right, I do want to get back into the Commanders running back room, though, with you next, Danny. Some people have been waiting. Are we content if they don't make any moves in the backfield? Plus, we'll check in on the NBA Finals front with an insider from Odyssey who's got some thoughts on how Game 1 went down. This is Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Last night, NBA Finals Game 1, a thriller. The Pacers come back and win 111-110 with Tyrese Halliburton knocking down a game-winning jumper with 0.3 seconds to go. Game 2 going to be tomorrow night. Stanley Cup Finals Game 2 tonight, Panthers and Oilers in Edmonton. Oilers lead that series 1-0. The Dallas Stars today fired their head coach, Pete DeBoer. In baseball, the Nationals dropped 2-3 to the Cubs. They'll look to bounce back against the Rangers tonight. 6:45 first pitch into the game right here on the Fan. Familiar face, Patrick Corbin on the hill for the Rangers. He's 3-4 with a 3.71 ERA. Michael Soroka takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-3 with a 5.81 ERA. Jacob Young has been reinstated from the 10-day injured list. Dalen Lyle has been optioned back to AAA Rochester. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC.
Tyrese Halliburton. Has that guy ever missed a big shot? Certainly doesn't feel like it this postseason. Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. Nick Friedel of Odyssey Sports is our NBA insider. He's on the line with us right now. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, thank you for the time. Everybody that we talked to told us Thunder roll in this series. Somebody forgot to tell the Pacers, huh?
Yeah, I was one of those people who were sitting there saying the Thunder is they're going to roll. The Pacers might get a game, but it ain't going to last too long. And then here's Halliburton and that group finding a way one more time. The only thing that was missing from the end of that game, guys, was Halliburton running around doing the Sam Cassell dance, because that dude is unbelievable late in games. And that team has no fear. They trust each other. They trust him to close. And when you have that, you're always going to have a chance. But absolutely, I was one of those people that is sitting here shocked that not only did they do it on that kind of stage, but the Thunder melted down the way they did late in that game after getting up so high. I still think OKC is going to win. I still think they are a far better team. But the Pacers gave everybody pause, and they reminded everybody that you have to go out and play, and the Thunder have not been in this situation at this type of level with this group, and it showed last night.
Yeah, I watched it. I still don't quite understand how it happened. You know what I mean? Like, I had to go back and DVR. I kept doing that, rewind 1 minute thing just to see it again. I still can't quite figure it out. How much of this is, though, kind of, and you alluded to this, good Pacers, and how much of it is Oklahoma City kind of melting down?
I think it's far more the second one to me, because when you get up 15 in the fourth and you've been the team all year that's been dominant, to go and melt down the way they did is pretty impressive. I know people will point to that Nuggets game a couple series ago. It happened, but it seemed that was more a blip on the radar. And most of the time, they've just been blowing people out at home throughout the last month and a half of the postseason. So when I go back and I did the same thing, I'm sitting there looking back going, what? Like, how did they even let this happen? I think it's a learning step for Mark Magnon and that team, because they haven't been through it before. I say that, though, with a little bit of a pause, because I think that the Pacers, having now done this in every series, and having won the way they did in game one of the finals, they're going to walk in there on Sunday going, oh, yeah, this is no big deal. And we know we have the guy who can wrap things up for us. Again, though, when you watch the Thunder and you watch the Pacers, as great of a run as Indiana's been on during this postseason, they don't have the talent that the Thunder have. They don't have as much depth, although they do have some depth. And most of all, guys, in the end, they don't have SGA. And as well as he played last night there were still moments, especially late, where you're like, all right, let's do a little bit more. I think he learns from game one, and he comes back even better in game two.
I think Chet Holmgren is going to score as this series goes on and look better shooting the basketball than he did in game one. So that's an obvious area where the Thunder maybe get a little more moving forward. They got out-rebounded by 17. Maybe that's part of it. But like, what adjustments do they make? What has to change?
I think the key for the Thunder is just to get Chet going early and often. I think it's a really good point because when you've seen what he can do and you've seen the different matchups he can create, if you can get him into a rhythm and you can take a little bit of that pressure off SGA, well, then all of a sudden the floor opens up a little bit more. And I know with the Thunder, you've got guys like Dort and all these other pieces that give them the depth that they've gotten. But what have we seen time and again in the finals, guys? For years and years and years, that the stars have to show up, and they've got to be the ones that carry these teams through. We know what we've got in SGA. I think the point on Holmgren is well taken, though. He has the talent, and he has the ability. And as this thing stretches out, I think he's the guy that they have to lean on and really focus on in getting him going. And once they do, they have the shooting that they're going to need from the outside, and they have the ability to set up what they want to do defensively. And that's why, even though they fell into this 0-1 hole now, I think defensively, that is the key. You come out, you stomp them early, and you find that offensive break that they're needing, and then you just don't allow the confidence to get built throughout the fourth quarter the way we saw last night to allow Halliburton the chance that he got again.
Nick, good stuff, man. Really enjoyed catching up with you. Enjoy the rest of the finals, buddy. Thank you.
Absolutely, guys. Have a good one.
Great insight. Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel with us. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. Double play at 3:45. Today we'll win off the field. We're giving away those barbecue battle tickets in 20 minutes at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Then what happens? Time to figure out how you are winning off the field on this Friday in early June. It's like the double play, but a little bit better. Something small, something mini, moral victory in your day that put a smile on your face that nobody else would care about. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal. On a new Honda, visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Jeeps, I can give you an example of winning off the field. It help people sort of understand what it is that we're doing here. So through our bank, we have something called a credit card. You may be familiar with the credit card. And every so often, the bank will partner with, people that sell furniture or, Under Armour or something. Every once in a while, local eatery will be partnered, right? So if you use your credit card at said establishment, you get yourself a little bit of cash back, right? It's, everybody sort of benefits a little tiny bit from this credit card and the relationship with the bank, et cetera. Well, one of these places is a little spot called Jersey Mike's. 5% back. That's 5% back on a Jersey Mike's purchase. I clicked. Yes, you have to click in. You have to opt into the deal every month, right? Or whatever deals that you want. I opted into it yesterday. Today, wouldn't you know it? My wife didn't know this. She went to Jersey Mike's for lunch. Her total bill was $9.63.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you know it? That's 48 cents coming right back here. That's 48 cents because I clicked that accept the deal button. Do I accept the deal? You're damned right I do. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
Boom.
Danny, I'm not a big water guy.
No.
Never really have been. I like water. It's just never going to taste the way I need it to, right? It's always worse than something else that's decent and better and something that I would want. Well, today, I was in the sun for hours. Played a little round of golf, or several holes of a round of golf.
Mm-hmm.
And as I was getting ready to set up for the radio show, I made it back to the clubhouse, and right outside with a cooler for the charity function, they had a little table with some snacks and drinks to get people through the round. They said, "Would you like anything to drink?" I said, "Do you have a bottle of water?" And they did. And I took that gulp of water, and I kept going. And I kept going until the water was gone. All in one fell swoop.
Who the hell are you?
I don't drink water like that, but water's never tasted better. That thirst-quenching, that delicious, refreshing, ice-cold, you've been outside all day water. I had one of those. They're very rare for me. This is, once every several months kind of situation. But one of those drinks where you just can't take the bottle of water out of your mouth. It's a great feeling. Therefore, I was.
Winning off the field.
Is that what it's like for you all the time? Do you like water that much?
All the time, Grant.
Wow.
I am so thirsty all the time. I don't understand. A, I don't know how you do it. B, I don't know how everybody doesn't feel like I do. Like, I always need, right now, I have my tea. I got my water right here. I'm showing the people on the camera. And I need to refill these things constantly throughout the show just to talk to you. That's you, Grant, you guys here in the producer studio, and you, the audience. I need beverages at all times, constantly. I don't know how people don't need it.
It's not a neat thing. I think we all need it. I would say doctors have kind of proven that, and there's medical research that says not drinking water is bad for you. It's a want thing. It's a ability to do the thing that you need to do thing. That's where we get ourselves in trouble.
I'd like to not have this dire. See, I guess we're hung up on some of the semantics here. I have an undying need for beverage at all times.
Yeah.
I'd like to not have to get up every commercial break and go refill water, tea.
But here's the question. This is going to, I think, drill down to Harry Stamper's depth, which is needed to get the job done. Do you want to drink the water, or do you drink it because you have to?
I'd like a little break sometimes. I'd like to not have to drink as much water as I do.
But you like water. Like, you're happy to drink water.
Yeah. But again, there's a time, but you see, you're conflating it. It's like there's a time where I'd like to go, I wish I didn't need it right this second, but I need it at all times. And I like it fine. I'd rather, there are other beverages that are more tasty, but I need water all the time.
But regularly throughout the day, every day, you're happy that you're drinking water and you go, this tastes good. I'm happy about this.
Yeah, like it's fine.
Yeah. I get that feeling annually.
A new
when I play golf at this tournament once a year. That's
when you're in the
basically-
presence of Jermon Bushrod in
Right.
King George, then you got it. Yeah.
When I'm outside for 7 straight hours, that's kind of the list. Let's go to Matt in Raleigh, who wants to tell us how he's winning off the field. We're 10 minutes away, by the way, from giving somebody an off-field victory. We're going to give away those tickets to the barbecue battle. What's up, Matt? How are you?
Good, gentlemen. How are you doing today?
Buddy.
I am a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, well.
Thank you.
Okay. Somebody.
I've been wanting that.
And you got it.
I have an 8-month-old daughter, and she gets up at 6 a.m. just about every morning. This week, Thursday and this morning, she woke up at 7 a.m. We got to sleep in. I'm feeling great. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
The parents know.
Relatable content.
Yeah, the parents know. That one time that she doesn't sleep in, or that the kid doesn't sleep, or the kid, you know what I'm trying to say. The kid lets you sleep a little bit more than normal is the greatest sleep you've ever had.
You actually do worry a little bit. You're like, why am I still sleeping? Why wasn't I woken up? Because it's such a lock that there's no chance that their internal alarm doesn't wake them up at the same time every day. Trey's in Richmond. What's up, Trey? How are you?
Good. How are y'all?
Good, buddy.
So this is a story from a couple weeks back, but before I get into it, I want to say hi to my dad. He is like y'all's biggest fans, and he always is talking about winning off the field, and he wanted me to call in for this story. So hi, Dad.
What's up, Dad?
I should watch
Dad.
it.
Not Darius, but his dad.
Dad.
We love you, Dad.
So this is a couple. Sorry.
No, you're good.
No,
Go ahead.
You're doing
Okay. Yep. A couple of weeks ago, my mom sent me an article about I just graduated high school, and sent me an article about how Krispy Kreme is having a deal on donuts for high school graduates. So I get 3 free donuts if I went into Krispy Kreme. So I decided to go in and I got my 3 free donuts, but I looked down at the bottom of the article and it said something about something called a Doughploma. And I really didn't know what it was, and they didn't really provide a lot of details. So I asked the people at the register, and most of them didn't really know. But there was this one lady in the back who told me that it was random. It was given to one person per location for each graduate. And I was lucky enough to get it. And get this, the Doughploma gives you through May of 2026, 1 free dozen donuts per month.
No way.
What?
You got the Doughploma?
I got the Doughploma, 144 free donuts through May 2026.
Wow. That might be my greatest
Winning off the field.
Well, there you
winning
go.
off the field achievement I've ever heard. That's unbelievable. I mean, that's not quite as good as our Pupatella VIP cards, but it's very,
good.
very good.
It's very good.
What high school did you graduate from? Oh, he's gone. Well, congratulations, first of all, on graduation. Danny, not only does he go get his 3 free donuts, the following up tells me he's a special young man who's going to succeed in anything he does in life, because it's basically like cutting a coupon, let's be honest. It's the 2025 version of being the old guy in the store who has cut out the coupon and taken it to the counter and is now trying to get whatever the item is. He followed through. How many high schoolers are even doing that? Then he asked, well, what's this Doughploma thing all about? And she said, you're our Doughploma winner because you asked the question. See, be curious, people, not judgmental. When you're curious, you get a dozen donuts every month for a year.
All you have to do is ask a couple of questions. You get yourself donuts. That ain't bad. That ain't bad at all.
Also, how good is Doughploma? What a great.
I'm reading
somebody
about
in
it right
that
now.
meeting
Yeah.
was like, hey, Frank, you got any ideas? What if we gave donuts to a high school kid and called it a Doughploma?
Get Frank a
Hell
raise.
yeah, Frank.
Hell yeah, Frank.
Good idea, man.
Frank crushed it this month. Way to go, Frank.
Barbecue battle tickets on the line next. Someone's going to have fun June 21st and 22nd. We'll get to that in the Beltway Blitz as soon as we return on Grant and Danny. Guys, it's GP for FanDuel. It's First Inning Friday on FanDuel today. Every single week, FanDuel's hooking up all of its customers with a special offer that you can use on early game MLB action. You're going to put your baseball knowledge to the test from the first swing. No runs, yes runs, first inning bets is how you're going to do this on Fridays. Anyone's going to score on the first frame? What do you think? You're going to bet yes or no? Check each team's season stats in the app without having to navigate away from FanDuel. Every First Inning Friday, you can expect a special reward like a profit boost or a no-sweat bet or a lot of other options as well. You got to use my promo code GP at FanDuel.com/GP when you sign up. That's FanDuel.com/GP. America's #1 sports book is FanDuel for a reason. Get in right now. They got great offers. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Last night, NBA Finals Game 1. The Pacers beat the Thunder 111-110. The Pacers leading for just 0.3 seconds of the game after Tyrese Halliburton hit a game-winning jumper to win it 111-110 with 0.3 seconds left. Game 2 going to be tomorrow. Stanley Cup Finals Game 2 tonight. Panthers and Oilers in Edmonton. The Oilers lead that series 1-0. Dallas Stars fired their head coach, Pete DeBoer. In baseball, the Nationals lost 2 of 3 to the Cubs, including last night's game 7-1. They'll take on the Rangers for the first of 3 tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Michael Soroka takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-3 on the season with a 5.81 ERA. He'll take on a familiar face. Patrick Corbin makes his return to Nationals Park tonight, taking the hill for the Rangers. He's 3-4 with a 3.71 ERA this season. Jacob Young has been reinstated from the 10-day injured list. Dalen Lyle was optioned to AAA Rochester. Are you ready to level up your skills? Well, PGCC offers over 500 courses, job training, personal enrichment, and workforce development. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. We'll take you up to Nats pregame at 6:15. They play tonight at 6:45, as Toby just told you in his update. Patrick Corbin makes his much-anticipated return. He's having a nice bounce-back season after quite literally 5 down seasons with the Nationals. He's pitching better than he did at any point since 2019 with the Texas Rangers after looked like he was headed for retirement and then just kind of latched on, injury-riddled Rangers team on a very low-priced 1-year deal. But he might be extending his career as a lefty getting a lot of outs. Right now, as promised, let's give away tickets to the barbecue battle. We got a 4-pack for you. The Giant Barbecue Battle is June 21 and 22. So caller 10-800-636-1067. You've got 4 tickets to go enjoy 2 days of barbecue and family fun with DC's best bands. They aren't going to be on the Pepsi Lay's Art to Go-Go summer grilling stages, Metro, shared ride accessible. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Danny, the show brought to everybody today by the law firm Condori and Murad.
We love those guys, and we wonder, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, that law firm, Condori and Murad, can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We're going to get to the Beltway Blitz coming up in just a minute. We'll talk about the NBA and the Nationals, but really quickly, we were going to talk to Shannon Harris, interim head coach, DC Defenders. We'll try to track him down. They're just getting done with practice. Danny, Sunday for the Defenders is their conference championship game. They're playing in St. Louis against the Battlehawks. The Defenders have been one of the top teams in the UFL this year. It's a little bit of a bummer because they were better than the Battlehawks this year. This game should be played in D.C. at Audi Field, but there was a conflict. They overbooked with soccer events and didn't hold anything for the Defenders possibly getting to the conference title game. So instead of having a neutral site game somewhere, they're playing the game in St. Louis. And I don't blame the league for this, because if you play in a neutral site, San Antonio or something, nobody goes. Now, there's going to be a few hundred people in the stands, and it's going to be a terrible look on Fox nationally on TV.
Yeah, they want a good TV look. They need that, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to get tens of thousands of people. At times, it's a big dome. It seats 60,000. Like, they've had 40,000 people go to some of those games. So for a conference title, hopefully they get 30-some. And while it's going to be a hostile road environment for the Defenders, you probably would rather play in a stadium with some energy. So it's a bad break for them, but they're a win away from trying to play for a title.
What's the thing that they've been using? I forget what they told us.
It's a
but
good
it's basically
bit.
It's good.
Yes. Right? Bring it on. Is the idea, right?
Yeah, you're supposed to have a home game, but now you don't. Good.
Yeah, say so. Let's do this thing. Yeah, we had one of their players on yesterday and basically went through the specifics of what was going on, and he said, we like it that way. Let's go. So big game for them. Hopefully we're talking about them punching their ticket to the UFL championship game after this weekend. All right, let's kick off the Beltway Blitz. Our pal Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports. Chase, before we lock in on the finals, when you watch a series like either of the conference finals or the start of the set last night, how far off do you view the Wizards as being? And if you juxtapose them to these teams, like where's it most obvious that they're just not playing the same level of sport?
That's a good question. I think probably their shooting and their efficiency. I mean, they were 30th in offensive rating last year. And I think when you have a young team that's rebuilding, that's kind of par for the course. The Wizards have a philosophy as their front office that you can teach players how to shoot. And I think you've seen that with a lot of their draft picks. They brought in guys who didn't necessarily have great track records as shooters, and they're going to take the long view and try to teach them how to shoot, particularly from three-point range. And they feel like once those guys do learn how to shoot, guys like Bilal Coulibaly and Alex Sarr, then they'll be really complete players because they check off so many other boxes. And as you see last night, the Indiana Pacers made 18 threes. We know the Oklahoma City Thunder, they didn't shoot very well last night, but they can shoot, very excellently. And they have the third-ranked offense this year in terms of efficiency. So I think that's probably the biggest gap for the Wizards, but obviously they got a long way to go in a lot of different categories.
Chase, I think it was a couple months ago, I was just chatting with a couple of guys around here at the station, just about the NBA, just sort of where we were, what was going on. The Western Conference, everyone behind OKC was jockeying for position, a game or two above or below each other. And you had kind of a similar thing in the middle part of the Eastern Conference. And I remember putting Atlanta in this group of teams where I go, oh, they're fun. Like, I like Orlando. I like Indiana. I'm not really sure about this Detroit team, but they're young, and I enjoy watching them play. Not as a championship contender. Everyone keeps underestimating them, and they keep advancing, and they win again last night. How is this happening?
Well, they're a really, really well-coached team, and I think that shows up in some of the numbers. Obviously, Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam, they've got high-end talent, but I think they really maximize their roster because they play really fast, but they also protect the ball. They give up only about 12 turnovers a game. It's third best in the league. You wouldn't have known that last night. Obviously, they had a ton of turnovers, 25 in the game, 19 in the first half. But I think Rick Carlisle is one of the best coaches in basketball. And, as the Pacers won last night, people are starting to wonder, could they take the series? And how surprising would that be? And a lot of people are mentioning, the 2011 Mavericks who had Dirk Nowitzki and beat the Miami Heat unexpectedly. Well, guess who was the head coach of the 2011 Mavericks? It was Rick Carlisle. This guy's been doing it for a really long time. I think the Pacers play a style where they don't commit too many mistakes. They play really smart basketball. They defend. They have guys who are assigned to very specific roles that they're well suited for. And the result is a team that gets every possible thing that they can out of the talent that they have.
Chase, Halliburton's run here in the clutch has been the best I've ever seen. I mean, it's now 5 shots that he's hit for this postseason to tie or take the lead in the waning seconds. In the playoffs, you just don't see this. But what about his game in general? If everyone wants to say the Pacers don't have a superstar or, that he's not on the level of being an MVP type, and let's face it, he hasn't been. How close is he? What is he?
I think he is a superstar. I mean, he fits my definition of a superstar. And I think one reason for that would be he's the best player on a really good team that has been at least to the conference finals each of the last 2 years, now is in the finals, and they're in the driver's seat, right? They just won a game on the road. They're up 1-0. That to me says superstar. And then, for somebody like me, I always like to, of course, look at the stats and look at the numbers. And it's a pretty open and shut case when you look at how productive he is, especially on the offensive end, what he can do as a scorer, as a passer, and with his efficiency. And I ran some numbers recently. I did a YouTube video on this, and I was pretty surprised at the pace that Tyrese Halliburton is on statistically. At this point in his career, 333 games played. He's got more points than James Harden, more assists than John Stockton, more threes and a higher three-point percentage than Ray Allen, and he's got more steals than Kobe Bryant. So this guy's on a Hall of Fame track.
I think he's the best pure point guard in the league. I think he's going to go down as a Chris Paul-like figure. I think he's going to be in that conversation. And I think the reason why people don't think he is a superstar is just aesthetics and vibes. He doesn't fit the traditional definition of an NBA superstar. He's not flashy, but when you look at the production, it's pretty obvious.
Chase, what does Oklahoma City do differently here to get game 2 and maybe go on to win the series?
I think they defend the three-point line better than they did last night. The Pacers shot 46% from three. They are good at shooting threes. They were a little bit above average during the regular season. They've leveled up pretty much across the board, their entire rotation in the playoffs. But they're facing a Thunder team that is one of the best defensive teams I've ever seen at defending the perimeter. That they are number 1 in the league in opponents' three-point percentage. So I don't think what the Pacers did last night is sustainable in that regard.
Chase, we appreciate you, buddy. Good info. Thank you. Enjoy the finals.
Absolutely. You too. Thanks, guys.
Thunder have some work to do. Now let's talk baseball. Dave Jagler was on the call last night with Charlie Slows as the Nats lost the rubber match with the Cubs at home and dropped 2 out of 3 to an elite Chicago team. Now the Texas Rangers come to town, and Jags joins us now to break down the 3-game series to wrap up this homestand. Jags, I want to read you really quickly what Richard Lewis, who's a listener, emailed me about Patrick Corbin, who starts tonight, the former World Series champion. He said, I hope Nats fans come out tomorrow to support Patrick Corbin tomorrow night. While 2020 through 24 were not great, I figured you'd appreciate this. Since 1950, 2 pitchers have thrown 3 or more scoreless innings in relief in a World Series Game 7 that their team won. Madison Bumgarner in 14, Corbin in 19. Hard to imagine the Nats winning that game without Corbin's performance. What do you expect from the crowd tonight?
Well, I mean, I think it'll be a lot in line with what it was at the end of last season when he was winding down and made his final start here, and he got a nice ovation. I'm sure he'll be treated in a very positive fashion because he was part of the most special team in this franchise's history. I think they'll hold off on the tribute video until tomorrow, not going to do it on the night that he pitches. So I think it'll be all positive vibes. We'll see what happens in the game. But I think clearly, whatever the performance was after winning the World Series, Patrick Corbin's footprints are still on this ball club today, and in particular the starting pitching staff. When we talk about Jake Irvin and Mitchell Parker having first-inning troubles, both of them this season, but every time they get knocked around in the first inning, they end up going 5 or 6 innings. And that's something that Corbin did on a consistent basis, posting every 5th day and just trying to chew as much innings up as you can, even if things aren't going well. And the other thing that he did, Mackenzie Gore was pretty much attached to Corbin's hip for the last 2 years here. And I think Corbin was a real, kind of baseball father figure and a mentor to Mackenzie Gore. And look how he's taken off this year. So a lot of Patrick Corbin's imprint is still on the 2025 Nats.
Jags, Nats came in second last night to a really good Cubs team. We were talking post-game. Bit of a strange one, though. I know the score ended up lopsided 7-1 with some late runs for Chicago, but I don't think the Nats kind of rolled over and didn't play particularly well, hit into some hard luck. What's the takeaway from last night?
Yeah, I mean, the takeaway on the Cubs is they're really good, and they're going to be a handful throughout the season. I mean, I look at James Wood in particular, and Wood is 1 for 12 in his last 4 games, but his last 5 at-bats over the last 2 games, he scalded the ball each and every time. So, and none of those resulted in hits. So just kind of stay with the process, and he wasn't the only one. That first inning, Rosario sent one of the warning track. The Cubs play spectacular outfield defense. They gunned down 2 base runners last night. So just one of those nights that it wasn't their night. But they're facing a Texas club that really isn't going well right now. The Rangers had an awful series in Tampa that they lost on a 2-run infield single last night. Mental mistake, nobody covering first. The winning run comes around from second. Surprisingly, a team that was expected to be an offensive juggernaut has a .222 team batting average. So the Rangers just aren't going well. So hopefully maybe a team the Nationals can do well against this weekend.
What have you seen from C.J. Abrams? I know the slump there, but a couple knocks last night. I know he got thrown out at second when he overslid the bag, but that's got to be a good sign, right?
The fact that he hit the ball the other way in his second at bat was a good thing because I think to me he was getting a little bit pull happy, maybe trying to chase some power. When he was going well and hitting over 300, he was hitting the ball consistently up the middle into left center. And by the way, hit a couple of dingers to left center field. So to me, getting him back in the middle of the field the other way is a really good sign.
Dave Jagler, Charlie Slows on the call, Nats baseball pregame in 2 hours, and then at 6:45 first pitch tonight. Jags off the beaten path a little bit here, but Brady House is killing the ball in AAA. He's hitting 296 now. He homered again yesterday. 2 of his last 3 he's gone deep. He's got 12 home runs. He's actually been better statistically at AAA than certainly Dylan Cruz was before he was promoted. You can make the case, maybe not the power overall, some of the numbers right there with James Wood. How far out are we from seeing Brady House at this point? Because it's not like there's someone blocking him at third.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for me to say because I don't see him every day to know what else, how he's doing defensively. I mean, talking to some of the pitchers who've been out down in Rochester, they're giving rave reviews about him defensively. So certainly the offensive numbers are coming around. I think he's knocking on the door. Now, I don't know when that will be, but it seems like we're somewhat imminent. I mean, Jose Tena's nailed it down, pretty well against righties, and Rosario platooning against lefties. But yeah, I mean, ideally, if Brady House can come up here and, oh, by the way, give you some right-handed pop, that would be welcome, because since Dylan Cruz went down and Jacob Young went down, although it's great that JY is going to be back today, with Hassel and Lyle coming up, this team has been all left-handed and susceptible occasionally to left-handed late relief. A right-handed bopper with some thump would be a welcome addition.
Jags, thank you as always, sir. Have a great call this evening.
Yeah, man, we'll see you guys tonight. We got the post-game concert afterwards, so it's going to be a fun night here at the ballpark. Hope to see you out here.
Oh, indeed.
You're a big Natasha Bedingfield guy, Jags? A little unwritten? You're going to be dancing?
You never know. I mean, we'll turn the cameras off if that happens, though.
I heard Charlie's a big Natasha Bedingfield guy.
I think he thinks that she's lit.
Natasha Bedingfield is lit.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself.
10 out of 10. Jags, thank you, sir. Let's talk. Oh, you already hit it. I love that. Coach Shannon Harris of the DC Defenders joins us. Big one this weekend, Coach, against St. Louis. Preview it for us.
Yes. Another big task for us. And, again, great. Thanks for having me on. But, yes, another big task for us this week. And, going into a hostile environment. But, we've been in that environment before. And, since 2023, we've had some really battles against these guys. And, I was reading earlier today, it was like game 7. This is the 7th time we'll be playing each other, and the series tied 3-3. So, we're excited for this matchup and can't wait to get there and get after it.
X and O with us a little bit, Coach, and Shannon Harris, the interim head coach of the Defenders, ahead of their conference championship game in St. Louis in a couple of days, is with us on the Blitz. I mean, what's this matchup? Where do you guys have advantages? Where are you going to have to be sharper? What problems do they present?
Yeah, I tell you, this team, I mean, they're a very consistent team. They're a balanced team, on both offensively and defensively. They got really good players. They're well coached by Coach Beck and his staff. And they do a good job with the personnel they have, and their scheme is really good. So, but for us, we just got to make sure that, when it comes down roster to roster to anyone within the UFL, we feel like we have the best roster. So it all comes down to us being disciplined in our schemes from an offense standpoint, defensive standpoint, and special teams. So we feel like once we're disciplined and within the scheme, and we do the things we're supposed to do and coached up that we're supposed to do, we feel that we have the advantage because of our roster, because we feel like our players, when it comes down to player to player, is better. But we got to go in there and then we got to take it on the challenge of the noise. It's going to be a loud dome this week. Probably one of the biggest games in there since playing, and within the UFL as well. And we'll be excited for the matchup.
Coach, where have you guys improved the most since you got together a couple months ago?
Yeah, I'll tell you, offensively, our red zone offense has picked up tremendously. We've been much better from week 1 to where we are now. All the way up to week 3, we got better in week 3, and in week 4, we kind of sputtered a little bit, but consistency started for sure all the way to now where we are in week 5. So, that's our strong point to where we feel like we've gotten better from an offensive standpoint. Defensively, we've done a good job of getting takeaways and, creating more sacks with our guys up front. And so, and our secondary play has gotten so much more better from week 1 to where we are now. So, as Baker, he sealed the game for us, to clinch the playoff for us against Arlington, and then a few takeaways after the games after that. So that's been the biggest thing for us from an offensive defense standpoint. we got to clean things up, special team, from our field goal unit. Like I told Matt, I was telling him, there's a chance he could win the game for us this weekend. So just be ready for the moment. Don't get discouraged on things that happened in the last 2 weeks, and we'll clean that up. And then, defensively, just want to get more takeaways. And then, offensively, we can't have turnovers. The last 2 weeks we did, playing a lot of new guys and playing a lot of young guys, get those reps to save guys on our roster once we clinch. So we feel good about that if we do those things.
Coach Shannon Harris, head coach, DC Defenders, 2 days away from trying to win a conference championship game. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all, and appreciate you all again.
Thanks, Coach.
Oh, always. Our pleasure. There's Shannon Harris of the Defenders. That is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. Let's stick with the football theme in D.C. and dabble up to the Commanders next. There's been a lot of talk at OTAs this week about the pass rush being just fine. You guys are worried about the edge rushers. We're not. Last year, you didn't know Dante Fowler was going to be as good as he was. Someone in this building is going to be this year's Dante Fowler. Well, who is that, and where's the pass rush coming from? We'll address that next on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. From my friends and my realtors, that's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. Listen to this. Their client, Beth, she was able to sell her home for well over asking price and in just 6 days. How? How is that possible, you may be asking? Well, there's a difference, you see, between selling a home and selling it right. Beth hired Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team because they know how to sell homes right. Their buyers and waiting program led Beth to getting multiple offers. What does more offers mean? More offers equals more money for you. Let them use their database of well-qualified buyers to get your home sold. Reynolds of Power Home Team is so confident they will get your home sold for the most money that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it. That is their guarantee. Call the only ones you should trust to sell your home. Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team right now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. They sold my place. Let them sell yours. Or DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. NBA Finals last night. The Pacers beat the Thunders 111-110, taking a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 tomorrow. Stanley Cup Finals Game 2 tonight. Panthers and Oilers in Edmonton. The Oilers lead that series 1-0. Also in hockey today, the Dallas Stars fire their coach, Pete DeBoer. In baseball, the Nationals beginning a 3-game series with the Rangers tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Michael Soroka takes the hill for the Nats. He'll take on familiar face Patrick Corbin pitching for the Rangers. Also, Jacob Young has been reinstated from the 10-day injured list. He'll bat 8th and play center field tonight. Dalen Lyle was optioned back to AAA Rochester. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I don't think going into the year anybody thought Dante was going to have 10.5 sacks last year. I don't think anybody in here would have said that. And so we'll have somebody that to produce a higher sack total than what's thought to be. Okay, and so who that person is, I don't know. Will it be a collective of guys? I don't know, but I do feel that our pass rush will be better. I do feel definitely that our run defense will be better. Where will it come from? Which individual? It's too early to say, but it will come.
G&D welcoming you back on The Fan. That was Joe Witt Jr., defensive coordinator of your Commanders. I don't expect him to get up to the podium and say, we're not going to have as many sacks this year. We're not going to be as good a pass rushing team. And maybe it's just that he's first team all press conference and he's one of the best at cutting promos on the mic. When he says it, it feels like there's more confidence, like he's not just doing coach speak.
Mm-hmm.
I really believe that he believes that they got plenty of pass rush and that they're probably going to have a 10-sack guy, that they're going to have a bunch of dudes to get more sacks than you and I think. They seem pretty confident in that. Everybody points to last year's sacks per pass attempt, the ratio of pressures turned into sacks, and how often they got home. And they were just outside of the top 10, top half of the league, I think between 12 and 15, 12th last year in that category. But you did lose a guy that got you almost 11. You did lose your best pass rushing defensive tackle, John Allen. And those are 2 substantial losses. So they're saying, we're going to figure it out. Don't worry. It's going to be okay. We've got guys that are better than you think they are. But this is going to take some real coaching. They're going to earn their paychecks here because Dorrance Armstrong's the one guy from a sheer pass rushing standpoint on that defensive line as an edge who has proven at any point in his career that he could get anywhere close to 10 sacks. Otherwise, that guy doesn't exist. And at least in Fowler's case last year, even if we didn't expect it, Danny, you could have said hit an 11-sack season. Maybe that's still in there. They don't have that. Cleveland Farrell has never done that. Dietrich Wise has not done that. Jalen Holmes, Javonte Jean-Baptiste. So my counter to him would just be Fowler at least had the skill set that you guys had to get to. No one in their building right now has what Fowler had on his resume.
So I think a lot of my philosophies about defense come from watching Greg Williams' defensive teams for so many years. And the easiest way, I'll kind of put a pin in that for a second. The easiest way to get pass rush is what? Have a really good pass rusher. Tune in for more great analysis from old Randy Douye. But seriously, you have a great defensive end. You don't have to scheme anything up. You don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to do a stunt or a game or have this defensive tackle occupy a blocker or work around or do a fake zone dog blitz or any of that kind of crap. You have the defensive end line up and get after the quarterback.
If I coach Myles Garrett, here's what I say.
Yeah.
Myles, see that guy? Go put pressure on him. Pretty easy. TJ Watt, right? Trey Hendrickson makes it a little easier, right?
And a couple months ago, rather, there was a day you were out, and Toby and I were doing the show. We actually kind of happened to philosophically talk about. We stumbled into this conversation. How would you build the team? Like the simplest way to build a team, or the best way to build a team? And my answer, honestly, even though they only won 1 Super Bowl and everyone makes fun of them, were those Colts teams with Peyton Manning, where I would go, here's my design. I'm going to get a lead. I've got a great quarterback, and I'm going to have an awesome pass rush. I want as many as I can, but 2 elite pass rushers, play defense with everybody else. I'll dare you to run the football. I don't care if you do. That's, to me, the easiest way. That's the shortcut to win 12, 13, 14 games a year. Have Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis. If you don't have those guys, Now go back to my Greg Williams corollary. There was a year where Sean Springs led the team in sacks, blitzing from the corner. It ain't ideal, but you can do it. You can Voltron a pass rush. You can bring a bunch of people together and mix and match and change and try to find the weak link and probe. It's not the easy way to do it. And they're, to me, taking the harder road where they're going, I know Javon Kinlaw's never gotten after the passer. Neither is Dietrich Wise or Eddie Goldman. But watch what we do with them. I don't know, man. Hard for me to feel as confident as they are.
Yeah, I just know what some of those guys are, and they're not going to rush the quarterback all that well. But I trust this staff to be right in this. I think they will do what it takes to generate adequate pressure. It's just not going to be a strength. I don't think we're going to be watching this team every week, and it's going to be a detriment. It's not going to be overly problematic to the point where they can never get off the field because they can't hit quarterbacks and they can't get pressure. That'll happen some. It also happens for the elite defenses with the best pass rushes. But I don't think it's going to be the story all year long. I think it's going to be closer to that, though, than, wow, this is unbelievable. They're one of the better pass rush teams in the league, and they've got 7 guys who all have 8 sacks, which I think is kind of the design that they're looking at. I don't see it happening that way. My hope is, number one, that Dorrance Armstrong is this year's Dante Fowler. I think he has the possibility to get you 10-plus sacks. If you go back to the playoffs when Armstrong, who was getting fully healthy, and at that time was now kind of settled in and had been here for a full season. I don't want to say settled in the defense because he played for Dan Quinn previously in Dallas in the same scheme where he had 8.5 and 7.5 sacks the last 2 years. And then that dipped to 5 this year. But if you go back to the playoffs, he actually had his best stretch of games right there in the postseason where he had, I want to say, 3 sacks total in those 3 playoff games, had a multi-sack game in there. He started to just more consistently make plays. And in fact, it was Armstrong, not Fowler, who made way more plays in the postseason. He's also a better run stuffer than Fowler was. It's funny, we talk about Dante Fowler, who they lost, as if they lost, Von Miller in his prime or something. And he's had 2 really good years where he's rushed the quarterback. I do think it'll be hard to replace 10-plus sacks, but Fowler was a liability against the run, as evidenced by the 60-yard touchdown on the first play of the NFC Championship game, where he got caught going inside and fell down, and the whole play basically got derailed. Armstrong's a more complete player, but I think Armstrong's a very solid starting defensive end. In a perfect world, he's my second guy. He is my Robin. He's my B. He's my 7-sack number 2 defensive end, and the starter on the other side is the guy that might go get 15, Trey Hendrickson or whoever. The problem is he's their A-lister. He's their Batman. If you're just traditional, lining everyone up to pressure the quarterback. And the guy on the other side, I guess, would be Wise, who's, I think, going to be really good against the run, but maybe more of a 4.5 sack guy. But what does it look like if Joe Witt's right and the sack total is higher than we think, and maybe it's by committee? Maybe it means Armstrong got to 10, who was the best chance to. Maybe Wise got you 6.5, which I think would be more than we're anticipating. Maybe you got like 5 out of Kinlaw and 3 out of Goldman. And, from the linebacking core, Bobby Wagner had 4, and Frankie Louvu had another 9 or 10. Like, do you just think it's by committee? Or when he says Fowler was not expected to do what he did, do you think they feel like they're going to find it in one player?
I was wondering that because you don't specifically invoke that without saying there's almost like a wry smile, like there's somebody in that room you guys don't know that's going to do the same thing. That's what I thought he meant. But just looking at the roster, again, his point is correct. I did not have Dante Fowler at 10.5 sacks last year at this point. He's right. So you advantage Joe Witt on that one.
But don't you agree with what I said, though, whereas at least Fowler had 11 before, Danny?
Yeah.
Like, you can't, and I mean you, but to dismiss it as if Dante Fowler was just some goose who, couldn't chew bubble gum and rush at the same time. He literally was a top 5 pick who had an 11-sack season on his resume. The idea that he's going to go get 10.5 sacks as a speed rusher is not crazy. There's no one on the roster like that right now.
Right. And I guess I'd push back a little bit and say a dude that was available for punter money, getting you 10.5 sacks, was very unexpected. I see your point that it's not out of the realm for a guy put in a good situation as a speed rusher if you're willing to sacrifice all run accountability and gap integrity and a whole bunch of other things. Yeah, that guy could get you more sacks than you think. But I think that's semantics. I guess to me.
Well, let me ask you this before you move on, just to drill down on this. So let's say Fowler getting 10-plus sacks. What percentage chance last year would you have given that right now?
At this point last year, 5%.
Okay, so I would have gone like 25% just because he'd done it. And then Dietrich Wise, who's never had more than 7.5 sacks, and the last 2 years had 9.5 combined. What's the chance he would have 10 sacks this year?
A fraction of a percent. But and that's my point is that this is the gap there, whether you think it's 5 or 7 or 17,
right?
25. That's not here. At least just doing everything I could do with my metal detector on the beach. I got no beeps, right? I don't see that anywhere on this with this current group. And so to me, I'm basically going, okay, what I always like to do, and not that my thoughts matter at all to them, but I want to see what they see. I want to think along with them and go, you know what? I see that actually. That makes sense. And when I can't, I get frustrated. And then when it doesn't work, think of the Rivera era all the time where I go, I don't see it the way they do, but I guess they got a plan. And then their plan sucks, you realize, and they're 5 in a million. Okay, I go, okay, you know what? The thing I saw as maybe an issue turned out to have been an issue. Last year, they were right a whole bunch more than I was looking at something I didn't quite see. I don't quite see this one in terms of a 1-for-1. Someone steps up and is the new Dante Fowler. I wonder, though, if this is more we're going to do a whole bunch of things that you weren't expecting. We're going to have, for example, all the coverage responsibilities on second down and third down for Frankie Louvu. Those are gone. He is now a get up the field pass rushing presence. He's not quite Micah Parsons, but he's on his way to Micah Parsonsville, right? We'll get a pass rush there. We'll generate some from, moving Javon Kinlaw around and having something up the middle. We'll have more from name that blitzer. I don't know. I just don't think there's a 1-for-1. We got a Dante Fowler. Just you wait and see.
Well, my solution to this, because I've over-talked about it
Does it
all
rhyme with
offseason.
Schmendrickson?
Well, if they're going to go make a trade, hell yeah. I just think they're not, and they're rolling with what they got. And if that's the case with the personnel in the building, it's Frankie Louvu. I mean, Frankie Louvu becomes an edge on passing downs, basically. And that doesn't mean he just has to come off the edge. Like, you can move him all over. Myles Garrett is over top of centers occasionally. He's rushing from the linebacking core at times. You can get creative, and Dan Quinn and Joe Witt will. But Louvu would not be a traditional off-ball linebacker on very many passing downs. He's the best pass rusher in the building, and I'm going to use him as such. And my guess is they're going to unleash him in that way. They did a lot last year. Oftentimes it was more of like traditional blitzes and dogs where he would be the fifth guy coming. But I'm talking about actually like standing him up and using his pass rush skills going against tackles. I would do that way more. But I am curious about how you guys would go about this. And we could dive deeper into this with Danny. Like, what did Joe Witt mean? Does he think they might find a 10-sack dude a la Fowler? Or do you think he's saying sacks aren't going to be a problem? We don't need an 11-sack guy. We're going to get to the quarterback enough. And how are they going to pull that off with this group on the outside on the defensive line? That's our question at 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in on Grant and Danny. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. The Commanders at OTAs this week took to the podium one by one as a coaching staff, and Joe Witt Jr. made it pretty clear they think they are set as far as pass rush goes. He pointed to last year ranking 12th in sacks despite the roster, the personnel, maybe not having been a group that you would have considered elite. And he pointed to Dante Fowler, who 1 year ago at this time we viewed as someone who was going to make the roster but not have much of an impact. And then he went on to have 10.5 sacks and a borderline career year for him. What's he getting at when he says we can run that back? We could do that again. Does he think they have a guy that we don't know is going to get 10 sacks waiting in the wings? Or is this going to be more of a contribution by committee, which is how I see it? I think they're going to try to get cute with Frankie Louvu. I think they're hoping that whether it's Wise or Goldman or Kinlaw, they all get 2 or 3 more sacks maybe than we're thinking, and you look up at the end of the year and the pass rush is pretty good. I mean, Danny, who's the one guy that maybe if someone ends up breaking out and having the huge year nobody sees coming, who's your guy?
Well, I'll say real quick. Here's my side item for this, and I'll answer your question. I still think they signed somebody. I think they're going to sign a Matthew Judon or one of these veteran guys for not that much when we get closer to training camp. I still think that's the secret plan. But
so when you say somebody, you named Judon, it's going to be one of the better edges available. You think they're coming in training camp?
Yeah, or sometime a little bit closer, right? I think they're going to wait for the market to soften even more while these guys are maybe not looking for the more lucrative deals. I mean, Von Miller's coming off a $20 million a year AAV, give or take. I don't think he's getting that. I think it's just going to sort of wait. They'll pounce on maybe a Jadeveon Clowney, a Zadarius Smith, the Matthew Judon, someone like that to supplement that pass rush. That's still my sneaking suspicion. But among the internal guys, again, I don't think there's a great candidate. I mean, Louvu's obvious. He's an 8-sack guy last year. Having him rush the passer more, having him get double digits, I think is not that crazy. I mean, to me, if there's one person that could jump up, again, I don't think 10.5, but it's Johnny Newton is the guy that I could see going from not a factor at all in the pass rush to maybe a 6.5, 7.5 guy, a la John Allen in one of his breakout years. I could see that being one of the leaders in they're still getting to the passer enough, but not 2 guys doing it, 10 each on either side.
Right.
It's a couple guys have 4, one guy's got 7.5, and Johnny Newton on the interior. He's the dude to me that has the ability to be a little bit more disruptive than we saw.
Well, look, where's Deron Payne been? I mean, Deron Payne, before he got paid, had an 11-sack season. And every time he had a sack, his celebration was to stroke the pen on the check. I mean, he was working toward that payday. And it's been nothing like that for 2 straight years. So you could convince me he's trying to keep his job. I mean, they could release him and save $17 million after this season, that if he goes out and has a bigger year, that's pressures, that's quarterback hits, that's sacks, all of a sudden the pass rush looks different. I'm with you on Johnny Newton. You didn't draft him to be a space eater. You didn't draft him to stop the run. He's going to have to do some of that if you're going to be a better run-stuffing team. He was an impact, pocket-pushing collapser, right? I mean, that was a dude that got after the quarterback and got up the field. So they need him to do that this year as well. But you can't just have it come from the interior. There's going to have to be someone on the exterior that gets home from the edge. That's going to be Armstrong, I think, coming off the playoff performance he had. I do think he'll be their most consistent rusher. Let's go to Chris and Brandywine on Grant and Danny. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing all right. I was wondering about, what had happened in Seattle. And what I do remember is that they relied really on that secondary, and they had fantastic linebackers, but their defensive line didn't have a superstar DN, I remember. I think it was more so like they held the line up and clogged things up so that the linebackers and defensive backs could shine. What do you think about that?
Yeah, now it's just, and I appreciate the phone call. A couple of people have referenced that over the course of this week, kind of looking back to previous Dan Quinn defenses and where they've been really successful. I think if you'd asked him, would you like a superstar pass rusher? They would have said yes. It just so happened they were built with that secondary and a Hall of Fame safety and a Hall of Fame couple of cornerbacks, and were really, really good. But it's not as if Michael Bennett was a slouch or some of the other dudes that were there. But you're right. They didn't have a 15, 16 sack guy. They kind of made do with what they did have, which was, this unprecedentedly good secondary. I don't know that I see that with this current group, GP.
That's the question, right? The corner play, the secondary play. It's not like you can not worry as much about the pass rush because you're locking it down on the outside, unless they're right about Marshawn Lattimore, who struggled immensely at the end of last season. But if Lattimore bounces back, now you've got a legitimate corner one. You drafted Trey Amos with length who could be really, really good on the other side. And if you have really good corner play, well, then we're over talking about the rush because it's going to be elevated by the secondary. But that's what they're betting big on right now. We'll take your calls on this 800-636-1067 as we continue on Grant and Danny. We'll take you up to 6:15. Nats pregame, 6:45. The Nationals welcoming the Rangers to town tonight right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. CoachWooten.com, that's 2 O's and 2 T's. NBA Finals last night, the Pacers beat the Thunder 111-110. Tyrese Halliburton knocking down the game-winning jumper with 0.3 seconds left for the first lead. For the Pacers all night, they take a 1-0 series lead. Tomorrow will be Game 2 for the Thunder and the Pacers in Oklahoma City. Stanley Cup Finals, Game 2 tonight, Panthers and Oilers in Edmonton. Edmonton leads the series 1-0 after they won the first game in overtime. Also in hockey, the Dallas Stars fired their head coach, Pete DeBoer. In baseball, Jacob Young has been reinstated from the 10-day injured list for the Nationals. Tonight, he's batting 8th, playing center field. Dalen Lyle was optioned to AAA Rochester. The Nationals looking to get back out on track after they dropped 2 of 3 to the Cubs, including losing 7-1 yesterday. Nats begin a 3-game series against the Rangers tonight. 6:45 first pitch at Nationals Park. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Michael Soroka takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-3 with a 5.81 ERA. Familiar face Patrick Corbin on the hill for the Texas Rangers as he makes his return to Nationals Park. He is 3-4 on the season with a 3.71 ERA. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I don't think going into the year anybody thought Dante was going to have 10.5 sacks last year. I don't think anybody in here would have said that. And so we'll have somebody that to produce a higher sack total than what's thought to be. Okay, and so who that person is, I don't know. Will it be a collective of guys? I don't know, but I do feel that our pass rush will be better. I do feel definitely that our run defense will be better. Where will it come from? Which individual? It's too early to say, but it will come.
That's defensive coordinator Joe Witt of the Commanders talking defensive front. He's got to strategize. Him and Dan Quinn are going to have to mask a couple deficiencies if they're going to be as good rushing the quarterback this year. Fowler out back in Dallas, went back to the Cowboys. And John Allen in Minnesota with the Vikings now on the interior, a substantial loss. So they got a little taste of what it's going to be like without John Allen last year because Allen obviously missed time with injury. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. We're brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kandori and Murad. They're going to help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical, schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. And they're going to take care of you. If they know that you're part of our listenership, they'll get you a good deal. Danny, before we hit the phones, 800-636-1067, the number to talk about the Commanders' pass rush. Is this your biggest concern going into minicamp, or do you have something else on your mind?
This is either 1 or 1A. I think it's probably 1. So you said something actually last break that I wanted last segment rather, that I wanted to circle back on. You said you don't think this will be the thing that we're talking about a lot. So I don't want to put words in your mouth. There was something to that effect, right? Where like, they can't get to the passer. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? I think this is going to be the discussion. The same way that they couldn't stop the run last year, and that's all most people wanted to talk about, was they can't stop the run. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? On the way to the NFC title game. I think that's this year's conversation is how do they generate pressure? Because I just don't see it without committing
I agree with you to an extent on that.
Let's try to get Grant reconnected there for a moment. I see his lips moving, but all of a sudden it doesn't look or sound quite as good. We will get that ironed out. But to me, I think this is going to be the story. This is the central thing where they're counting on a group of guys that haven't done it yet. And you can get away with that. I mean, we talk about this in Major League Baseball all the time, where you're looking at a group of guys that haven't delivered or haven't necessarily had full, huge, productive careers and seasons, saying they're going to. Until they do, you don't necessarily know. And I think we've got Grant back. I think you're about to jump in and say, GP, that you're facing similar questions here, talking about the pass rush. And I think this is going to be the central story of the defense and one of the themes that we talk about this year kind of throughout.
No, we're in lockstep on that. I think it's the biggest story of the season. I think we'll be talking about it constantly. What I meant, if it didn't come off clearly, was I don't think it's going to be bad enough that week to week we're saying this is a nightmare and it's costing them games. That's all. I don't think the story is going to be that they blew it to the point where they're now a bottom 5, bottom 7, bottom.
Let's have him hang up, try again. The old technology bubble is so much fun. Gotta love the Rex Ryans. It is 2025 after all. 800-636-1067. We can grab some of these phone calls here as well, guys, and get to folks that want to chime in on this. Let's start with Brian on line 4. Where does the pass rush come from?
Hello?
You're on, Brian. What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I got you, Brian. What's up?
Oh, sorry about that. I wanted your input and on why do we let Fowler leave? Am I wrong? 11.5 sacks is pretty darn good for a 7-game start, and it's definitely a concern for me for sure on the defensive line. So I'll hang up and I want to hear your input on why we let someone go. I think he's getting $8 million for Dallas. Is that a lot of money? I'm not sure what the numbers are, but for a 7-game start, almost 11 sacks is pretty darn good.
No, it's very good. I appreciate that. So there's several reasons. Number one, that was a breakout that had not happened. The previous 3, I think he superseded his previous 3 years totals combined, or it was close to it. So maybe you don't trust that was authentic, quote unquote. Part 2 is they decided, it seems just based on their actions. I haven't spoken to anybody, no direct quotes or anything to that effect, but it seemed that they were most primarily concerned with first down, second down, run stopping. You look at the NFC title game, right? You see the little pitch to Saquon Barkley goes for 60 because you don't have a guy that can really set the edge. I think personally that's overrated. I know everybody's focused on that one play as kind of a microcosm. To me, run stop themselves for the most part. They week in and week out, run stop themselves with holding penalties, blown assignments, misses here and there, a good defensive play where you guess right, kind of Tecmo style, and knife in there. To me, it's about how you defend the pass, and I care way more about pass rush than I do about stopping the run. I'd like to stop the run. I think that's a secondary need, so to speak, behind making sure you're excellent against the pass. But that's not where the league's trending. We're sort of moving back to making running backs great again, if that's even a thing. So I think they were really excited to not have him line up for the majority of the snaps at a defensive end or edge spot because he was exploitable in the running game. They didn't want to overpay, and they've kind of moved to a different model. You look at the guys that they brought in, Eddie Goldman, something in common here, Javon Kinlaw, Sheldon Day, whom they brought back, Dietrich Wise. These are bigger players at those spots, primarily for first down. So the idea, I think, Brian, I think it's a great call, but the idea, I think, is if you can stuff somebody on first down for the sake of argument, right, make it a 2nd and 9, you've now made your pass rush better because there's nobody, on a 2nd and 5, you're afraid of everything. On a 2nd and 9, you're not. I dare you to go ahead and try to run it again. That's a passing down now in this league, right? I mean, so to me, maybe that's the idea. Not something that I would do, by the way, but I think that was the idea behind that. Let's go to Tony in D.C., line 3. Tony, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Yeah, I think that we are not playing football and doing X's and O's, and we're back on this fantasy thing, right? If I told you I could get you a 5-sack guy and have your run defense be ranked in the top 10, you're a better defense than you are with that 10-sack guy. And we're talking about Fowler and him getting 10 sacks. You go down to Dallas and look at what's going on down there, and you know who put that defense together. They know how to create pressure. They know how to get the best out of these guys. Chasing a guy that's getting 10 to 12 sacks when your run defense is ranked 30th, that's fool's gold.
Appreciate you, dude. I just think you need to update your file. You and I see football differently, and I think that's fine. By the way, you're allowed to. You can see it how you want to see it. I mean, to me, there wasn't a tremendous correlation between, great run stuffing and overall team success. The Jets, for example, I think were 3rd in the NFL last year in yards per attempt in terms of the run defense. I'm not belittling that, simply saying that was the case. Yes, I'd like to stop the run, but the quarterback makes all the money for a reason. The left tackle makes the second most money for a reason. The defensive end makes the 2.5 or third most money for the reason. The wide receiver is making a lot of money for a reason. I understand your point. I'd like to improve every element of the defense, but to me, I'm way more scared of a 10, 12, 30, 40-yard pass play than I am of giving up an extra half yard per carry in the run game. I know everybody just saw Saquon Barkley rip off the 60-yarder to start the game. I'm aware of that. I was there too. I was bummed. I didn't like that. And yeah, you got to be more assignment sound. I'm all in favor of improving the run defense. Not at the expense, though, of chasing or, not at the expense, though, of maybe worsening my ability to pressure the quarterback, making it more complicated. You saw this last year if you paid attention to me. The times that they said, okay, we're not letting the running game beat us. You could probably think of them on top of your head. First half against Baltimore, Derrick Henry did nothing. They committed resources to stopping the run. What happened? Zay Flowers went 77 catches for 1,000 yards in the first half, and Baltimore did whatever they wanted in the air. Numbers approximate. So they said, okay, that's killing us. We'll cover that. And, of course, Derrick Henry ran wild in the second half. Go to the Philadelphia games. Early on, they were probably terrified of leaving Benjamin St-Juste or Michael Davis or whomever on A.J. Brown. So they backed off. Saquon Barkley kills them for a quarter. Then they commit to stopping Saquon Barkley once Kenny Pickett came in the game, and he torched him. So, I'd like everything to be better. And I think we've got Grant back here. There's no question every element of the defense improving is good for everybody. But I guess if you're picking one or the other, I would pick pass rush and pass defense before I picked like the greatest run-stuffing unit in the world. They don't have to be mutually exclusive, but it seems like they tilted the scales, GP. I'll tag in on this. In terms of what they prioritize, they tilted the scales towards run defense this offseason with their actions, more so than in improving their pass rush.
I think they wanted to get bigger and more physical, and they wanted to stop the run because of how bad it was last season. But I think it comes back to just looking at their own division, Danny. They see the Philadelphia Eagles and Saquon Barkley, if he stays healthy, as the team that they're chasing and the team they've got to be able to beat. And if that's the case, then you know what they're doing. They're playing bully ball, and they're going to out-physical you. They're going to run the ball on you. Saquon's going to go for 1,500 to 2,100 yards. And so I think everything they did this offseason, really on both sides of the ball, might have been through the lens of
makes sense.
Trying to close the gap with Philadelphia. I agree with you. If I'm building a team, I'm not building a team to stop the run first in a pass-first league. I would much rather defend, like you're seeing the league trend toward, to basically combat Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, where you're playing a deep safety, you're giving quarterbacks everything underneath. Completion percentages are going up, but points are coming down. Big plays, explosives are coming down. And if you want to run for 4, 5, 6 yards, look, the numbers are the numbers. I mean, we had more 1,000-yard rushers last year than we've had, I think, at any point in 15 years. We're back to a much more run-oriented offensive kind of philosophy in the league. As a correction to what you're saying, I think most defenses feel that way. You're in the majority, but maybe Washington's trending in a different way because of its division. Dallas doesn't really play that way, but maybe they're not as worried as Dallas. But I just think when you look in the conference, who are the big boys? Who are you chasing? It's the Eagles. Saquon goes for 2,000. It's the Lions, that two-headed monster. Now, Ben Johnson's gone, but obviously run first. They want to ground and pound you. I just think that's what they're viewing right now as how you've got to play to get through the gauntlet of the NFC postseason.
That certainly makes sense. So, this is all kind of spawned from a caller a couple calls ago, GP, who said, why did they let Dante Fowler go? Right? I mean, it didn't cost that much money to re-sign him. And, I'm hypothesizing here why they didn't want to match the bidding. I think part of it, of course, is they don't want to overpay for a guy that hadn't done that for 3 years and all of a sudden did it for you. You pay for the breakout. You don't pay after the breakout. Then the next phase of that is I think they were really, really, really concerned about stiffening that run defense. And I don't know that, they clearly, it's beyond prioritizing it. It's like, hey, we made 3 moves and 2 of them are about the run. They basically made 3 moves and all 3 were about improving their run defense to me, right? When you shore up that defensive line and kind of the people they went and signed. That's what those moves reeked of, right? Not of a, hey, we'd also like to do this. It was like, this is what we want to do, even at the expense of pass rush. Like if Dietrich Wise is rushing the passer on 3rd down, you don't have a great pass rush. I mean, that's kind of, you know what I mean? Like that. I think it's even not to oversimplify, but I sort of think that's what's happening.
But is it a coincidence, I would ask, that the NFC Championship game, their last game they played that ended their season when they lost to their arch rivals in the division, they gave up 8 yards per carry to Saquon Barkley like it was a Big 12 game.
No.
They gave up 77 yards to Will Shipley. They gave up, Dallas Goedert ran the ball for 13 yards, a tight end. I mean, it was 229 on the ground in that game. And we saw it the first time. You and I were at the Link in Philly, sitting there watching the night game in prime time when they played with the Eagles. They did everything right for 3 quarters, if you remember.
Yep.
And then finally, Barkley got it going and ripped off a couple of long touchdowns, and it was over. And I just think they feel like if they can't stop the run, they can't beat the Eagles. And if they can't beat the Eagles, they can't accomplish their goals. But I'm with you. Maybe you went a little too far with just focusing on that element of it. Because if you give me some time, I promise you I could come back with some great run-stuffing defenses that just weren't very good defensively in terms of turning teams over, generating pass rush to the point where you were forcing quarterbacks into mistakes. Like, that's what I care about. Getting the ball out of the quarterback's hand, moving him off his spot, getting him to throw the ball into windows that he doesn't want to. And I don't know that they're designing a defense that's going to do that, short of them just being able to mix and match schematically better than we're anticipating.
And I think that's my issue here that's my issue's the wrong word. I think that's my sort of thing I'm not sure about or my point of emphasis, whatever you want to call it. It's they went really far in this one direction, right? To make sure that their run defense is better. I think your Eagles point is probably right on, if I'm being honest. I think the ghosts of those couple of games are have kind of governed their offseason in terms of what they're doing on defense. But to me, you've got 15 games that aren't Philadelphia. And even when you do play Philadelphia, I still need you to hit the quarterback. Like, that to me is what I wake up. If I'm a defensive coordinator and my first goal each week is at the top of my whiteboard, my little sticky note to myself is, how am I getting the quarterback on the ground? How am I hitting that guy? Because everything sort of starts there for me. And in the old days, in the 1980s, when 2 teams are playing each other, here's the featured running back matchup. We're not there anymore. We haven't been. Despite the success of running games here of late to kind of counter the way defenses are built, where you're pretty much permanently in nickel, that quarterback still needs to be hit a million times. I don't think they're going to hit him enough with their current roster.
Danny's in our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard. I'm out here in Orange, Virginia, where we just had an awesome charity golf tournament with my buddy Jermon Bushrod and his Visualize and Rise crew. It was a lot of fun. Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. E is in D.C., wants to hop in on the show and discuss this Commanders pass rush. What's up, E? How are you?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, bud.
I think they can generate a pass rush. I feel like at times they were kind of getting down from the secondary not being able to get hands on guys early. So I think if they're able to help get hands on guys a little bit earlier, coupled with offensive success, when you have a team, if Jaden Daniels and the gang are able to put them in a situation where they're up enough points where it isn't as advantageous to run you out of a game and you have to throw yourself out of the game, I think that could potentially help them. Now, if we're in a situation where we're in very close games, I don't know if we're going to be able to stop the run. The jig may be up to say, if we're in a close game with Washington, you don't want 5 on the field. You want to bleed them as much as you can and get them off. In the reverse, Washington has to be like, we want to keep him on the field as long as we can. Not to say we don't believe in our defense to do anything. No. But this is how we're built, and we can either have long scoring, sustained drives. Washington was on the field a lot in a long time, which can help your defense. So if you're in a bind, you're like, we don't have enough time to run them down like that. We have to pass our way out. That helps your young rookie Trey Amos. You're like, hey, man, you're going to get some work because you see the game. They're going to have to come your way because they have to pass themselves to win. And I like that formula for Washington.
Yeah, it makes sense, but I appreciate the phone call. I mean, Jeeps, I think about this kind of to E's point. They played ball control down the stretch last year. After that 3-game losing streak, remember, they basically said, okay, Jaden, you're also, not in addition to the passing game, you're the running game too. The ball is in your hands, dude. No longer a rookie. You're whatever's after that, right? You've ascended into stardom. You've got to carry us. They're playing a possession game where they're trying to manipulate the clock and not just run up the score, but they're doing all these things, 500 level quarterbacking without a running game. And that was kind of the formula. And if I'm an opposing team, I'm going, well, I got to fix that. I can't let Jaden Daniels have the ball because I'm losing, right? It's you treat him the same way that you would treat a Drew Brees in his prime or a Tom Brady in his prime or a Mahomes now, where if I leave time on that clock and it's within one score, I could start the bus, get the showers warmed up because we're going to need some hot water for this L we're about to take.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm looking at the NFC odds right now, Danny, just to kind of see if my point can be extrapolated out larger than Philly or Detroit. And maybe we're onto something with this, right? I'm bouncing this off the air. I'm thinking of it on the fly. But the most likely team to win the NFC right now, according to sports books, the Eagles at 3-1. Obviously run first, maybe the most dominant running team in the league. And in your division, you play them twice. Then you've got in the NFC again to come out of the conference, the Detroit Lions at 4-1. They were the number 6 rushing team in the NFL last year, and that's not in terms of commitment and attempts because they would have been higher than that. That was just an efficiency, right? Running for almost 150 yards per game, but they ran it more, so the yards per attempt, at that level are sometimes going to be harder to sustain. But the Lions, really good running team. Then Washington, actually, third most likely to come out of the conference at 8.5-1, depending on the sports book. But then you look at Green Bay. The Packers are a top 5 rushing offense in the league. Matt LaFleur is going to be running the football. He comes from the Kyle Shanahan tree. That's the next team on the list, San Francisco. Then you've got the Rams. McVay is way more of a run-heavy coach and play caller than people think. So before you get really to Tampa Bay, you're talking about your top 5 contenders in the conference being among the best running teams, top 10 or so for most of last year in the league. And maybe that's what they decided was, what is our best path? We know we can get to the playoffs because of 5. Like Jaden Daniels will be good enough that we'll get to the postseason. When we're going head-to-head with these teams and stacking up good on good, how do we do it? And maybe that's where they said, we'll worry about generating pressures and putting together packages. We've got to stop these running games or we don't have a chance.
There's something to that, honestly. I think you're probably onto something here. Just again, sort of spitballing and thinking out loud, formulating this on the fly. It's almost a Moneyball-like approach, right? It's like the Tampa Bay Rays version of that, where if I would like a marquee pass rusher, I need a first-round pick, or I need $20 million to find a guy in his prime, or trading $30 million for Trey Hendrickson and like a future first because Cincinnati's unreasonable. Or I could be okay in terms of pass rush, much better at stopping the run, and I've got Jaden Daniels, the thing that everybody wants. So it's like saying I can't afford a starter, but maybe I can cobble together a pretty good staff out of like 7 bullpen guys at a fraction of the cost and overpay for those guys a little bit, or I can enhance myself that way. Maybe there's something Moneyball to it.
What would you rather them be exceptional at? Stopping the run or getting to the quarterback? Fun little philosophical question. We could take a couple more calls on. Also, Patrick Corbin, a World Series hero for the Nats in 2019, is back to start for Texas tonight, as unlikely as that is, at Nationals Park. What's the reaction going to be like for him? We'll continue with that next right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank. In baseball, the Nationals dropped 2 of 3 to the Cubs. They'll look to bounce back against the Rangers tonight. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka gets the ball for the Nationals. He's 2-3 with a 5.81 ERA. He'll take on familiar face Patrick Corbin as he makes his return to Nationals Park as a member of the Texas Rangers. He's 3-4 on the season with a 3.71 ERA. Tonight, Jacob Young makes his return from the injured list. He's batting 8th and playing center field tonight. Dalen Lyle was optioned to AAA Rochester. Also, Corbin Burns is going to have Tommy John surgery. In hockey, Stanley Cup Finals Game 2 tonight at 8 o'clock. Panthers and Oilers in Edmonton. Oilers lead the series 1-0. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Your way at 6:15. We'll take you up to pregame. Charlie Slows Dave Jagler tonight, 45 minutes out. And then the first pitch of interleague baseball at Nationals Park. The Nats have the Rangers in town. Patrick Corbin is back in the nation's capital to pitch against the Nats. The longtime 6-year National, 2019 World Series champion, struggled for 5 years, was out of baseball throughout the spring, and it looked like he was set for some type of a forced retirement, I guess. There weren't calls coming in. Rangers had some injuries. They took a flyer on Corbin, and he's actually been a revelation, one of the better stories of the first half of the season for Texas.
Baseball, man.
Well, so funny. We will talk about him coming up at the end of the hour, though, and what to expect from the fans greeting him tonight. But want to put a bow on our conversation on Washington's defense. Joe Witt Jr. speaking to the media. There's play the clip on him, seeming like they don't have a whole lot of nerves or reservations about where they're at as a pass rush with Dante Fowler and John Allen gone.
I don't think going into the year anybody thought Dante was going to have 10.5 sacks last year. I don't think anybody in here would have said that. And so we'll have somebody that to produce a higher sack total than what's thought to be. Okay, and so who that person is, I don't know. Will it be a collective of guys? I don't know, but I do feel that our pass rush will be better. I do feel definitely that our run defense will be better. Where will it come from? Which individual? It's too early to say, but it will come.
Just hit the phones, 800-636-1067. John out in Ashburn, where the facility is. What's up? How are you?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
Good, bud.
So one of the things that I think that we're not thinking about too much of is availability. So if you look at free agency last year, how many 10-sack edge rushers were on the free agent market that weren't liable or severe injury history or something? They just weren't there. I'm sure if they were there, they would have grabbed one. So with the absence of a whole lot of options in free agency, yeah, they beefed up the run, which is one of their priorities. And then when you look at the draft, the way it fell out, we weren't in a draft position to be able to pick up a first half of the top round, first round edge rusher, though, because that's where your game-changing edge rushers generally come from. So we took the best player available. So yes, we would like to address everything, but one thing to note on pass rush, the two ways to increase is to make your cornerbacks better, and we did that. So I think with a better quarterback room, that'll help a little bit, and we just didn't have the edge rushers available to pick up.
Appreciate that. So I smell what you're cooking. Now, I couldn't tell you the rushing grades, or rush defending grades, rather, of every single free agent that was available. But I guess my point is I understand not wanting to pay 30 for someone that's at the top of the market. But you couldn't have won the bidding on Harold Landry, right, to outpay the Patriots who are giving him 14.5 AAV in sort of that tier. And as far as I can tell, out of Tennessee over the last several seasons. I mean, that's kind of the point that I'm making here is to say, oh, well, fare thee well. They paid Javon Kinlaw that money. Like, I would have rather had Harold Landry than Javon Kinlaw. They wouldn't have, right? Like, they prioritize a different substance. I see your point. I think it's a good one in general, but there's specifics where they opted for one of this extreme exit off of the road of good defense.
I'll go one step further with Kinlaw. I mean, they broke the bank, paid him more than it seemed like anybody else was going to, and they did it minutes after they were allowed to. That was obviously a priority, right? It's funny, you not that I know this from experience or anything, but you get the runaround. It's like, oh, yeah, I can meet up Monday. Monday, something happens. Oh, let's get together Wednesday. Wednesday, something happens. Something you got to realize, if she was that interested in you, she'd probably make some time. Like Wednesday night might have been okay. Maybe Friday night, maybe Sunday night. When you keep not being available, might just be that I'm not much of a priority, right? So in this case, if they wanted an edge, they got an edge. You're right. They had other needs. They had other things. They needed a tackle. They needed a corner. They clearly thought they needed a tackle more. They needed a corner more. Right. They needed a D tackle more. It just wasn't something that was that high on their priority list. That's how you get here. Shane's in Switzerland. We're listening. We're playing in Switzerland right now.
Switzerland.
We talking about Switzerland on the Odyssey app. What's
Talking
up?
about that fondue. Let me tell you something, guys. I don't know if you guys like fondue or not, but the only place to get fondue is over here where I'm at. It is the best.
Is that a thing? Fondue's big in Switzerland?
Oh, yeah, man. You can walk to any local village because then here they're villages, right? So you walk up to your local village that's got your cheese and whatever it is. They got your yogurt. And there's nobody there. You just lay your money down and you write out your receipt. And it's a trust thing, right? So, oh, yeah, it's great, man. We just had it tonight. It's fantastic. But anyway, Commander Danny and Grant, thank you once again for letting me be on your show. But look, here's the thing, man. Our defense has sucked since Ron Rivera. Let's call it what it is. There is no pass rush on there. You think Deron Payne all of a sudden just going to come out and get 9 sacks this year? No, he only did it once in his career. And at that point, he's in my opinion, he is the one that's holding this team back. He has done nothing for this organization. And at that point, we got to move on from him. But no, the pass rush is a serious thing. We've not had a pass rush since Ron Rivera. We drafted Chase Young. Look at the front four we had even then, and they couldn't even put hell, my 4-year-old son could got more pressure on him than they could. That's a fact.
He's got good bends. He's got good
we
bends.
need help. And you trying to say Lattimore is going to be the answer? If you ask me, he's not proven nothing since he's been here. So the Saints is winning this trade right now.
Appreciate
Shane's
you,
4-year-old son. I've seen him rush the quarterback. He's got a pretty good club move.
Not
I
a
will
great
say.
array of moves. It's
Yeah.
more like swing in the midsection.
I like when he sets you up with that inside jab step.
Yeah.
Got
that free
little
spin on
windshield
you.
washer move he's got too. So let's not sleep on your 4-year-old getting more pressure than them, Shane. I mean, you've taught him well. He's over there in Switzerland getting fondue. You think he doesn't know how to get to the quarterback? I bet he does. Scott, Silver Spring, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing, man?
Good, buddy.
Hey, so I don't want to get away from the point, and I know Jaden had a lot to do with the success we had last year. I get that, but let's remember where we were the year before last year, and where we went to last year. And everybody's questioning now this and that. And last year when we signed Fowler, everybody's like, "What are you signing him for?" He's never had more than 3-4 sacks in the season. Now everybody's, some people are upset, and the caller that just called in, I don't know, I'm not talking about him, but it's just that whole. I think the people making the football decisions now actually know what they're doing for the first time in a long time, and I think they've earned the right to get 1 year of what they do to see what happens. Because we flipped the roster of how many guys from the last Ron Rivera year to the last year, and we came out pretty good. And again, I know Jaden was a big reason for that. However, one man doesn't play a football game by himself, and we came a long way. I think I know we don't know what the market for Kinlaw was, and maybe they made that move early because they knew other people were interested and they see something in him. I mean, he was in San Fran when he got drafted. Peters was there, so we don't know. I'm interested to see what happens. I'm not saying everything they did is right or whatever, but
no, it's a good point. Look, in 2023, they went 4-13. They're a last place team. They're firing people, and they're looking for a GM and a head coach. And last year, they won 9 more games than that. They go 12-5. It was one of the biggest turnarounds ever. And they got to the NFC Championship game. They did things last year they hadn't done since I was in a diaper. So I'm with you. The progress was real. It was a great leap. And they've got the benefit of the doubt. Nobody's sitting here saying, I don't believe that they're right. They may well be. but there's still an exercise during the offseason to go position by position here, philosophy by philosophy and idea by idea and chop it up and say, okay, what do we like? What don't we like? What are we confident in? What aren't we? With Ron Rivera, most of the time, they were wrong, and the people on the outside were right. Dumb fans like us were right a lot of the time, and they were wrong. This group's won, and a lot of us are oh. But that doesn't mean, we just say, okay, we'll see you in September, and until then, every time they make a move, it's the best move. There's still a dialogue to be had, I think, and there's some critical thinking to be done.
I think that's very well said. I mean, the summary of the call is, hey, they deserve the benefit of the doubt. And that's my default, by the way.
Agreed.
Is to say they're smarter than me. They know more than me. Adam Peters is more handsome than I am. It's not even part of the discussion, but relevant nonetheless. This one, I don't quite see the way that they see it, and I'm trying to figure out what it is that their plan was. I think you stumbled onto something pretty astutely, I might add, in terms of dealing with opponents and maybe trying to chase the Eagles and having be that where their eye line is. And, to make sure they're prepared to beat them a couple of times, maybe 3 times on their way to an NFC title game and hopefully beyond. So that's all we're doing here is breaking that down. I understand people don't like to hear after an NFC title game appearance for the first 11-win season plus in 30 years. Any questions? Sorry about that. Adults are talking. We're going to question things. Doesn't mean we're knocking it, right?
Well, also because a 12-win team still has areas that are not strengths. It could be a 13-win team. Let's say they've built a 13-win team. It could be a 15-win team. You're just trying to figure out where there are still areas where they could push the envelope a little bit and where they could be a little more aggressive. But it's just, GMing like Adam Peters does or coaching like Dan Quinn does. These are not perfect jobs. If you're a plumber, you fix the toilet or you don't, right? If you're fixing a pothole, either I drive over it and I don't notice it or I do. In the case of GMing, if I'm batting 500, I'm really good. If I'm batting 600, I'm going to the Hall of Fame. And so we're still trying to find, there's still 50%, 40%, whatever it is out there, where there's areas where they're going to get some right and some wrong. And we're trying to predict which areas are those that are going to go really well and which could go sideways. So maybe there's a contingency at some point you could put together. All right, next, I do want to dabble into Patrick Corbin coming to Nats Park tonight, Danny. This is a pretty cool story. He's back in D.C., he was a big member of the 19 World Series team, but he's a guy that has drawn the ire of Nats fans for years because after the 19 run for a title, for 5 straight seasons, he really struggled, and now he's back pitching well. How's he going to be received? We're going to talk about that next on Grant and Danny. What's up, guys? It's GP. I'm a FanDuel guy. That is where I do my sports dabble. First Inning Fridays. It's Friday on FanDuel. They're pretty fun. Every single week, FanDuel's hooking up customers with special offers you can use on any early game MLB action. Put your baseball knowledge to the test. Very first swing of the game. No runs, yes runs, first inning bets, things like that. Will anybody score in the game's first frame? Check each team's season stats on the FanDuel app and then make the call. Every First Inning Friday, you can expect a special reward if you hit a profit boost, a no-sweat bet. So get in on the action at FanDuel. FanDuel.com/GP, America's #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP at FanDuel.com, America's #1 sportsbook. You got to be 21 and present in Virginia. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Corbin's retired 10 in a row. And Davey Martinez is coming out. He's looking out toward the bullpen. He's not made a signal.
Well, the fans are sensing it. They're coming to their feet.
Corbin is going to give him the baseball. Davey pats him on the chest and then pats him on the side of the cheek and makes the signal to the bullpen. And Nationals fans all around Nationals Park are coming to their feet to salute Patrick Corbin for the final time. He doffs his cap to all corners of Nationals Park on his way to the dugout. And handshakes in the dugout as Corbin will end his season, retiring the final 10 Kansas City Royals. 2019 World Series champion Patrick Corbin getting a final ovation.
That was a great moment for Corbin in Nationals Park a year ago in his final start. Of course, you get that ovation despite 5 really tough seasons when you help guide the team to a World Series championship in 2019. And I think, Danny, that's what gets lost in the Corbin ledger.
Yep.
And certainly over the last few seasons during a never-ending rebuild, I think what people forgot was they signed him as the missing piece to the rotation. Post-Gio, they needed that third starter with Scherzer and Strasburg. And in the 19-year, boy, did he deliver. Had a 3.2 ERA, was throwing some complete games, threw over 200 innings, and struck out 240 batters. And he was amazing. He was just outside of the top 10 in Cy Young voting that year. And then not only did he make some key starts in the 2019 playoff run, but they pitched him out of the bullpen during that 19 postseason, including
multiple times, yeah,
being one of 2 pitchers to ever throw 3+ innings in relief in a clinching World Series Game 7 for his team. They don't win that title without him. Now, does 5 bad years and $140 million contract even out when you had one really good year and helped win a World Series? I guess that's up for you guys to decide. But what I always thought about Corbin was, at a time where they rebuilt, they traded away all the veterans that had any value, he was the only guy that made any real money left on the team. So when they went out to dinner, he picked up the tab. When they were having, team gatherings, it was at his house. When a young guy was having an issue, he was the guy that was answering the questions for him and saying, hey, come to my hotel room. I'll chat it up with you, whatever. He's teaching them how to be a player all the way down to when we get on the bus, like the rookies bring the extra beers and we'll keep them in this room. All that stuff's up to Patrick Corbin for years. There's no one else around. And that stuff may not matter to the fan in section 327 when he's getting his teeth kicked in the 3rd inning, but it certainly mattered in the room. And I don't know there were many guys that were more popular in team history in the clubhouse during my time around the Nats than him.
Yeah, just an outstanding teammate. Answered every question, every time. Never ducked from it. While he was giving up the most hits in baseball 3 times in 5 years. While he gave up the most earned runs in baseball 3 times in 5 years. Most home runs. He had that distinction once. He was terrible here after his World Series year. But there's multiple ways to go about that, right? Now, I'm not saying you should feel sorry for him or think he's some kind of hero for doing what he's supposed to do. And the performance wasn't there, but you're right. I mean, there's a lot of shells. A lot of guys would have done a lot of things differently, I would say, than consummate pro Patrick Corbin. And there's part of me that's pretty glad, actually, that he found something so far in Texas, where all of a sudden he's been a godsend for them, keeping them maybe above water or from taking on more water. It's not as if they're having a great year in their own right. But, yeah, I mean, to me, the legend is this. They didn't pay Bryce Harper. And as Harper was wondering, could I get that money back? Remember the conversation you and I had with Mark Lerner as, is that offer still on the table? Is it not? Nah, we paid Patrick Corbin. Boom. There you go. It's almost a 1-for-1 swap, right? It's who are you better with, Patrick Corbin and Adam Eaton or Bryce Harper in right field? There you go. And that was kind of the answer as they went forward from there. And they don't win that World Series without Patrick Corbin. And that was after a couple, by the way, nasty hiccups in the postseason run where he came out of the bullpen and was awful a couple different times and probably changed the course of his career with the way that he was used. Starting games, coming out of the bullpen in other games. But again, it's really, to me, a buildup to, it really started to click. Got a couple huge outs against lefties against the Cardinals in the NLCS. And then, of course, we all know the story, the World Series, where I remember during COVID times, we're all at home and we did the watch the Nats watch the World Series game on Zoom. If you recall that?
Right.
And Zimmerman and a couple other guys kept making the joke. By the way, Patrick Corbin is still pitching in this game. Like, you forget how integral those late inning outs were to get to the bridge to finally get these guys that could close the game out. They don't win the World Series without him. It's pretty simple.
Well, our poll of the day is about his return to the park. You can go vote on the G&D poll of the day right now. It's presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. The question is, how is he going to be received? Is it going to be a standing ovation? Will there be a lot of booing? Do you think it's going to be a little bit of both? Right now, 78% of people think it's going to be a very positive, warm welcome. And I don't know why it wouldn't be, honestly. They're saying standing ovation. I think that'll be the case. Again, it's not a crime to underperform. And to underperform as a mensch, to do it as a pro, to do it as a guy that just showed up every 5 days, ultra durable, and all those little things in baseball, the subtleties of saving your bullpen, because you'll go out there when you're struggling and give you the extra inning or two so you don't have to get people up in the pen. The stuff that gets you thank yous from your teammates and bottles of wine put in your clubhouse stall because, guys are fired up that you saved the pen on a day where no one was available or whatever. He did all that stuff over and over and over again. So I think Nats fans are pretty sharp. I think they're smart. And I think it's going to be a very, very positive response tonight when he comes back.
I do too. So you remember there have been a number of times where guys who played here for like an hour would get really nice ovations and some applause from Nats fans, let alone someone that helped you win a World Series. I mean, we know the regular run of heroes, right, where all we got was the time we had with Howie Kendrick. And anytime I see Howie Kendrick, like, he gets applause, or Adam Eaton or, Rendon or Soto or whoever. But this one was different because he was then here for when it got bad, right? And he was almost the face of it, whether it was his fault or not. I mean, he's just taking the ball every 5th day, doing his best, and his best wasn't very good, quite frankly. But I know he rubbed a lot of fans the wrong way simply because of that performance that we're talking about. But I'm with you. I think enough time has passed, and simply because of that World Series, I think it'll be a very nice ovation.
If you want to chime in on this, you can. 800-636-1067 is the number. We can discuss, as many of you make your way to the ballpark, what the Corbin start against the Nats could look like tonight in the way of the crowd. But it juxtaposes how he's thrown this year to the last several years. It really is a pretty amazing renaissance campaign for him. He has bounced back in a big, big way. And I thought there's a chance maybe you just have one more year and you make a few $1 million. Like the way he's thrown, he might have a couple more years after this in his career if he wants it. As a lefty especially, you move him to the pen and go left on left maybe with the big sweeping slider. There's a chance he could be actually having another chapter still to come if he moves out of the rotation. So it's going to take finishing up the way he started, but it's certainly back on the table for Corbin after it seemed like nobody was answering the phone when he was calling early in the offseason. Also, before we get out of here, Danny, we're taking people up to 6:15 in pregame. Little Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag, our little Ask Us Anything. If you've got a question for us, something we didn't talk about today you wished we would have, something non-sports you want us to answer for you, you can call us now and ask us those questions. We'll hit them before we say goodbye at 6:15 on this Friday.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Baseball tonight, Nationals and Rangers, 6:45 first pitch. Hopefully you don't feel the rain on your skin tonight. You can hear the game right here on The Fan, though. Michael Soroka takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-3 with a 5.81 ERA. Patrick Corbin makes his return to Nationals Park as a member of the Texas Rangers. He's 3-4 on the season with a 3.71 ERA. Jacob Young returns from the injured list tonight. He's batting 8th and playing center field. Dalen Lyle was optioned to AAA Rochester. Also in baseball today, Corbin Burns is going to have Tommy John surgery. In hockey, Game 2 tonight of the Stanley Cup Finals, Panthers and Oilers at 8 o'clock in Edmonton. Oilers lead that series 1-0. NBA Finals last night, Pacers beat the Thunder 111-110 after Tyrese Halliburton knocked down a jumper to put the Pacers ahead with 0.3 seconds to go. Game 2 going to be on Sunday. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 50% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Now, typically, if you played this coming back to end the week on a Friday, Darius, I'd have a question or two. But I'm already one step ahead of you with Natasha Bedingfield. She's at Nats Park tonight, 4 blocks away from where Danny's sitting. That means Ryan Clary's going to be in the house. He's going down there. I know Tobes will be there. I know one of her songs, Unwritten, which is a smash. I got nothing else. I'm going to go see Nelly at Nationals Park this season, though. I just saw him in New Orleans. He killed. And why not turn the clocks back 20 years and go see him one more time? But I'm glad you guys are happy about Natasha Bedingfield. You should enjoy that. Danny, you going to make it over there tonight?
I am not, my friend. With all due respect to Natasha Bedingfield, then there's Sunshine in My Pocket or something in my pocket that I'm worried about. That's the other song of hers that I know. This one, of course, is from the Glen Powell Shirtless Festival.
Right.
Movie.
Handsome Glen Powell.
Handsome Glen
Never
Powell.
wear a shirt.
And
Yeah.
Sydney Sweeney, who I thought, actually, you know what I thought about that movie? Sydney Sweeney acted really well in that movie.
Sydney Sweeney. What an actress.
Was I convinced? Yes. There it is. You know what I mean?
Give her all the Academy Awards for that performance.
I believed her.
She was unbelievable in that stunning performance that she delivered.
I'm stunned, yeah.
You don't know what I'm doing right now.
I mean, I guess I don't. I mean, I think I
don't
do.
think you do.
I mean, you and I are talking. We're doing Grant.
Right, so I'm doing the radio show, but
that's not-
simultaneously, you don't know who I'm with and where I'm at right now.
I mean, you're at the Drummond Bushrod's golf tournament,
right?
In I forget the name of the place, but it's in the King George area.
Close enough,
Ish,
probably like
yeah.
an hour from King George. I'm at the Meadow Farms Golf Course.
Yep.
In Locust Grove, Virginia, which is like Orange,
Okay.
Virginia.
Okay.
I'm reminiscing about the 2002 King George Foxes right now. I got the whole squad around me. That's a state Final Four team that went to Lafayette, got robbed on a bad call at the goal line.
How about that?
All right. Now, we're not like chirping about the referee and calling him out by name or anything. I got Jimmer Schmally went for 2 bills against Chancellor, wearing Stephen Davis's elbow pad. You don't know anything about Jimmer Schmally.
Well, I think I do because you ever talked about him at a different time when maybe it was last year on this day when you guys went and hung out at this thing.
I got Carlos Allen with me. Yeah. That's a defensive lineman, offensive lineman combination. We're in 74, I believe.
Playing both ways, yeah.
72. My apologies. But he's going to dunk on the basketball court, too, if you let him. He's going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about that King George squad that was also a Final Four participant in the States. You don't know anything about that.
That's a run for the Foxes right there.
Oh, the 2002 class record for now you'll notice I'm the 06 class. I don't talk a whole lot about the 06 class.
What happened
But
then?
the just not as much success on the athletics fields. The 02 class though, they broke all the records for scholarships. Like pretty much when you were in high school, everyone would be like, "Remember 02? Remember 02?" But yeah, we got JJ Brown starting quarterback right here. Did you think he got in when he dove for the pylon at
No.
Lafayette? I thought he did.
No, you're a homer and you know it. Now let me.
I'm
say
not a
this to you.
homer.
You're a homer.
How does the pylon fall over onto the sideline from inside the end zone if he wasn't reaching the ball over the goal line?
My Uncle Mo, last name meant him. All right. You hit the ground first. He was short. You know it. I know it. Deep down, he knows it. Here's the point I'm trying to make to you, though. All right.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this much. Including you, how many Hall of Famers are sitting around you right now? You have to
Ooh,
include
good
yourself.
question.
Yeah. Because I see one Hall of Famer right now. That's you.
I think there's got to be 3. Do we have any King George Hall of Famers in our midst right now? Oh, they're sleeping on you guys right now. All right, they're telling me they're not in right now.
Yeah.
They should be in. I'm going to start the advocacy.
Well,
I blame myself.
Here's the point again. It's just, this is one of those ugly truths you may not want to hear, GP. Maybe it wasn't that special.
Ooh, Danny's throwing so much shade right now.
Maybe it wasn't that special. I can't get a single Hall of Famer off that group.
Los is chirping St. Albans. Says they would have handled St. Albans. Would have been a minus 26 line starting that game for the Foxes.
In that year, you're probably right. But the point of the dude's story is none of those guys are in the Hall of Fame either. If you can't get one Hall of Fame, this little one-horse town with one phone and the fax machine, if that group didn't get one Hall of Famer, maybe it wasn't that special.
Well, Jermon's in the Hall. I will let you know.
Jermon is, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm going to get these guys in. I'm going to start my candidacy. I'm going to make sure that the O2 team collectively gets into the Hall.
That's how we do it. There you go.
Why not? Throw my weight around a little bit. I mean, well-deserved. Well past the time that should have happened.
If you can't use your Hall of Fame credentials and sway to get that group in, what's it good for?
Who was David Elfin advocated for years because he was at the Times and the chapter leader. So he was advocating for who would it have been back then? Like Daryl and Art Monk and them.
Was Art Monk?
So that'll be me. I'll be the Elfin. I'm going to get the O2 team
Grand Elfin
celebrated at the King George Hall of Fame. And Lafayette can kick all the rocks because they got a call that they shouldn't have gotten. But Uncle Rico will throw that ball over that mountain. I'm not upset about it.
That's what I want.
It's only been, 23 years? It's
23
fine.
years?
Yeah. I've moved past it. Everything's fine. I cried on that sideline that day. Tears were lost in that dirt that'll never be found again. I was a sad kid.
What did you cry harder for? That moment, the sad
King
moment,
George State Final Four?
Or when your mom gave away the mashed potatoes?
Ooh, I actually think I cried more when my mom gave away the mashed potatoes at Thanksgiving.
That's kind of my barometer. That's like to me but your number one cry. Like that's your 2002 King George Foxes of crying.
But that crying was not just that she gave away the potatoes. The crying was like a big kind of fight that was ensuing internally. It was a whole emotional time with the, you come down on me that I'm overreacting. You tell me that now you're saying personal things about you don't eat the mashed potatoes and maybe think more about not eating so many mashed potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot more to that.
Yeah, there's a lot of weight behind it, right?
Yeah. Probably too much, as it were.
Oh,
all right, it's time for the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. We'll give you a brief little Ask Us Anything before we hit the leadoff to get out of here. Darius has been warming up the pipes on this Friday. Let's do it.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
All right, I'll pick one. You pick one, Danny. The question I got here from Kristen on Twitter. She wants to know about the Taylor Walls ejection for tapping his helmet. Do you agree with it or no? So for people that didn't see this, I'll just succinctly let you know about it. So Taylor Walls, baseball player, upset with a call, asked the umpire, "Are you sure that was a strike?" And then as he's getting back in the box, he kind of taps at his helmet. Tapping the helmet, as you know, is how you challenge a call in the minor leagues and in spring training. They're going to be bringing that to the big leagues next year. So the umpire immediately ejects him, and Taylor Walls goes, "Well, wait a second. I wasn't tapping my helmet to challenge your call. I know I can't challenge the call. I'm just adjusting my helmet." I happen to think that the ejection was ridiculous because unless someone curses at you or tells you you did a terrible job or visibly shows you up by spiking a bat or a helmet or a glove or something, then please stop making it about yourself. People are there to see him, not you. Fewer ejections of players, the better for me. So I hated everything about it. I thought it was ridiculous. Where do you stand?
Whatever you just said, I'll rubber stamp it and then some. I found it beyond insane. Like, let's say that he did. Okay. Still, right. I have no interest in the umpire. None. They have these little God complexes that you can't challenge their authority or whatever. And it's this arbitrary line of what's over the line or not. There's no stat next to the umpire's name. There is next to Walls' name. Enough of it. Like, to me, is like assault is too far. Like, if you put hands on the umpire, you shove him, or you engage physically, all right, you can get run. Short of that, it would be really, really hard for me to have someone get thrown out of the game. I just cannot believe we're still here. We're getting better. It's getting closer and closer to my dream of having all of their power ripped away and have them be autonomous robots where some remote control raises their hand for a strike. But That to me is why I want robot everything.
Well, remember, there was just a report 2 days ago in The Athletic that next year they are pushing. It's got to be approved by the Players Association. There's going to be a vote. There's still some discussion to be had this offseason. But next year, baseball would like the challenge system implemented in Major League Baseball. So umpires will still call balls and strikes, but you would be able to then challenge a couple per game. And I know everyone hears that and gets very nervous about pace of play. I promise you, you're going to love it. It takes seconds. They show the results on the big board. Everybody gets to react together. They're still ironing out some details. Some players don't believe, based on height differences and things, that to the exact millimeter, the strike zones are accurate. And so they're still honing all the technology, but it's dramatically improved from the error of humans. And so I think it will ultimately go through for next year. All right, Danny, pick one for us.
Quick one here from Alan. Wants to know if you could go back and prevent yourself from doing one segment in your radio career, what would you pick?
Wow. That is a great question.
I thought those were really good questions, so I wanted to get in.
You got one?
I know my answer off the top of my head.
I think I would go with the segment where our producers booked Steve Berline, but thought they were booking another Steve. And I'm trying to think of who.
They booked Steve Tasker, and you thought it was Steve Berline.
Correct.
Or was it the other way around?
No. Steve Berline was on the phone.
He was on the phone.
So
you thought it was Steve Tasker, and it was Steve Berline.
Yeah, well, I thought that because that's what I was told.
Yes.
That we were having Steve Tasker on, and we had notes on Steve Tasker. And
Talking
I
about
Googled
special teams. He's
exactly.
Like, yeah,
So I'm like doing a big bio about, he was a Pro Bowler in this year, and his son is doing this and all this stuff. And then we go to the phones, and he goes, "Hey, guys, I'm sorry about this, but this is Steve Berline." It was the most embarrassing moment ever. It's probably only about a week or two into our show together, and I wanted to crawl into a hole never to be seen again.
You had such a funny reaction. You went, "Ha, yeah. Absolutely. Good to talk to you." And then the control the mic off went, "Oh my God." I'll never forget that. For me, I thought it would be fun once. You didn't want to do this, for the record. I thought it would be fun because I'm a fan of all four of the DC sports teams, right? I thought it would be fun to have a conversation when it was kind of slow to say, of the fans that are only fans of one of the teams and get angry when we talk about the others, which fan base is the most irritating? Right? Because like Washington fans for the football team think every year they're going 13-3 when they never did, or Caps fans because they get mad about this, or Nats fans who get mad anytime you're not talking about the Nats, or Wizards fans or whatever. And so we had a conversation about it. And when that was done, I went, you know what? You were right. We should not have done that. And I caught so much Eric flack for it, rightly so, because that we're basically like thumbing our noses at the people that keep the lights on.
Hey, we're not going to bat 1,000 either. You know what I'm saying? Happens. Yeah. It is time for the leadoff ahead of Nationals baseball tonight. The Nats welcoming the Texas Rangers to town. The leadoff brought to you by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Your leadoff nugget tonight, James Wood ranking among the best hitters in the National League. How about right now, this moment, for third in the National League and in Major League Baseball, 35 batted balls over 108 miles per hour on the season for James Wood. Let's get him going again after a tough few days. Hit into some bad luck here. Get that average up over 280, Danny.
Facing that tough lefty, Patrick Corbin. He's had success in this league.
Yeah, no doubt.
Weird,
Let's
right?
take Patrick Corbin deep. Thanks for listening. Back at it at 2 o'clock on Monday.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.